Luo Feng swiftly rushed down the stairs, all the way from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, to the entrance of the liquor store. Luo Feng looked around the area. There aren't many large monster packs nearby. How annoying! Luo Feng frowned, as he could see a few monsters around with just a glance, but there weren't enough monsters for his plan. He wants to trick the other 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad into thinking that Zhang Zhehu and Li Xiao were killed by monsters. After that, Luo Feng sprinted along the alley towards the outer area. After leaving the alley, with a glance, he noticed a large horde of horned boars. There were at least 100 of them. If a regular fighter saw this, they probably wouldn't even have time to run away, but Luo Feng let out a smile. It'll be them. Luo Feng swiftly got closer to them. Hell! Quite a few horned boars were staring at this human fighter. One enraged roar carried from the horde, which was from the leader of this horned boar horde. Suddenly, all the horned boars spread out and crazily rushed towards Luo Feng. In an instant, the entire street started rumbling. Rumble, the horned boar horde came rushing. I was going to kill 1 or 2 monsters first to make them hate me. First, I didn't know it would be this easy to get them to chase after me. Luo Feng turned around and started running away. He quickly headed towards the alley and started running in there. Rumble. The alley was quite wide, so 2 horned boars could run in it side by side. Luo Feng was sprinting ahead while the horde of horned boars were crazily chasing from behind. Poochie poochie. 2 eerie black lights flew around a circle and returned to Luo Feng. The 2 horned boars in front of the horde instantly died, and another horned boar behind them also had a gigantic wound. At this time, the horned boars enraged howls became even louder, showing that they were clearly even more enraged. The angrier the better. Luo Feng, like lightning, went up the stairs, past the back door of the liquor store. Rumble. The horned boars crazily flew up the stairs one by one. The quality of the concrete making up the stairs was pretty good. Even after a dozen years, it can still support the running of the horned boars. Luo Feng purposefully ran ahead the horde by around 10 meters and rushed to his destination, 6th floor. After arriving at the 6th floor, under the effects of Luo Feng's spiritual force, Zhang Zhehu's machete and Li Xiao's machine gun started hovering. The machine gun even dragged along the long bullet chain with it. The machine gun floated in front of Luo Feng, and so did the machete. How the monsters, like a flood, rushed into the 6th floor. Each of them went along the hallway as they crazily charged towards Luo Feng. Come at me. Luo Feng sneered, and a crazed light appeared in his eye. His spiritual force pulled the trigger, and the large barrel of the machine gun started roaring as it crazily fired bullets out one by one. The force of each boar's charge was absurd, so even though the bullets crazily shot into the horned boars, they couldn't make them stop. Poochie poochie. The floating machete started crazily dancing around, drawing across the throats of the horned boars one after another. The bodies of the boars that lost control started slamming into the walls. Rumble. The walls started splitting apart after getting slammed into so many times with the power of both the machine gun and the machete. Dozens of horned boars were killed in a breath. The hallway was filled with corpses. Howl and enraged roar came. A huge horned boar with black spots and shining silver fur appeared. However, the machete and machine gun already fell beside the 2 corpses in the room, and Luo Feng himself has long jumped out the northern window. Whoosh! Luo Feng shot down the window like lightning and, using his spiritual force on both of his arm guards, created an uplifting force which slowed him down. Luo Feng easily landed on the roof of a 2-story building, sprinted right into an alley, and quickly disappeared. Hell! The horned boar horde, which lost a couple dozen monsters, madly rammed the insides of the liquor store as they tried to find that damned human fighter. They didn't find that human fighter, but they did find 2 fresh human fighter corpses. These horned boars then immediately crazily chewed up the flesh of these corpses. To horned boars, the flesh of humans is indeed a delicacy. Even more horned boars went for the corpses of the dead horned boars. For the monsters that live in such cruel environments, they are rarely able to eat any humans, so they mostly eat other monsters' corpses. For especially savage monsters, eating corpses from the same species is very normal. Whether the human corpses or the horned boar corpses, they quickly became a pile of crushed bones. Luo Feng snuck back to his original spot and watched silently. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad will probably come back in around 2 hours. Luo Feng finally saw the 7 people in his field of vision. Well, yeah, you could hear the roars of the monsters everywhere in 003 City. And the battle just now occurred in the liquor store. Since the Thunderbolt squad is only a few miles away, it'll be weird if they didn't notice. In front of the liquor store, the 7 high-spirited members of the Thunderbolt squad laughed as they returned. Young Master's blade just now was beautiful. It so accurately drew across the throat of that commander-level monster, Rapid Wolf, the captain of the Tiger Fang squad. Smiled as he praised, but his expression suddenly froze. The Tiger Fang captain looked towards the interior of the liquor store, and the other members of the Thunderbolt squad did the same. The scent of blood. The old veteran named Lu directly walked into the liquor store, and the others followed. The scent of blood became stronger. A large-scale battle happened here. 1 or 2 monsters can't have such a heavy scent of blood. The Tiger Fang captain frowned, and the one-eyed middle-aged man beside him immediately pressed his tactical communications watch and yelled, "Tiger, Shao, both of you hurry and respond." What happened? The faces of the 4 members of the Tiger Fang squad all changed. "Captain," they didn't reply. The one-eyed middle-aged man looked towards his captain. Maybe they didn't notice that their watches were vibrating. The bald brute couldn't help but to say, "Fighters are all extremely sensitive. How can they not notice?" The Tiger Fang captain said quietly, "Let's go take a look upstairs." "Go, let's go see." The old veteran named Lu also commanded. Soon, the 7 of them all arrived at the staircase, but after seeing the marks on the staircase in front of them, all of their faces changed slightly. Clearly, this staircase was just stomped on by a huge amount of monsters. Quite a bit of the concrete was already split open. "Everyone be careful." The 7 of them carefully and slowly moved forward. Even though they went slowly, they arrived at the 6th floor without spending too much time. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad all took in a deep breath. The entire 6th floor of the liquor store was clearly a huge mess. The walls of the rooms of the liquor store were smashed to pieces. The floor was filled with marks of blood, and there were large amounts of crushed bones from corpses, most of them being from monsters. All the hearts of the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad sank. They knew that Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao weren't lucky today. Look, there are even bullet holes on the wall. There are quite a few bullet shells on the ground. Xiao probably fired his machine gun to try and stop the monster horde. Sadly, there were just too many of them. Everyone quickly found various marks. Soon after, everyone looked at the ripped-up battle uniform, the slightly deformed machete, the completely smashed-up machine gun, and a few human bones. Tiger's machete and Zhao's gun. These two battle uniforms. The battle uniforms were extremely sturdy even though they were chewed up by the horned boars and were in tatters. They could still be made out they were precisely Zhang Zhehu and Li Zhao's battle uniforms. How could this happen? The bald brute couldn't help but to clench his teeth. As he said, Tiger and Xiao were in their room. How could they be so unlucky to meet a hungry monster horde? Go, let's go downstairs, the old veteran named Lu suddenly ordered. Downstairs, the one-eyed middle-aged man, the bald brute, and Dong were all shocked, and then were slightly angry. The Tiger Fang captain frowned as he ordered, "All right, tidy up Tiger and Zhao's remains, and then go downstairs," since their captain gave an order. Of course they wouldn't dare to refuse. Moments later, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad stood in the lobby of the liquor store's first floor. "Everyone should know the Tiger Fang captain," Panya said quietly, "with Tiger and Xiao being as cautious as they are, even if a monster horde enters the liquor store, they should have had over a 50% chance of escaping. Even if they couldn't escape, they should have been able to contact us once they noticed danger." The faces of the other members slightly changed and couldn't help but to nod their heads. Indeed, the old veteran named Lu nodded and said, "It's suspicious, because these two didn't contact us at all before dying, so I'm worried that someone purposefully set up the scene and left a listening device at the scene. That's why I brought everyone downstairs to discuss about this." The other members of the Tiger Fang squad couldn't help but to respect the old veteran named Lu even more. To be able to instantly find the problem and make his decision, old veterans are clearly more experienced. This is one possibility. The other possibility is the commander level monster in the monster horde. Once they found the traces of those two, they sneakily attacked them. Huge amounts of monsters rushing upstairs under such an urgent situation. The two of them didn't have the chance to contact us. The old veteran named Lu continued speaking. The 4 members of the Tiger Fang squad exchanged glances. The mixed youth let out a worried expression, and the old veteran named Lu laughed as he quietly said, "Don't worry, young master, even if someone made this scene, he isn't necessarily targeting you. War god fighters wouldn't use such tactics, and warlord fighters wouldn't dare mess with you." Senior Lu, taking the young master's safety into consideration, "We should return back to the headquarters city," spoke the Tiger Fang captain, Panya. The scent of blood that emanated around the liquor store filled the heart of Panya, the Tiger Fang captain, with anxiety. Their death could have been caused by monsters, but it's even more likely that a fighter was behind this. And what kind of regular fighter would dare to go against young Master Li Wei? They most likely have a grudge against my Tiger Fang squad. He was clear of this young master's identity, even though he's a mixed youth. His father is Chinese. Whether the strength of the young master's father, or his background, few fighters would dare to anger this young Master Li Wei. "No need," the old veteran Lu waved his hand, "with me and Ka Long here, the young master's safety is guaranteed." The white brute also looked at the few members of the Tiger Fang squad and laughed coldly. Young Master Li Panya couldn't help but to look at the mixed youth. "My training schedule isn't over yet," frowned the mixed youth. Senior Lu slightly frowned as he said, "Fighters always walk on the border. Between life and death, how can you be so afraid about some uncertainties if you're always so afraid, how can you ever accomplish anything in the future?" Panya and the others said nothing. "You guys can just keep following us, wouldn't that work?" When Senior Lu said this, Panya and the other members of the Tiger Fang exchanged glances. All of them abandoned the thought of returning to the headquarters city. They were clear that following two advanced warlords was indeed very safe. Senior Lu is right. If we're always so afraid, can we even be considered as fighters? Even if someone is actually after us, right when we find him, we'll kill him directly. A cold light flashed across Panya's eyes. "We'll listen to Senior Lu," the one-eyed middle-aged man laughed as he said. The members of the Tiger Fang squad all signaled that they'll listen to Senior Lu. "This place is full of the scent of blood, let's switch a location," said Senior Lu. Immediately, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad left the JJ Liquor chain store. Luo Feng silently watched with his binoculars from his original location. They indeed left the JJ Liquor chain store. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad left the store and went along the street for quite a bit, and then disappeared from Luo Feng's field of vision. "Shit, this villa isn't high enough, so I can't see that far." Luo Feng swiftly got his backpack, shield, and blade and flew out the villa. Like a jaguar, he sprinted at an astounding speed and directly rushed into the tall apartment building across the street. This apartment building was 18 stories tall, with Luo Feng's shield and blade all affected by his spiritual force. Luo Feng's speed was shocking. A shadow continuously dashed up the stairs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Within a few seconds, he went from the first floor to the 18th floor in one of the rooms on the 18th floor. Luo Feng stood beside the northern window and looked down through his binoculars. From such a high location, he was able to see further. He quickly found the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad walking along the street. These 7 people walked along for quite a bit, and then finally entered a broken residential apartment that was 6 stories tall. "I wonder if the scene I made had any effect." Luo Feng squinted. "Whether it works or not is up to the heavens. I'll keep waiting for my chance." Luo Feng started his days of watching again. As a fighter, you first need enough patience and determination. Without either of them, how could you ever achieve astonishing power? Naturally, Luo Feng was fine with watching alone. On the first day, the Thunderbolt squad went hunting during the afternoon. This time, all 7 of them left together. The second day, the Thunderbolt squad went out in the morning and afternoon, allowing their mixed-youth young master to train like before. The 7 of them left together, giving Luo Feng no chance. The third day, they still went out in the morning and afternoon, and they still went out with all 7 members together. "Looks like this Tiger Fang squad is actually suspicious." Luo Feng sat on the bed that he already slightly cleaned and silently looked through the window. As of now, the sky was dark and filled with stars. The starlight shone into the room through the window. The air was slightly filled with the scent of blood. "What should I do?" Luo Feng frowned. "If it keeps going on like this, then that mixed-youth young master's training schedule will finish and might return back to the headquarters city." Ring. Luo Feng felt the tactical communications watch on his wrist vibrate slightly. When he looked down, he saw that it was a phone call from his brother. "Recall," commanded Luo Feng. Beep beep beep. "Hello, bro." Luo Hua's voice came from the watch. "Luo Hua, How come you're calling me? A smile filled Luo Feng's face, as he was extremely happy. Hunting down other people in the wilderness all alone is lonely. To be able to chat with his family, his entire heart felt warm. I've just been thinking about you, bro. Luo Hua was clearly relaxed and happy. Bro, I've recently made a ton of money from my stocks again. It feels great. Oh, how did you get the money? Laughed Luo Feng as he asked. Luo Hua excitedly said, 6 of the 8 stocks that I've been dealing with are quality stocks, while the other 2 are investment ones. The quality stocks are great and earn me lots of money every year, but out of these 6 stocks, one of them started plunging in value rapidly. I was so scared and thought something went wrong with the company. After looking into it, I didn't find anything wrong with it. Geez, if this happened to my investment stocks, then I would probably cut my flesh off. But I have faith in these quality stocks, and I'd rather hold on to them for a long period of time. And since I didn't find anything wrong with the company, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. If it drops, I'll buy it. It kept falling continuously. It dropped for like a dozen days and lost 50 of its value. I virtually took 80 of all my money and threw it at those stocks. Who could have knew that it would start flying up in value these past few days? Within 20 days, not only did it return to its original value, but it even went a bit higher. Geez, just from this, I basically doubled my money. Haha, feels great. Luo Feng could feel his brother's excitement from the tone coming from the watch. Nice, way better than your brother. Luo Feng laughed as he complimented. Don't you have around 100 million right now? He gave his brother 50 million last time, so Luo Hua should have around 80 million. Yeah, now it's around 170 million. Laughed Luo Hua. Bro, this is all thanks to the money you gave me. If my principal wasn't great enough, how could I earn so much money? Since he doubled the money, if he only had 10,000, he would only have 20,000 in total. But since he had around 80 to 90 million, he turned it into 170 to 180 million. This is also why people say that your first 100 million is the hardest to earn, while your second 100 million is way easier to earn. You're good. Your brother has been hunting in the wilderness for around 2 months, but I only earned around 100 million, said Luo Feng, but in his heart he was amazed. Playing around with stocks earns tons of money. You're making money with money. The more money you have, the more money you earn. Of course, you could potentially lose tons of money too. However, bro, these chances don't come around often. Laughed Luo Hua. Luo Hua has been playing around with stocks for years already, so making this much money in such a short time is indeed quite rare. Luo Feng thought to himself while he operated his tactical communications watch. He entered his bank account and transferred 180 million to his brother's account. Ah! Exclaimed Luo Hua in a surprised tone. Bro, my account. Your brother just made a ton of money recently, so that's for you. Work hard and use them in the stock market. If, one day, you reach 15 billion, your brother will give you a huge surprise, said Luo Feng as he laughed. Luo Feng never told his brother about the elixir of life, since that thing is too expensive, but according to Luo Feng's plan, if he and his brother both earn money, he can give some of his money to his brother, and his brother can use that money to make even more money. If they keep making money out of money, then maybe reaching 30 billion isn't impossible. 15 billion, exclaimed Luo Hua. Don't worry, I'll keep lending you money, laughed Luo Feng. Maybe then, his money and Luo Hua's money combined will reach 30 billion. After he gets the money, he'll think of a way to purchase the elixir of life, so that his brother can stand up again. Okay, bro, I'll work hard, said Luo Hua in a confident tone. Okay, laughed Luo Feng, well, you should rest earlier. Okay, bro, be careful in the wilderness. The two brothers quickly finished their call. Mingyu sector, Luo Feng's home in his brother's room on the first floor. Luo Hua excitedly closed his phone and started chatting on his computer. Hua, looks like you're having fun, smiled a young girl on the screen. Hee hee, of course I'm happy, Luo Hua excitedly chatted with this young girl on the screen. This young girl's cheeks were like a baby's and had small ears and short hair. She seemed like a very bright and pure girl. She is Luo Hua's girlfriend, Xiaonan. Since Xiaonan's college is right here, even if she's a college student, she's still sleeping at home. Xiaonan was currently in her bedroom, chatting with Luo Hua through her computer. And outside of her room, in the living room, a middle-aged couple was currently sitting on the sofas in the living room. Even though they were watching TV, neither of them were focusing on it. What should we do? The middle-aged woman said hurriedly. You know Xiao Nan's temper, if we split them apart by force, she'll surely hate us. If she wants to hate us, then let her. This is for her own good. The middle-aged man couldn't help but to angrily say, she never went through any sort of hardship since she was young. Does she still think she's living in a fairy tale? We aren't extremely rich, but we are still living a good life. Our girl has nice looks, so why is she with a handicapped person? That handicapped person's brother is a fighter, but so what if he's a fighter? It's not like his brother is in a relationship with our girl. No matter what, I can't watch our girl jump into a fiery pit like this. If it wasn't for Oldly, I never would have known that our girl was dating that Mingyu sector's handicapped person behind our backs. I'm so infuriated right now. The middle-aged man's face was livid. The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, don't be angry. No matter how angry you get, it's no use. You only have this one daughter, so what can you do? Most importantly, we should think of a way to separate our daughter with that handicapped person, and try our best not to hurt our daughter's feelings. I understand. The middle-aged man was then silent, with a frown on his face as he smoked. The smoke from the cigarette emanated around the room, and the room remained silent for a while. The only sound was the tick-tock from the mechanical clock. The second morning, 003 city was filled with a deathly, cold air as usual. And the usual heart-chilling monster roar, carried from the city from time to time. If we say Jiangnan City is a technologically advanced city, teeming with life, then this city, that used to be the greatest city of China a few decades ago, is now a playground for the monsters. Here, you could see the stains of blood and corpses anywhere and everywhere. This is the monster den. In that 18-story apartment that was filled with dust, Luo Feng, in his battle uniform, held his binoculars as he looked down in one hand and ate a skewer of meat on another hand, taking a bite and chewing twice before he swallowed. Chew, swallow. In the aged room, it was clearly quiet. There was only the sound of Luo Feng's chewing. Gulp gulp. Luo Feng took out his water sack and drank a bit. After a moment, he took another drink. Luo Feng didn't bring too much food and water to the wilderness, so he has to conserve a bit every day. All 7 of them together again. Luo Feng looked through his binoculars and clearly saw that the 7 of them left the 6-story apartment building together under the morning mist. Luo Feng frowned as he angrily threw his binoculars on top of the bed on the side. Luo Feng massaged his temples and spent the whole day stooping. His eyes were extremely tired. All 7 of them together every day, they don't give me even the slightest chance, frowned Luo Feng. At this rate, I'll have to keep waiting until that young master finishes his training plan. When that happens, I would have wasted all my time waiting. What should I do? Luo Feng quickly started thinking. Since he hasn't even had a single chance to take action, is he just going to wait like this? There are no chances. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and he clenched his teeth. Since there aren't any chances, then I can make them. Aren't they always together? I'll force them to separate. Luo Feng lightly tightened the cap on the water sack. Around 3 hours later, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad carefully treaded forward in the old den of the monsters. Sometimes they move forward, sometimes they walk around, and finally they arrived at the 6-story residential apartment from before. Time to act. Luo Feng, who was fully equipped, slightly smiled as he left his room and ran down the stairs like a swift monkey. Even Luo Feng can't be too cocky after leaving this 18-story residential building, so he carefully moved forward while searching the area. Avoiding monsters is hard, but finding them is easy. 15 minutes later, Luo Feng arrived at a dog-type monster horde that had around 2,000 to 3,000 monsters. This dog-type monster horde was staying in a gigantic factory that manufactured home appliances. Usually, no human fighter would even try to challenge such a horde, since the threat of 2,000 to 3,000 monsters is too great. Roar. The roars of the large monsters echoed around the factory, and the smell of urine emanated around the area. What a strong monster horde! Luo Feng looked through the cap of the wall. Let's begin. Soon after. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters in the factory howled madly. The death of a few dozen monsters caused this huge monster horde to become enraged, because they have never suffered such shame before. Even the leader of the monster horde and 2 high-leveled commander-level lion mastiffs started howling. The entire monster horde crazily chased after. They sure run fast. The hexagonal shield on Luo Feng's back was under effects of the powerful force of his spiritual force. In an instant, Luo Feng became a flying hurricane. Rumble. Some tiger mastiffs were mixed into the lion mastiff horde. The tiger mastiffs ran just as quickly as the lion mastiffs as they chased after Luo Feng. The ones in the front of the horde were sprinting at a rate of 70 to 80 ms under such astonishing speed, it would take only 30 seconds for them to cover the 4 miles between the factory and the 6-story residential building. Just 30 seconds. And Luo Feng ran towards the 6-story residential building like lightning. In one of the suite rooms on the 6th floor of the 6-story residential apartment, the 7 members of Thunderbolt Squad were resting. Actually, when the entire monster horde was howling as they chased after Luo Feng, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt Squad weren't alerted at all, because what kind of place in the city doesn't have a monster howling in a 4-mile radius? But after around 10 seconds, seems like a battle has occurred to our east, laughed the one-eyed middle-aged man. Who cares? There's always a fight going on between fighters and monster hordes here in 003 City. This time, a fighter probably enraged some monster horde. The Tiger Fang captain, Panya, was completely calm. Since he has dozens of years of experience as a fighter, he has seen this type of scenario way too many times. But in the time that these words were passed around, The monster horde seems to be really close to us now. Even the building is shaking a bit. Within an instant, the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad rushed towards the northern window and looked down, and saw that there were large amounts of mastiff monsters near the entrance to the staircase of the 6-story residential apartment. Some of the lion mastiff monsters were even charging into the staircase. In just these few seconds, the entire residential apartment started shaking, like an earthquake was occurring. The roars of many monsters also echoed around. Boom! The door to the room where the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad were in was blasted open. The lion mastiffs, with their SUV-sized bodies, charged in the room one by one. Not only was the door directly smashed into smithereens, but even the walls were startling to crumble. The over 1,000 monsters were continuously smashing the residential building up. It seemed like the building could fall down at any moment. And outside of the residential building were around 1,000 to 2,000 more lion mastiff monsters. These lion mastiff monsters can't even enter the building, so they just surrounded the residential apartment completely. If you can imagine a scene where 1,000 to 2,000 SUVs are surrounding a building, then you can imagine how scary it'll be for so many monsters to surround a residential apartment. What's going on? The mixed youth immediately started screaming as his face turned pale. Anyone would panic after witnessing the apartment building that has shook so much that it's on the verge of collapse. The large amounts of monsters pouring into the room, and the densely packed horde of monsters surrounding the residential apartment building below. Protect the young Master Tiger Fong squad, protect the rear, roared the old veteran named Lu. Dong Zi's machine gun was crazily roaring, and the bullet shells crazily flew around. The powerful bullets shot into the bodies of the lion mastiff monsters. One by one, the monsters were charging so quickly that even when they were hit by the bullets, they would continue charging forwards. The bald brute, the one-eyed man, and the Tiger Fong Captain Panya relied on their cold weapons to smash the monsters to the side one by one. Pung pung pung. The old veteran named Lu and the white brute already brought the mixed youth along with them as they directly jumped out the window. "Let's go!" the Tiger Fong captain roared and was the first to follow as he jumped from the window. "Dong Zi, hurry!" roared the one-eyed man. When comparing physical fitness, gunners are the weakest. The gunner, Dong Zi, also clenched his teeth as he jumped out the window. Finally, the one-eyed middle-aged man and the bald brute also jumped out the window. Even if a beginner-level warlord fighter is carrying several hundred kg of things on him, they wouldn't suffer any injury from jumping from a height of 6 stories. However, the thing awaiting them below isn't a flat ground, but over 1,000 monsters. The walls of the second floor of the residential apartment were already smashed into pieces, and Luo Feng was hiding in the corner of a room on the second floor. When Luo Feng rushed into this room, he used his spiritual force to control the concrete walls, the stone tables, etc. to completely seal the bathroom he is in, and he even broke the ceiling after the concrete fell down. The room was completely ruined, so even after the monsters charged in, they wouldn't be able to find Luo Feng. After that, the monster horde spotted the Thunderbolt squad on the 6th floor and directed all their attention onto them. Standing beside the bathroom's window, Luo Feng stared outside and his ears were listening closely. "They're fighting!" Luo Feng heard a few faint roars from the 6th floor. After that, 3 shadows quickly fell from above. They jumped. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and two black throwing knives immediately hovered beside him. Out of the three shadows, the first to fall was the old veteran named Lu, and the mixed youth, followed by the white brute. Closely following them was the captain of the Tiger Fong squad, Panya. Hell! Protect the young master, charge outright. When the old veteran named Lu landed, his legs smashed onto two nearby lion mastiff monsters like two war axes. The two lion mastiff monsters howled in pain as they flew away, and smashed into 7 or 8 nearby lion mastiff lion and tigers, causing chaos in the area for a moment. The white brute had a gigantic two-handed sword in hand as he crazily charged forward. The tiger captain, Panya, supported the white brute beside him. One of them had unrivaled strength, while the other was sinister and unpredictable. The two of them combined were like a bulldozer, sweeping away the monsters in front of them. Hell! A low, thunder-like sound started rumbling not too far away. A huge body that was around 4 to 5 meters tall and even larger than an average truck appeared. Its whole body was silver and was even slightly reflecting light. Since there were some silver scales on its fur, there was a small bump on its huge forehead, as if it was going to break its fur open. This is one of the two high-level commander-level monsters in the whole horde. A high-level commander lion mastiff. Boom! With just a leap, the commander lion mastiff flew a distance of 20 meters like a silver light and shot straight towards the Thunderbolt squad. Panya, you protect the young master and hurry up and run, roared the old veteran named Lu with a blade in hand. He howled, Ka Long. Understood. The white brute also roared. The old veteran named Lu and the white brute engaged the commander lion mastiff at virtually the same time. There was no helping it if they didn't engage it. Then the mixed youth would be in grave danger. Hell! The commander lion mastiff roared and its body started to blur a bit as its claws headed straight towards the two humans in front of it. Chong! Quang! Boom! The clash between the two advanced level warlords and the high level commander level monster caused chaos. The surrounding lion mastiffs were caught in and blown away. Even the surrounding walls and the floor was affected and messed up with large amounts of lion mastiff monsters. Supporting the commander lion mastiff was practically even with the veteran named Lu and the white brute. Pung pung pung. The gunner Dong Zi, the bald brute, and the one-eyed middle-aged man also jumped out at this time. However, the one-eyed middle-aged man, the bald brute, and the gunner Dong Zi were all panicking. The group of the old veteran named Lu, the white brute, the mixed youth, and Panya were able to mess around in the monster horde, but the one-eyed middle-aged man and the others were clearly having a hard time. Hurry, let's go, said the one-eyed middle-aged man. Hurry. Dong Zi dragged his machine gun along as he freely fired at the surrounding monsters. At this time, hell! After the heart-shuddering hell, another huge body that was also completely silver came jumping down from the 6-story apartment. Suddenly, the lion mastiff leader that was fighting against the old veteran named Lu and the white brute immediately started roaring excitedly as it conversed with the huge shadow coming from above. Another lion mastiff leader, also a high-level commander. The faces of the old veteran named Lu and the white brute changed drastically. They glanced at the Tiger Fong captain Panya and the mixed youth who were already far away when the two of them were stalling the large amounts of monsters. Panya and the mixed youth were able to get away. Hurry, Go. Go. The white brute and the old veteran named Lu didn't dare to delay at all. Even without the monster horde, they couldn't go head-to-head with two high-level commander monsters, and there's a gigantic monster horde surrounding them. Hell. The two high-level commander-level lion mastiff leaders roared as they charged. Would they allow these two damned humans to get away? On the second floor of the ruined 6-story residential apartment, Luo Feng watched what was going on outside through the window silently. The white brute and the old veteran named Lu ran away, while the one-eyed middle-aged man, the bald brute, and Dong Zi were still bitterly charging out. Luo Feng let out a smile on his face. Now's the time. Two black throwing knives instantly flew out from the window towards the one-eyed middle-aged man and the bald brute in the horde of the lion mastiff monsters. It's better like this. If he fought out in the open, then the one-eyed middle-aged man who has reached the intermediate warlord level could put up a bit of a fight, but under this ambush, Pu. The brains of the one-eyed middle-aged man and the bald brute were instantly pierced and blew up like watermelons. Soon after, the two eerie black lights virtually instantly pierced through the head of the gunner Dong Zi, who was currently crazily shooting his machine gun. When the three of them died, they were filled with fear, question, and dissatisfaction. They didn't even know what killed them. Rumble. The three human corpses were instantly charged at by the large amounts of monsters. The lion mastiff and tiger mastiff monsters excitedly ripped apart their flesh. In the bathroom on the second floor, Luo Feng quietly watched the two lion mastiff leaders charge after the old veteran named Lu and the white brute. Out of the 6 members of the Tiger Feng squad, 5 of them are already dead. Good, all according to plan, even though I was the one behind this. There. Clueless Luo Feng was satisfied with what he has done so far, since he doesn't want to hurt that mixed youth. As long as you aren't dumb, you can figure out that the power behind the mixed youth is great. So Luo Feng didn't attack the members of the Tiger Feng squad when they were with the young master. However, because of the monster horde's attack, the 7 members of the squad split into 3. Running in front was the mixed youth and Panya, being chased by the 2 high-level commander monsters was the old veteran named Lu and the white brute, while the last section was the one-eyed middle-aged man and the others. Because the mixed youth, the old veteran named Lu, and the white brute ran far away already, they couldn't see what was going on with the one-eyed middle-aged man and the others at all, which was why Luo Feng chose that time to strike. However, the young master is probably in big trouble this time, Luo Feng thought to himself. However, suddenly, a blurry shadow of a human appeared in Luo Feng's field of vision. This human was carrying some type of staff-type weapon. With a flash, he covered a few 100 meters and charged straight into the monster horde. Rumble. A shocking blasting sound carried out, and the dozens of lion mastiffs and tiger mastiffs around Panya and the mixed youth instantly turned into piles of flesh. The speed that surpassed the speed of sound caused the blasting sound. The shadow moved again. It directly arrived in front of the 2 lion mastiff leaders. The 2 lion mastiff leaders immediately let out an astonished howl and, surprisingly, started to run away. Boom. The staff-type weapon harshly smashed onto the body of one of the lion mastiff leaders like lightning. The silver lion mastiff leader was launched up by around 20 meters, and all the scales on its body completely split open. Fresh blood sprayed around in the air, and while this lion mastiff was launched up by around 20 meters. Boom! The shadow instantly chased after the other lion mastiff leader and also gave it a ferocious smash. The lion mastiff leader was like a thrown bowling ball as it was launched away, and then smashed into the large amounts of lion mastiffs and tiger mastiffs. Behind it, the lion mastiffs that were near were directly shocked to death, while the other large amounts of lion mastiffs and tiger mastiffs were smashed away. As for the high-level commander-level lion mastiff leader, it rolled on the ground a few times and then stopped moving completely. Large amounts of blood came pouring from its nose and ears. Boom! And at this time, the lion mastiff leader that was launched high up into the air came crashing down onto the ground, not moving an inch. In an instant, 2 high-level commander-level monsters instantly dead. AOWU, all the lion mastiffs, tiger mastiffs, and some other low-level commander-level monsters were completely shocked. All of them wailed as they all started running away. Only at this time did the shadow start to take up more of a form. Luo Feng just saw what the guy looked like, a huge brute that was around 2-3 to 2-4 meters tall and a face that looked like it was sculpted. He wore a completely gray battle uniform and held a gigantic mace. One can't help but to shiver after seeing the spikes on that mace. Too messed up. Luo Feng looked at the 2 lifeless lion mastiff leaders' corpses and was completely stunned. He was so shocked that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This is a war god level fighter. It must be. I should be careful. If he finds me here, then there'll be trouble. Even the throwing knives that were originally shot out under Luo Feng's will dug into the ground. Luo Feng was too scared to retrieve them. Uncle Li, the mixed youth, came running over and thanked him repeatedly. Mr. Li. The old veteran named Liu and the white brute respectfully bowed. The large brute laughed as he looked at the mixed youth. Li Wei, when your dad received your SOS signal and found your location, there were 2 war gods nearby me and Brother Wang. He quickly contacted me first. Luckily, I wasn't too far away so I could make it in time. Uncle Wang is here too. The eyes of the mixed youth flashed with light. At this time, as if a wind blew past, a blurry shadow appeared in the vicinity. After stabilizing, a handsome person who seemed to be around 20 to 30 years old, wearing a blue battle uniform, appeared. Uncle Wang, the mixed youth yelled. Look at your shameful self, said the man as he slightly laughed. The white brute and the old veteran named Liu didn't dare to make a sound on the side, while the tiger fawn Captain Panya was looking around the area. When he saw that there were some battle uniforms, remains from corpses, and a machine gun lying on the ground, his eyes couldn't help but to turn red. Tiger Captain Panya couldn't help but to charge towards those battle uniforms and corpses. As he looked at the bloody remains, the tiger captain bitterly clenched his fists. Panya, they're already dead. What's the point in being sad? Lowly shouted the veteran named Liu. Oh, what's going on? The man named Wang smiled as he looked over, and the mixed youth immediately laughed as he explained. Uncle Wang, it's like this, my dad let me come out here to get some combat experience. Not only is old Liu and Ka Long protecting me, but a warlord-level fighter squad was also hired to protect me, in case we need more people. However, 5 out of the 6 members of their squad died, so he's the only one left. 6 of them, and 5 of them died. A deep voice carried out from the throat of the huge brute. Isn't this squad Just too weak. Mr. Lee, said the veteran named Lu respectfully, it's actually not because the Tiger Fong squad is too weak. Truthfully, in the past few days, when we left to give our young master some combat experience, the two squad members guarding our point encountered an attack by monsters and died right there, and this time, when we were resting on the 6th floor, we were also mysteriously attacked by a gigantic monster horde. Those three were weaker, so they died in the monster horde. The man named Wang slightly frowned. The huge brute also said in a confused tone, "What's going on?" It's very rare for a monster horde to attack a location where the fighters are hiding, and since this happened twice in a row, there's clearly something wrong. Someone's causing this behind your backs, said the man named Wang silently. It's probably someone who has a grudge against the Tiger Fong squad. Luo Feng was hiding in a bathroom on the 2nd floor of a residential apartment building. His breathing was already as weak as it could get, but Luo Feng, who didn't dare to make a sound, couldn't help but to be surprised after clearly hearing what that man named Wang said. This guy sure hit the mark. Someone with a grudge against the Tiger Fong squad. Panya walked over here. Uncle Wang, the mixed youth, also had a confused look on his face as he looked towards the man named Wang. Even though your dad has enemies, all of them are war gods. A war god wouldn't bother to come and kill a child like you. If that happens, then your dad will surely go mad and eradicate that person's entire family. The man named Wang smiled as he said, and also, if a war god wanted to kill you, you would be dead within your first day of leaving the headquarters city. The mixed youth nodded. Your dad did the right thing, Li Wei. The training you're undergoing is the best of the best. However, your current fighting strength is quite average. The man named Wang asked, how's your fitness level now? My fitness level counts as an intermediate warlord. However, I can only fight against most low-level commander-level monsters, answered the mixed youth. Average, very average, or you could say below average. The man named Wang said in a dissatisfied tone, man's intelligence is higher than monsters. A horde leader's intelligence is only roughly equal to a human's, so a true fighter should be able to fight against a monster that's the same level as him. A few messed up fighters can even fight against monsters above their level. Your fitness level is that of an intermediate warlords, and yet you can only fight against a beginner-level commander. You still lack lots of training. The mixed youth earnestly nodded his head. Your fitness level is good, which is why your mom and dad bothered to spend tons of money on you, said the man named Wang seriously. With your talent and your parents' support, there's a chance for you to step into the war god level within 10 years, so right now, you should seriously absorb some real battle experience. Only when you become a war god and enter the palace of war gods will people start to respect you and not treat you like a weak, spoiled child of a powerful man. Understood, Uncle Wang. The mixed youth clenched his teeth as he nodded. His father is a first-generation fighter, and his mother is one of the powerful war god fighters in one of the super families in the European Union. With his parents' genes, Li Wei is very talented even without entering the wilderness. After around 20 years, his fitness level has reached the intermediate warlord level. If his dad and mom spend large amounts of money, then it won't be hard for Li Wei to step into the war god level. Dare to ask you, senior, what is the palace of war gods? The tiger captain Panya, who didn't make a sound until now, couldn't help but to ask. Even the hiding Luo Feng couldn't help but to pay attention. Yeah, what exactly is the Palace of War Gods. Usually, people will only get contacted when they reach the advanced warlord level. The man named Wang glanced at him. Your skill is pretty good, so it's alright if I tell you in advance. The Palace of War Gods is a group formed by not only all the war god level fighters, but also all the existences that surpass the war god level in every headquarters city in all the 5 major countries on Earth. You can say that all the war gods on the entire Earth are part of the Palace of War Gods. And the strongest fighter Hong and Thunder God are the creators of the Palace of War Gods. It's a power made for us fighters, smiled the man named Wang. The Tiger Captain Panyo was flabbergasted. Even Luo Feng, who was hiding far away, was surprised. Holy shit, all the human war gods on Earth forming one power together, and Hong and Thunder God partnered up to create that group. Once this power is established, not even those powerful countries can do anything about it. The Palace of War Gods is the palace for fighters. The Palace of War Gods is the final fort for humanity's battle against monsters. The Palace of War Gods exists for 2 reasons. 1, to chase our limits as humans. 2, to eradicate the monsters on Earth, said the man named Wang as his eyes slightly flashed. The blood of all the people at the scene were boiling, including the old veteran named Lu He was excited, because he is at the advanced warlord level. Even though he's just 1 step away, due to his age, it will probably be hard for him to get any stronger. Even Luo Feng, who was hiding far away, was excited. Alright, Li Wei, you guys should hurry up and leave. The man named Wang smiled. Me and your Uncle Li have to get ready to go and fight that high-level horde leader level steel armored dragon. This operation is very dangerous, so you should get far away from here. It'll be better if you guys at least get to the highway outside the sector. Steel armored dragon. The mixed youth's eyes were wide open. Panya, the old veteran named Lu, and the white brute all took in a deep breath. Holy shit! Luo Feng, who was hiding far away, was also surprised. These 2 war gods sure are brave. A high-level horde leader level steel armored dragon. A horde leader's intelligence is roughly equal to a human's, and naturally, the fitness level of this horde leader monster is higher than a human of the same level. So, against a high-level horde leader monster, usually even an advanced level war god has to run. 2 war gods teaming against a high-level horde leader. Are they out of their minds? Haha, that steel-armored dragon just laid eggs recently, so it lost lots of its strength, smiled the man named Wang. This is the best chance. Laid eggs. The mixed youth and the others were surprised. Alright, hurry and leave. That steel-armored dragon is only 10 miles away from here. Once we take action, the large monster horde under its control will start moving and the surrounding area will get affected, so it's safer for you guys to leave Shanghai City and run to the highway, explained the man named Wang. All the horde leaders are intelligent and will have a huge monster horde under its control. Okay, understood, nodded the mixed youth. Then your nephew wishes Uncle Li and Uncle Wang good luck. Let's go. After the mixed youth's command, Panya and the others immediately swiftly left. They wouldn't dare not listen to a wargod's warning, so they all immediately ran outside the city. On the way, the mixed youth and the other 3 were completely astonished. Mr. Wang and Mr. Li sure are strong, hunting a high-level horde leader. Even if it's weaker after laying eggs, it's still a high-level horde leader. The Old veteran named Lu couldn't help but to say. Are these two people the legendary Shadow Blade brothers Shadow Blade Wang? Tong and Bear Strength Li Campagna couldn't help but to ask. Correct. The mixed youth proudly smiled. When my dad and mom were young, they were in the same squad as Uncle Wang and Uncle Li. That's a friendship to the death. The Tiger Captain Pan ya couldn't help but to be amazed. This is the background. His parents are war gods, so naturally, his parents have quite a few war god friends too. One day, I'm also going to become a war god and join the Palace of War Gods. Once I join the Palace of War Gods, I'll easily be able to make connections with other war gods. At that time, I'll also have my own gigantic network of war gods. Panya couldn't help but to look forward to. Yep, since I'm the only person left in the Tiger Fong squad, I'll go search for a more powerful fighter squad to join. And Luo Feng hid there without moving a hair. Voices carried from outside. Are you done dissecting? Let's go and prepare first. Our opponent this time is a steel-armored dragon. If it was a high-level silver moon wolf or black cloud tiger, then that'll be easy to deal with, but a steel-armored dragon's speed, defense, power, and toughness are all too extreme now that it laid eggs. This is our best chance to strike. After listening to this sound, it's clear that this is the voice of the man named Wang. And the huge brute's deep voice rang. Got it, Brother Wang. All right, depart. A slight sound of wind could be heard for a moment, and then nothing more. Luo Feng looked through the window and saw the area outside. The two of them were already nowhere to be seen. That Panya got lucky this time. Looks like I won't be able to kill him this time. Luo Feng was clear that, once the mixed youth and the others leave the 003 city sector, this time's hunt is over. Yup, can't risk it. Well, it'll just have to wait until the next time I encounter him in the wilderness. A flash of curiosity then appeared in Luo Feng's eyes. Two war gods hunting a high-level horde leader steel-armored dragon after it's been weakened after laying eggs, and it's 10 miles away. I must watch this battle. Luo Feng's heart itched. If he doesn't watch such an amazing battle, then he'll surely regret it. On the first floor of the trashed residential apartment, large corpses were laid out one by one with the scent of blood emanating away from them. Because of the killing from before, the monsters didn't dare to come close, causing this area to be silent for a short time. And Luo Feng suddenly bursted out from the second floor of that residential apartment, and the two throwing knives in the ground immediately flew back into Luo Feng's thigh pockets. Two war gods will, not long from now, fight against that high-level horde leader steel-armored dragon. I should hurry and get to a good spectating spot. Luo Feng glanced at the largest corpses, which were the two commander lion mastiffs, and shook his head as he sighed. The war gods sure dissected these two corpses cleanly. The two most important materials were taken away. Originally, Luo Feng wanted to get some benefits for himself. Luo Feng became a blurry shadow and swiftly headed south. The steel-armored dragon's nest is 10 miles away from here, which is that Family Mart. Then I'll pick a residential apartment 3 miles away from there. Luo Feng made his decision while he sprinted in this monster-infested city made out of concrete and steel. Even a spirit reader can't let his guard down. Sometimes he would sprint, and sometimes he would slow down to check around. Overall, he was still pretty fast. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng entered the 16th floor of a 18-story residential apartment building. Poochie. Two eerie black lights rotated as they landed into his thigh pockets. Luo Feng smiled as he lightly opened the door to a room on the 16th floor. The room was sealed shut, but the formless spiritual force easily opened the lock, causing the huge door to open. The door to this room was locked and wasn't destroyed. Looks like no fighter or monster came in here before in the past 30 to 40 years from the Grand Nirvana period until the present. Luo Feng entered and closed the door behind him. Indeed, all the objects in the room were orderly placed. A glass cabinet, a sofa, a marble table, and a 24-inch TV. All of these things are the style from before the Grand Nirvana period. Who? Luo Feng took off the wool blanket that was on the sofa. Since the skin of the sofa itself was cleaner, he took that blanket and immediately ran to the balcony and wiped the glass on the balcony, and then opened the glass window. What nice scenery. I'll stand here and try to take a good look at the monster nest ahead. Luo Feng threw the blanket aside and leaned on the railing as he looked at the area. 3 miles away from his position, he only saw smoke, which completely covered the family mart that acted as the nest for the monsters. The naked eye couldn't see past the smoke at all. However, with the daylight sun shining down, the naked eye could see much more clearly than usual. With his binoculars in hand, Luo Feng closely looked towards the area with smoke. At the smoke's border, large pig-type monsters could be seen. Some of them were laying on the ground, some of them were walking around, and some of them even seemed to be competing against each other as they rammed into each other over and over again. There's no commotion at all. Where are those 2 war gods? Luo Feng tried his best to observe the area, but he couldn't find the traces of those 2 war gods at all. While Luo Feng was searching for the 2 war gods in the room on the 12th floor of a residential apartment that was at a distance of around 500 meters away from Luo Feng, Wang Tong and the huge brute Li Kan sat cross-legged as they drank some water, replenishing the water in their bodies. Can the young, handsome-looking Wang Tong lightly sipped a bit of water. When we directly barge into the nucleus of that monster nest and directly go against that steel-armored dragon, of course, its 2 underlings, the 2 low-level horde leader flame scale, triple halberd boars, will definitely come to its aid. At that time, I'll leave those 2 flame scale, triple halberd boars to you, Can. Okay, answered the huge brute Li Kan in a low voice. He lightly waved his mace, as if it was as easy as waving a match. Flame scale triple halberd boar, rank 1 out of the pig-type monsters. Not good to mess with at all. Your mission is just to stall them, no need to kill them, seriously reminded the young, handsome Wang Tong. A steel-armored dragon and 2 flame scale, triple halberd boars. With this kind of combination, they absolutely have the authority to rule over the entire 003 city sector if it wasn't for the fact that the powerful steel armored dragon just laid eggs, causing it to dramatically decrease in power. Wang Tong wouldn't dare to charge in. Brotherly, I'm ready. The huge brute Li Kan stood up. Okay. Wang Tong also stood up and coldly watched the smoke-covered area far away. Go, let's depart. Whoosh whoosh. 2 human shadows directly jumped off of the 12th floor, and as if they were human-sized grasshoppers, directly crossed a distance of 100 meters, landing on another building. Using that building as a boost, the 2 of them immediately flew into the forest of steel and concrete, and the speed of both of them has long surpassed the speed of sound. Boom. When Luo Feng heard that sonic boom, he turned his head around and only saw 2 blurry images enter the smoke-covered area. They already went in so fast Luo Feng didn't dare to be careless and closely stared at the smoke-covered area. Hell! Roar! Enraged howls immediately rang from the smoke-covered area, as if the entire world was coming to an end, and the huge amounts of monsters outside of the smoke-covered area also immediately sprinted into the area, causing the earth to shake for a moment. They started fighting. Luo Feng could only stare at the smoke and guess, since he couldn't see what was going on inside at all. The family mart that was full of dust and had quite a bit of blood stains had no signs of human life, for this has already become the playground for monsters. Hell! A huge being that was covered in deep green scales was currently in deep sleep. As it lay in the family mart, two bloody-smelling smoke currents blew out of its nose, emanating around the area. The first and second floor of the entire supermarket had long been destroyed, causing the entire supermarket to be quite spacious. Just the first floor alone was around 7 to 8 meters tall. Suddenly, the enraged howls of monsters carried from outside. How this huge being slowly crawled up, its flaming red eyes could scare any human away. This is a being that is 5 meters tall and around 10 meters long, and its tail is also an astonishing 10 meters long. Its body seemed to be narrow and long, and there was one curved black horn on its forehead when it stood up. A green egg that was around 1 meter tall appeared under it. With just a movement from this green-scaled beast, it disappeared from the supermarket. This Family Mart supermarket is the nucleus of the monster horde. There was a sea of monsters surrounding it. Whoosh whoosh. The two human shadows were as fast as lightning, speedily jumping on the bodies of the monsters as they charged towards that Family Mart supermarket. Hurry, don't fight or you might get held back by this monster horde, shouted Wan Tong. Understood, Li Kan was trying hard to hold back his tyrannical temper. In front of the door to the Family Mart was a huge bloodthirsty tank monster, and there were also horned boars there too. The scales of each of these monsters were much shinier, and also seemed to be much more intricate than irregular monsters. There seemed to be some intelligence in the eyes of these huge monsters. Indeed, all these huge monsters, surpassing the count of 100, were all commander-level monsters. This is the nucleus of the entire horrifying monster horde. In front of the horde, made out of over 100 commander-level monsters, were two huge monsters that seemed to be on fire, causing one's heart to skip a beat. The bodies of these two monsters were full of flaming red scales, not a single other color. Their large heads especially stood out, having 3 huge curved horns pointing forwards. Flame-scale triple halberd boars. The race ranked 1 out of the pig type monsters. Even the weakest flame-scaled triple halberd boars were medium-level commanders, and these two were low-level horde leaders. Howl, a roar that shook the skies then followed. A blurry image appeared in front of the 2 flame-scaled triple halberd boars. After the image cleared up, it turned into a body that was just a bit shorter than the flame-scale triple halberd boars, a body that was full of deep green scales. 2 smoke currents angrily shot out of its nostrils, and its eyes were staring at the 2 humans coming to kill it. Scum! Dai Wang Tong roared as huge amounts of monsters charged at him, but Wang Tong brought a rain of blood along with him as large amounts of monster corpses came flying from the sky. The steel-armored dragon felt like the 2 humans in front of him were powerful, and it turned back and looked inside the interior of the supermarket. Its dragon egg was still there. If they battle here. The battle between an advanced level war god and a high level horde leader. If the dragon egg gets affected, it'll easily break. Howl, the steel-armored dragon, let out a deep roar and suddenly flew. Outside when it sprinted, it even caused a sonic boom. I knew this would happen. Wang Tong and Li Qian were extremely happy as they saw this. They have guessed long ago that because of the dragon egg that the steel-armored dragon laid, it would probably give up on fighting in the old nest this way, without being restricted by huge amounts of monsters. The chances of Wang Tong and Li Qian's victory will increase by quite a bit. Boom boom. Wang Tong and Li Qian also instantly reached the speed of sound as they chased after it. Boom boom, the two low-level horde leader flame-scaled triple halberd boars too reached the speed of sound as they chased after. As for the commander-level monsters, only around 30 of them chased after the other elite commander-level monsters were guarding the area, protecting their leader's nest. Out of these 100 commander-level monsters, there were around 30 high-level commander-level monsters with such a team. Even a war god can't instantly charge inside. On the high building, Luo Feng was standing on the balcony as he watched with his binoculars. He saw an image, 2 images, and then 2 more images, all connected as they charged out of the smoke-covered area. Haha, they actually came out to battle. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. HMHM. They're all horde leader and war god level. Also, I never translated the volume names since I didn't look at them, so here they are. Volumes 1-4 are sub-volumes of a bigger volume called Awakening in the Night. Volume 1 Awakening in the Deep Night. Volume 2 Fighter. Volume 3 9-Stage Thunderblade. Volume 4 Astronomical Reward. Dragon, whether for Westerners or Easterners, is a very respected and special name. Before the Grand Nirvana period, no type of wild beast had the right to be called a dragon. And after the Grand Nirvana period, after all the beast genes mutated, all sorts of unique, horrifying monsters were born. The pig-type monsters have many categories. The dog-type monsters have many categories. Cat-type monsters, rat-type monsters, gecko-type monsters, wolf-type, tiger-type, snake-type, eagle-type, bear-type. Each type has quite the number of species. Other than these, there are some extremely special and rare monsters no one knows how they came to be or what they evolved from. They were probably monsters that were born under extremely special conditions. These monsters will have some unique names. According to their strength, humanity will bestow upon them different names. Steel-armored dragon, this is one of the special dragon species. Because its speed, power, defense, knowledge, body structure, etc. are almost perfect, the humans have called it the steel-armored dragon, giving it the title of dragon. To be able to receive such a name, one can imagine how powerful and horrifying the steel-armored dragon is. Howl, the steel-armored dragon's tail, which was practically longer than its body, was swiftly waving around, causing a dark green, hazy image to appear. The steel-armored dragon's body was crazily headed towards Shadowblade Wang Tong. Because of the steel-armored dragon's attack, the asphalt sidewalk directly split open. Rumble. Wang Tong and the steel-armored dragon, 1 human and 1 monsters, first rammed into one of the residential apartments. The concrete wall of that residential apartment, like tofu, split open with a brutal sweep from the steel-armored dragon's tail. All the walls and pillars of the building came tumbling down. Rumble, the entire residential building fell, causing dust to fill the sky. Hoo-hoo. Wang Tong's body was like a wave of soft wind, each of his lightning fast. Movements had the taste of wind in them, the rhythm was clearly free even. Though the steel-armored dragon's attack was astonishingly quick and strong. Enough to cause a shocking shockwave, none of them were able to injure Wang Tong at all, and some of the scales of this steel-armored dragon split into two. Who would have known that even after laying eggs, this steel-armored dragon is still this powerful? Wang Tong was extremely anxious. Since I'm a human, my body can't take as much of an impact as the steel-armored dragon can. The saying goes that if you always defend, you're sure to lose. I can dodge to the side for a time, but I can't continue this forever. However, with its defensive capabilities, unless I hit its weak spot, just one or two broken scales wouldn't affect it at all. Wang Tong frowned. No chances. Looks like I have to risk it and make my own chances. Too messed up. Luo Feng, who was spectating on the balcony of a tall building from far away, couldn't contain his excitement as he watched the two war gods, Wang Tong and Li Can, battle against the three commander-level monsters. All the concrete sidewalks, asphalt roads, commercial buildings, and even buildings that were over 10 stories tall that got in their way could only split open or fall. None of them could block their battle, and a falling building that's over 10 stories tall couldn't even hurt a hair on their bodies. It is said that the bodies of Horde leader-level monsters are even tougher than Diamond, and that even guided missiles can't harm them. Looks like they weren't lying. When the buildings that were over 10 stories high fell, even if some of them smashed against the steel-armored dragon, a shake of the steel-armored dragon's tail was enough to directly smash apart the falling concrete, exposing the reinforced steel within. After throwing them up, the scales of the steel-armored dragon weren't even scathed at all. Easy and relaxed, the speed of the Horde leader monster and the human wargods movements all surpassed the speed of sound. Well, this is a high-level Horde leader monster, and not a normal one, but a steel-armored dragon. This is way more powerful than the black-crowned golden eagle that I saw on TV a while ago. As Luo Feng watched, his blood boiled. Sadly, the exchange of blows between them are just too fast. I can't even see them clearly. Luo Feng could only see the terrifying destructive power caused by the fight between both sides. Hell! Roar! Along with the monstrous, enraged roars came over 10 million monsters under the lead of around 30 commander-level monsters that covered the entire ground. As they came charging, for a time, the entire ground was shaking. The two flame-scaled triple halberd boars that were currently cooperating as they fought against the huge brute, Li Can, immediately let out some excited, sky-shaking roars. That huge brute named Li Sure is strong. Luo Feng was spectating from the balcony and looked at the scene below that seemed like the world was ending. That mace is powerful and his dodging is extremely quick. It's absolutely the Ruwei class dodging technique, and he's very experienced with it. He's able to use every single part of the surroundings. He's even able to use the monsters charging at him. This control over the battlefield is way above me. Luo Feng critiqued and at the same time absorbed experience. Even though he's also Ruwei class, he still isn't able to perfectly use every part of the surrounding area to assist him in a battle to the death. And that guy named Wang is even stronger. Luo Feng's amazement showed through his eyes. His technique not only does it far surpass the Ruwei class, but it also surpasses the huge brute named Lee's ability to control the surrounding it has reached a natural level with its own will. His body is just like the wind for technique, he's definitely a master. Even though Luo Feng's technique is superb, there's still an obvious difference when compared to these two war gods. Actually, Luo Feng didn't know exactly who these two were. Shadowblade Wang Tong, an advanced war god that is famous around the world. His best partner, Bear Strength Li Kan, is an intermediate war god whose speciality lies within his strength. His strength could be compared to an advanced level war gods. These two people have gone through huge amounts of battles to the death and are the absolute elite of this world, so they have huge amounts of experience, which is why their technique was so superb. The man named Wang is injured. No, wait, it was a trick. The steel-armored dragon's head is injured now. Luo Feng's eyes were wide open as he observed through the binoculars in hand. The entire monster horde is enraged, even those two flame-scaled triple halberd boars are enraged too. Wait, even though that steel-armored dragon is heavily injured, it's even more enraged than before. That man named Wang is trying his best to dodge out of the way. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Oh yeah, that man named Wang is trying to avoid this steel-armored dragon spirit. This war god sure is cruel, and his blade sure is fast. Luo Feng realized that the man named Wang desperately tried to control the rhythm of the battle, but even though the steel-armored dragon has been weakened from laying an egg, its body structure was still way above this Wang Tong. Rhythm, yes, control the rhythm of the battle. If this goes on, then maybe the man named Wang can actually kill that steel-armored dragon. At that time, maybe they'll even get the steel-armored dragon's dragon egg, an egg that can give birth to the unique species steel-armored dragon. That sure is worth a lot. Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Dragon egg. Steel-armored dragon, the two flame-scaled triple halberd boars, these three horde leaders have all come out. The two war gods are here too, which also means since there's no horde leader monster at the monster nest, I would have a chance to enter the nest and steal the dragon egg. Luo Feng could only hear his heart go thump thump, as if it was about to burst out his chest. His heartbeat was like the beat of a drum. Excitement, nervousness. Luo Feng wasn't planning to steal the dragon egg before he thought that once the two war gods head over there, they'll be fighting against the three horde leader-level monsters at the old nest. If that happens, then if he goes, he'll just be flying towards his death. However, the situation now is different. For brother to truly stand up from his wheelchair and walk under the sunlight like a normal person, he would need an elixir of life. This elixir of life is worth at least 30 billion unless I become a war god. Then, at this rate, it'll take a super long time for me to earn that much money. Stealing this dragon egg away is the perfect chance. Once this thought appeared in Luo Feng's mind, he couldn't contain himself anymore. The price of a dragon egg is beyond high, since the corpse of a dragon isn't too hard to get, but a dragon egg is, since receiving the news of a dragon laying an egg is extremely difficult, and the monsters that have received the title of dragon are extremely proud. Once they think they might die, they would rather destroy the egg than allow it to fall into human hands. Because of this, the amount of dragon eggs that humans have got around the world is extremely low. Naturally, the price would also be high. Even though that family mart is a monster nest and there are huge amounts of monsters stationed there, no horde leader monsters are there right now. If I fail, Then I'll just escape. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. I'll go for it if I succeed, then I'll earn a ton. Instead of continuing to spectate, Luo Feng immediately jumped off of the balcony on the 16th floor and headed towards the ground like an arrow. While Luo Feng headed towards the nest of the monsters, Jiangnan City that was around 1,000 miles away, was still in a time of peace. This was where humanity's peaceful land was. Yangzhou City, Mingyu Sector. A blizzard last night caused the entire sector to be filled with snowy group of kids happily made some snowmen and fought in snowball fights. A couple old people were also slowly and freely taking a walk inside the sector. The streets outside of the sector were filled with manly sports cars and coupes with beautiful curves, sometimes an extravagant car with flying capabilities could be seen flying by. Chingu and his wife sat on a clean stone bench as they watched their children make snowmen not too far away. The headquarters cities are definitely a better place to be in. Chingu couldn't help but to sigh. They are good, since the wilderness is filled with monsters. Only fighters can go out there. I say, old Chen, when are you going to retire from your fighter squad? Chingu's wife on the side said sadly, you've been giving it your all for all these years. It's about time you take a break and enjoy life. Chingu looked at his wife, and then looked at his son at a distance. My wife, I can't keep thinking about retiring. Our Firehammer squad is currently in a period of rapid growth, and I want to fight with my old brothers for a bit more. Maybe after another 1.5 years, my strength won't be able to keep up with the squads, and at that time, the squad is probably going to recruit new members. When that happens, I'll retire. Chingu was clear. Besides Luo Feng, the members of the Firehammer squad were quite old, with Luo Feng's astonishing rate of improvement after another 1.5 years. Chen Ji, Wei Qin, and Wei Tai probably can't keep up, so it'll be normal for them to retire. I heard from Luo Feng's parents that Luo Feng still hasn't returned. Is he still in the wilderness? Asked Chingu's wife. Yeah, Chingu nodded. Isn't he trying too hard? Chingu's wife couldn't help but to sigh. He should know when to stop, and the headquarters city is so peaceful and comfortable. The headquarters city is comfortable, and it's free from the threat of monsters. Today's technology brings mankind various types of comfort. As for the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere. What do you understand? If everyone just wanted to enjoy themselves, then how would mankind fight against monsters? Chingu couldn't help but to scold. It is because of the efforts of countless scientists and their painstaking work. And, more importantly, the power of the war god fighters, and even the existences beyond the war gods. Because of them, humans can peacefully live in headquarters cities. A headquarters city and the wilderness are practically two different worlds. One is a comfortable, peaceful world. One is a bloody world where danger lurks in all corners. In the wilderness, only the absolute elite, the fighters, can venture there. Oh yeah, my wife, when Luo Feng's parents ask you again, you just tell them Luo Feng will be back soon, said Chingu. I understand. Chingu's wife nodded. Unlike the atmosphere of the headquarters city, a peak showdown was going on, with 2 war gods and 3 horde leaders in the northern outskirts of 003 city, a city with practically the largest amount of monsters in all of Europe and Asia. I need to increase my speed. Otherwise, if the monster horde leaders achieve victory and return to the nest, I'll have no chance at all. If the human war gods achieve victory, then I'll still have no chance if they go to the monster's nest, Luo Feng was speedily moving forward. My only chance is this small timing where they're fighting against each other. Luo Feng, who was supported by his family and friends in the headquarters city, was now using all of his power to race through the city that was densely packed with monsters. Luo Feng quickly entered the smoke-covered area. Luo Feng gasped and dashed into the 5th floor of a 6-story residential building. From the window and through the smoke ahead, tons and tons of all types of monsters were densely packed on the streets. Even some shops, residential buildings, offices, etc. were densely packed with large amounts of monsters. With the supermarket as its core, the smoke-covered area was filled with monsters. What should I do? Luo Feng frowned. The monsters are too densely packed. I have practically no chance of entering without attracting any attention. Even the two great war gods Wang Tong and Li Kan can't enter this densely packed area without attracting any attention. They can only choose to barge in with force. If war gods can't sneak in, then if I try, I'll die for sure. Looks like there's only one way. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. Luo Feng's biggest advantage, compared to the war gods, is flight. Ka. Luo Feng unbuckled the hexagonal shield on his back and, under the control of his spiritual force, the shield hovered in front of Luo Feng. Flying into the nest of the monsters. Exciting. Luo Feng leaped onto the hexagonal shield, which just hovered around half a meter away from the ground. Go! Whoosh! The hexagonal shield shot out of the window with astonishing speed. When Luo Feng controls a knife, he can make it surpass the speed of a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. However, the weight of the shield added with Luo Feng's weight is a bit much, but with Luo Feng's powerful spiritual force, he can still make the hexagonal shield travel at near the speed of sound. However, I can't fly too quickly, or else the sonic boom would be too loud and therefore attract the monster's attention. Luo Feng stood on his shield as he flew around 50 meters above the ground. Since the smoke was thick, the field of vision of both humans and monsters was small. Because of that, Luo Feng wasn't discovered. The smoke sure has helped me out a lot. Just like this. Even though the monsters were all over the ground, the shops, the residential apartments, and the offices, the monsters under the steel-armored dragons command were all land monsters and not flying ones, so none of them could fly that, and the small field of vision prevented the monsters from discovering Luo Feng. Family Mart. Luo Feng, who was in midair, barely found the short building that took up a lot of space. The entire Family Mart had 5 stories according to the original design. The first and second floors were part of the supermarket as for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, they were used for larger home appliances, etc. Of course, after dozens of years, these goods are unrecognizable after being ruined by monsters. But the 5-story building was practically the same as it was when it was built. Luo Feng took out the binoculars from his bag and carefully observed. Even though there was a lot of smoke, looking through the binoculars was still clearly more effective than using the naked eye through the window that has long been shattered. A few monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the Family Mart could be seen. Strangely enough, there weren't any monsters on the 1st and 2nd floor. And there were huge amounts of monsters everywhere in the surrounding area near the supermarket. The intellect of the horde leader is extremely high, like a human's Luo Feng thought to himself, if I was the horde leader, then I would certainly wish that my underlings would be restricted from coming to the place I was living at, so the first and second floor is most likely where the horde leader, steel-armored dragon, lives. As for the third, fourth, and fifth floor, his elite forces should be the only ones that have the right to live there. I guess they're commander level. Luo Feng carefully observed from above the 5-story supermarket. He even circled around the supermarket and examined this monster nest from all directions. Without absolute certainty, Luo Feng wouldn't dare to barge into this monster nest. This is... Luo Feng was in midair, holding his binoculars as he observed the ground below him. This pair of binoculars was especially made for fighters. It was expensive, but at the same time also very effective. Luo Feng could barely see the monsters standing in front of the front door of the supermarket. These monsters were all huge and had slick fur and detailed scales. Medium-level commanders. This one is a medium-level commander, high-level commander, medium-level commander, high-level commander, medium-level commander, high-level commander. Luo Feng continuously differentiated. After differentiating 52 monsters, Luo Feng stopped looking at the other half of them. Out of these 52 monsters, there are 32 medium-level commanders and 20 high-level commanders, not even one low-level commander. There are probably near 100 commander-level monsters in this horde. Stationed at the front of the monster nest, I estimate that there's around 60 to 70 medium-level commanders and 30 to 40 high-level commanders. Luo Feng speculated as he gave out some numbers, and couldn't help but to be surprised. Holy shit! This monster nest, besides the huge amounts of monsters outside, even has this commander squad, and there are 30 to 40 high-level commanders. If it's a beginner-level war god, he'll probably flee. If he fights, he'll most likely die. An intermediate-level war god might have a chance. An advanced-level war god probably can rush through the defense of this commander squad. What should I do? There are monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. And there are countless amounts of monsters surrounding the supermarket, and there's even a commander squad in front of the front door. How can I get in? How can I, under the condition of not attracting their attention, steal that steel-armored dragon's dragon egg away? Luo Feng speedily thought to himself, while he stood on his hexagonal shield in midair in the smoke-filled air. The supermarket was square-shaped and had an open space. That space was originally made for customers to leave their cars and to allow more customers to enter the supermarket. Before the Grand Nirvana period, there were over 100 million people living in the surroundings, and that's not including potential customers who visited from other areas. However, in the present day, the open space was filled with countless monsters. How can I enter the steel-armored dragon's nest and steal the dragon egg away? Should I rush as fast as I can through the 1st or 2nd floor's window? Luo Feng, still in midair, watched the densely packed monster horde below. With all these monsters, quite a few of them would see me rush in, and then it'll be over. I should go down first. Staying in midair like this uses up quite a bit of spiritual force. Luo Feng flew above the center of the supermarket. The supermarket took up a huge amount of area. Likewise, the area of the roof was just as astonishing, and it was completely empty, not a single monster in sight. This isn't surprising, since even the monsters enforce their levels. Horde leader, commander, soldier. With the supermarket acting as the core of the monster's nest, the monsters living here are also the ones with the highest position in the monster horde, either commander level or horde leader level. These monsters don't like dealing with the weather, so most of them lived on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floor. As for the steel-armored dragon, it had the 1st and 2nd floor all to itself. The 2 low-level horde leader flame-scaled triple halberd boars lived in a commercial building right beside the supermarket, around 100 meters away. Only the countless regular monsters have to deal with the rain and wind as they stay in the open space, and whether a horde leader monster or a commander monster, they naturally wouldn't allow those regular monsters to enter the core area, which is why there wasn't a single monster on the roof. Whoosh! Directly descending from the sky, Luo Feng flew down to the middle area of the roof. The monsters in the open space were all quite far from Luo Feng, so they didn't discover him. How am I supposed to enter the 1st and 2nd floor? Luo Feng stooped on the roof. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors are probably all filled with the elite of the monsters. The open space of the supermarket is also filled with countless monsters. How am I supposed to get in? All the plans Luo Feng formulated were rejected in his mind clearly. The nest of the steel-armored dragon was like a steel wall, extremely difficult to barge into. Rumble. The battle between the 2 war gods and the 3 horde leader monsters made it seem like the sky was shaking and the ground was shattering. Countless howls of monsters quickly followed after a roar and the sound of a building falling carried over. And Luo Feng was still stooped as he thought to himself. That's it. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. The supermarket has 5 floors above the ground, but with the underground parking lot, there's 6 floors in total. These kinds of supermarkets all have elevators, and there should be 2 of them. One of them is open to the customers, while the other one is used to transport the supermarket's goods. This elevator well is a direct passage. As long as I can find this elevator passage, then I can directly fall to the 1st and 2nd floors in a breath. Of course, the elevator well could have been destroyed by monsters already. But since the elevator well is so small, and the monsters don't want to destroy the infrastructure of this supermarket, then the tiny elevator well in the side of the supermarket should have a huge chance of surviving. Furthermore, the supermarket has 2 elevator wells, one for the customer elevator and the other for the freight elevator. The elevator well. Luo Feng started searching on the roof near the sides of building. The method for searching was quite simple. Luo Feng extended his spiritual force through the stairs of the roof and searched through the infrastructure below. Of course, only spirit readers can use this method. Luo Feng was extremely careful as he was virtually crawling across the roof, afraid of being caught by the huge amounts of monsters below. Found it. Luo Feng let out a face of happiness. Yes, extend, extend. Downwards. 4th floor, 3rd floor. Luo Feng kept extending his spiritual force downwards as he investigated the infrastructure of the elevator well. The entire well wasn't damaged too much, since the monsters apparently protected this supermarket quite well. This is their home after all. Chi. 2 black throwing knives started hovering and lightly drew a circle on the roof. This 9th series throwing knives was way tougher than diamond, so, as if it was cutting through tofu, it quickly cut out a circular hole in the roof. That stone circle, affected by Luo Feng's spiritual force, started hovering and then softly landed on the side, making no sound at all. Luo Feng lowered his head as he looked down. This elevator, well, yup. Seems like it's a bit bent at the third floor's elevator door, but overall, it hasn't changed much. Luo Feng let out a smile. The hexagonal shield started hovering beside him, and Luo Feng stepped onto it. Go down. The hexagonal shield slowly descended, making no sound at all. 5th floor, 4th floor, 3rd floor. The steel wires and the steel elevator door could all be seen, but have long been covered by dust. It has been far too long since the last person has used them. This is where the 1st floor is. Luo Feng hovered in front of one of the elevator doors. The elevator door was sealed shut, and with a heartbeat, 2 throwing knives immediately stuck into the gap between the shut elevator doors. They then lightly pushed towards both directions. Chi. Perhaps because the elevator door hasn't been opened for too long, but it actually made a sound at a time like this, frightening Luo Feng. I'm inside the supermarket and there aren't any monsters on the 1st and 2nd floor. If the sound was extremely quiet, then the monster squad outside shouldn't be able to hear it. Luo Feng took a deep breath and extremely slowly opened the elevator door. Since he opened it slowly, the sound the doors made was also very small. When the elevator doors were halfway opened, thanks to his spiritual force, Luo Feng easily used his understanding of the elevator's door structure to bend the steel and jam the elevator door. Done. Luo Feng continued to hold his breath, not daring to relax even the slightest bit. He lightly moved forward and stepped on the ground, his hovering shield then immediately dropped beside him, and the 2 buckles on his back, with his spiritual force, naturally sealed the shield in place. This place smells so bad. A thick, nasty odor emanated around the 1st floor. After breathing a bit of this smell, Luo Feng's body started to become uncomfortable. Where's that steel-armored dragon's dragon egg? Luo Feng carefully moved forward, his spiritual force used on his body, shield, and combat gear to cause his body to become as light as a swallow. Each of his steps were light and made no sound. Luo Feng raised his head and looked above. The ceiling between the 1st and 2nd floor was basically entirely broken. Only the framework of the supermarket on the side wasn't broken. All the broken, old stalls and rotten food have been pushed to the sides. Sometimes, Luo Feng's road is blocked, so he has to use his spiritual force to lightly make a path. The steel-armored dragon would probably live in the center of the supermarket, since that's the most spacious area. Luo Feng directly headed towards the center. Slowly, Luo Feng started to see an oval-shaped ball. The dragon egg. Luo Feng held his breath and slowly moved forward. The monster howls from outside the supermarket carried in, causing Luo Feng to be even more careful. Each of his steps were as light can be. This place smells even more. The closer Luo Feng got to the oval-shaped ball, the more apparent the odor became. I guess the steel-armored dragon is usually there, and this odor is caused by the steel-armored dragon's body. Quickly, Luo Feng arrived at a distance of around 10 meters away from the dragon egg and was already able to clearly see the dragon egg. This was a dragon egg that was around 1 meter tall. The egg shell was blue, and there were some light lines on it. The dragon egg of the steel-armored dragon. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He was already in grasping distance of the egg. But who knows what kind of traps the steel-armored dragon could have put around The dragon egg to stop others from stealing it. However, since the dragon egg is alive, my spiritual force probably can't move it with a thought. Luo Feng's 6 throwing knives flew over and cut open an oval shape in the ground below the dragon egg and lightly dragged the entire egg, like an iron ring, dragging the dragon egg. Just in case, the blunt side of the knives carried the dragon egg. Dragon egg, come Luo Feng already opened his bag and started to open the bag. One layer at a time, he opened half of the bag. The entire bag can store an object as large as a person. The steel-armored dragon's dragon egg slowly flew over. The filthy odor emanated in the spacious first floor of the supermarket. The steel-armored dragon's green, oval-shaped dragon egg was currently surrounded by 6 throwing knives, and was being dragged into the bag. After that, the 6 throwing knives swiftly returned to Luo Feng's thigh pockets. Luo Feng tightened his bag and immediately secured the dragon egg in the innermost area of the bag. I've earned a ton, now I gotta go now. Luo Feng carried his bulging bag and prepared to leave, but right when he turned around, what's that? Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Feng noticed some things laid out on the ground, not too far away from him. Since this is where the steel-armored dragon sleeps, it would probably sweep away the things that are distracting to him. Stuff like refrigerators and broken goods have already been swept to the side ages ago. The ground was empty. But on the empty ground, there were a few things that were placed not too far from the egg. One could guess that the steel-armored dragon probably looked at these things every day. Why would the steel-armored dragon put these things in its field of vision? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly headed over. As he moved forward, Luo Feng's heart started beating faster and faster. Could it be? Could it actually be? When Luo Feng arrived at around 3 meters in front of the goods, he became so excited that he couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but to tightly clench his fists. It really is, now I've really earned a lot, a ton. What was in front of Luo Feng was an entire armor set, alloyed battle boots, a uniform, etc. At the same time, there was also a sheathed sharp blade in the sheath of the armor. The material the armor was made out of was pure black. This utter darkness caused one to inadvertently hold their breath, and the detail on that sheathed blade was way more intricate than Luo Feng's ghost blade. There's no doubt that this is the armor and weapon of a war god. Luo Feng was extremely excited. A glance is all that is needed to tell that this uniform is very special. That blade, who knows how many times more powerful it is compared to mine. And this is a human's armor set, and yet the steel-armored dragon collected it. Perhaps killing the owner of these items is one of the things that the steel-armored dragon takes pride in. Luo Feng was easily able to figure the situation out, since horde leaders have an intelligence level comparable to a humans, and sometimes war gods can't defeat the monster horde leaders. However, the escaping ability of the human war gods is extremely high. In the entire country of China, the fall of a war god is an extremely rare sight. Every time a war god from their respective country falls, the entire country holds a memorial, which is broadcasted live. One could imagine just how difficult it would be for a horde leader to kill a war god. So a war god's old gear is also an extremely rare sight in the wilderness. If this gear can make the steel-armored dragon so proud enough to collect this uniform set, then this human war god must be extremely powerful. And this uniform set has also went through a battle with a high-level horde leader, and yet it's barely damaged. The quality of this uniform must be Excellent, at least a 9th series Luo Feng, quickly extrapolated. According to the market price, an entire Q series battle uniform's full price is 12 billion Chinese dollars. So the half price put in place by the limit Hong would be 6 billion Chinese dollars. A second-hand battle uniform probably can't sell for 6 billion, however, it's still possible to sell it for 2 to 3 billion. And this is using the price for a 9th series uniform. If this battle uniform is rank SS, Luo Feng could feel his blood boiling. 1st series to 9th series are respectively divided into the grades H grade, G grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, and S grade. These 9 grades, a 9th series weapon and uniform would be an S grade weapon and uniform. And above the S grade is the SS grade. A SS grade battle uniform can defend against many SS Emperor level monsters. Attacks as for the Horde leaders, they definitely are not able to destroy a SS grade battle uniform. If it's the SS grade that's even more valuable than the 9th series, then that'll be an astronomical price. Luo Feng was extremely excited. 9th series S grade battle uniform set, full price, 12 billion. And a SS grade battle uniform set, its full price is an astonishing 120 billion. Definitely not a price that an average person or power could afford to buy. Know that this battle uniform can defend against the bites and attacks of many Emperor level monsters. The level difference between an Emperor level monster and a Horde leader monster is extremely shocking. An Emperor level monster can sweep the floor with a group of Horde leader monsters' absolute domination. As for the existences that surpass the War God level like Hong and Thunder God, they also can decimate other War God level humans. Naturally, the price of some SS grade gear would be much higher than the S grade. The full price of an SS grade uniform set is 120 billion, so even its half price would be 60 billion. If, just if, this is a SS grade uniform set, then even though it's second hand and can't be sold for 60 billion, it's still possible for it to be sold for 20 to 30 billion. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Perhaps my earnings this time would be able to earn enough money to buy my brother an elixir of life. Of course, whether or not this battle uniform set is actually SS grade, even Luo Feng doesn't know. But it's at least a 9th series S grade for sure, so it could also be SS grade. Even though all of this has been said, in reality, all of these thoughts passed through his mind in an instant when Luo Feng walked up to this battle uniform set and blade. Without delay, he immediately opened his bag. If it's SS grade, then it'll be worth much more than the Dragon Egg. Luo Feng swiftly controlled his spiritual force and moved the battle uniform, alloyed boots, arm guards, blade, etc. into his bag. The commander monsters in front of the gigantic supermarket were patrolling the premises. A few dozen commanders were in front of the main gate. Occasionally, they would turn back their heads to look into the supermarket. Through the huge main door, with the commander monster's eyesight, they could barely see the shape of the oval-shaped dragon egg. Protect the dragon egg. This is the task that their leader, the steel-armored dragon, has entrusted to this commander monster squad. This is also why this monster squad didn't follow to join the battle against the 2 human war gods. One of the high-level commanders, the bloodthirsty tank, was laying there. His gigantic body was like a hill, and it randomly and slowly turned its head towards the supermarket's interior. It doesn't even know how many times it has repeated this action, and in the past, the blurry image of the dragon egg was easily seen. But this time, boom! The bloodthirsty tank ferociously stood up, its huge eyes opened wide. As if they were about to roll out their sockets, it then immediately let out an anxious roar. How the ear-piercing, enraged roar immediately rang around the area. The other commander-level monsters in front of the main gate of the supermarket then turned their heads and looked towards the dragon eggs location in the supermarket, and let out enraged roars one by one. At the same time, all of the commander-level monsters, whether the ones patrolling outside, the ones in front of the supermarket door, or even the ones resting on the third, fourth, and fifth floors in the supermarket, all roared as they rushed together towards the first floor. Huge holes were smashed in the ceilings and walls. For a time, the entire 5-story supermarket was rumbling, as if it was about to fall over. Far away, the steel-armored dragon and the 2 flame-scaled triple halberd boars were still battling against the 2 human war gods, Wang Tong and Li Kan. At this time, the scales on the steel-armored dragon's head were split apart and one of its eyes was blinded. There were also some signs of blood on Wang Tong, but he was in much better condition than the steel-armored dragon. Howl! A roar carried from the direction of the supermarket. The steel-armored dragon's only eye basically instantly turned crimson red. Roar! The ear-piercing howl immediately split the sky. The sound formed a visible shockwave that crazily swept around the area. The surrounding concrete floor instantly shattered, and even the steel beams broke apart, causing a huge amount of dust to lift up. This enraged howl virtually rang across the entire 003 city. Not good. Wang Tong's face dramatically changed. Enraged. This steel-armored dragon is enraged. Roar! The steel-armored dragon's roar started to become hoarse. One could feel from this roar the flame of anger that won't subside even if drenched in the 3 major oceans. The steel-armored dragon's speed instantly accelerated to a level never seen before. It didn't even worry whether or not its body could handle it, and just headed towards the Family Mart supermarket. The horrifying sonic boom caused the ground, buildings, etc. to burst open, throwing pebbles all around. When Luo Feng was swiftly putting the battle uniform set and the other objects into his bag, an enraged howl carried from outside the supermarket following. That roar were the roars of all the commander-level monsters, causing Luo Feng to jump. What's going on? Luo Feng hesitated. He was pretty sure he made no sound at all. The ceiling above and the walls on the eastern, western, southern, and northern sides all burst open, causing gigantic holes to appear, and from these holes came charging the enraged commander-level monsters. Protecting the dragon egg was the biggest task handed to them from their leader, the steel-armored dragon. The dragon egg is also the life of the steel-armored dragon. No matter what, and no matter what they have to sacrifice, the dragon egg must be protected. Fuck, I've been found. Run! Luo Feng didn't feel any emotion from stealing the dragon egg. Humans and monsters, this is the war between the 2 monsters. Want to obliterate humanity, while humanity wants to wipe the monsters off the face of the earth. To make the monsters sad and enraged is a good thing. Luo Feng instantly accelerated to his maximum speed and headed towards the elevator well. The gigantic commander-level monsters that charged into the supermarket immediately chased after, since the elevator door has been long jammed by Luo Feng. He was able to instantly rush into the elevator well. Escape. Luo Feng immediately soared through the air. Luo Feng only felt that the entire supermarket was about to crumble after a sound. The elevator well was directly blown up several commander level. Monsters destroyed the elevator well from inside and outside the supermarket. At the exact same time, the monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor immediately came rushing over. Not good. Luo Feng immediately stepped onto the wall and, like a bolt of lightning, rushed up the elevator well and towards the sky outside. As long as he can get to the sky, he can escape. But right when Luo Feng got out, he saw tons of commander-level monsters rushing towards him. The monster horde comprised of regular soldier-level monsters didn't act much. Only commander-level monsters came rushing over from all sorts of places. The weakest monster in the monster squad is a medium-level commander, and more low-level commanders were spread out in the monster horde, since they were usually leading their own group of monsters. And at this instant, even all of those commanders came chasing after him. All of them jumped, and each of them were capable of jumping over 10 meters high. As for the monsters in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, they charged up to the roof, blocking Luo Feng's entire upper entrance. Above, below, surrounded on all sides. As for the steel-armored dragon, whose speed has long surpassed the speed of sound, it was charging faster than its roar could spread out. With a blurry shadow that laid waste to all in its path, it charged into the smoke-filled area in only a few short seconds. The enraged, crimson-eyed steel-armored dragon will arrive at the Family Mart supermarket. Still going to use this note thing I used before for now, lol. The site is still being polished, but fear not, for the story and translation quality is still the same. And to those who are still confused, the user Translationations is the admin of the site, which is not me, as you can see. I'm still Zebulon. Well, hope you have enjoyed what you just read, for it should only get better from now on. The roars of hundreds of commander-level monsters rang into the sky at this moment. Over 100 commander-level monsters were directly above Luo Feng. And there were even more waiting on the ground. However, there are only around 60 medium-level commanders, and just 30 high-level commanders within these hundreds of commander-level monsters. The rest are all low-level commanders. But with such an astonishing amount, even a beginner-level war god can't escape. Shit. Luo Feng sharpened his gaze while he clenched his teeth. His body was in midair, but with a peculiar turn, he dodged an attack from a commander-level monster. Dodge, 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 with his spiritual force used on his shield, sheath, blade, battle boots, and arm guards. He was able to apply various amounts of force on many different areas of his body, causing his body to dodge in a weird pattern in midair. Note that these monsters are all huge, so Luo Feng's body is quite small in comparison. Because of this, under normal circumstances, only 2 to 3 monsters maximum can attack Luo Feng at the same time. Dodge, keep dodging. None of the monsters could change direction in midair, so they could only helplessly fall down as they let out disgruntled roars. As for Luo Feng, he was like a butterfly. His tiny figure quickly, rapidly, and erratically changed directions in midair, causing all of the monsters' attacks to strike just the air. Almost, just 1 or 2 seconds more, and the monsters in the air will dramatically decrease. After that, I'll be able to escape. Luo Feng was basically using all of his energy to escape, and he didn't dare to touch the ground. Hell. Hell, hell. Right when the commander-level monsters in the air touched the ground, they virtually immediately organized after one of the high-level commander level. Horned Boar let out a deep howl. Around 60 monsters jumped together and formed a 2-layer encasement in the air. Commander-level monsters are quite intelligent, and high-level commanders' intelligence is nearly comparable to that of a human's since they failed before. The monsters immediately changed their battle plan. They organized themselves and jumped together, forming an encasement to completely block Luo Feng. Rumble. Another group of commander-level monsters came jumping. Another layer added to the encasement, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. Nearly 200 commander-level monsters came leaping and formed a 5-layer encasement headed straight towards Luo Feng. Aren't these monsters a bit too smart? They found out a way in an instant. Luo Feng looked at the encasement formed by the monsters that gave him no room at all and couldn't help but to feel nervous. Adding on to that, the monsters gave no time at all for Luo Feng to think and instantly arrived in front of him. Gotta put everything on the line. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and pretended to dodge naturally. The encasement formed by the large amounts of monsters froze, and Luo Feng finally got close to one of the medium-level commander-level bloodthirsty tanks. How the bloodthirsty tank with flaming red scale roared and widely opened its mouth as its eyes turned crimson red. The teeth in its mouth were like a saw chain that could easily rip apart steel. The 4 powerful hooves that were able to support its gigantic body also came cruelly stomping towards Luo Feng. Humph! A black light flashed in front of Luo Feng. Poochie! The black light instantly shot into the huge mouth of the bloodthirsty tank. With a boom, the tough skull of the bloodthirsty tank was pierced and its cerebrospinal fluid flew out. The eerie black light then drew a curved light as it flew back towards Luo Feng. The eyes of the previously enraged medium-level commander-level bloodthirsty tank instantly dimmed. With a contraction of his body, Luo Feng was right below the abdomen of the bloodthirsty tank. Charge upwards now. Luo Feng was contracted below the abdomen of the bloodthirsty tank. With the bloodthirsty tank's gigantic, truck-like body, it was easy for Luo Feng to hide below it. Whoosh! Luo Feng pushed the bloodthirsty tank's corpse and directly charged upwards. The bloodthirsty tank's corpse acted as a shield when the commander-level monsters above saw their comrade charge up. They hesitated. With just this small instant, Luo Feng already rammed away the other monsters with the huge corpse above him. Hell! 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 The commander monsters in the back didn't delay and started crazily attacking the bloodthirsty tank's corpse. Trampling, ramming, biting. Whoosh! 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 More commander-level monsters on the ground caught sight of that damned human and actually stepped on the monster's corpse to jump up. They started ferociously leaping one by one. These commander-level monsters can usually jump to a height of around 10 meters high, and sometimes even 20 meters high, and they can also jump extremely quickly. Rumble! Luo Feng could only feel waves of powerful attacks coming from above the monster corpse on him. Thanks to the gigantic monster corpse, Luo Feng was able to pass through 9 layers of the encasement. However, the shocks of the attack still dealt Luo Feng's body a damaging blow. With his organs shocked and a pu sound, he couldn't stop a mouthful of blood from spurting out his mouth. Whoosh! 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 Not good. Luo Feng, whose mouth was still bloody, saw the coordinated monsters come swooping towards him one by one. with a cycle of jumping, falling down, and then jumping back down. This attack will never end. I can't even escape. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. Rumble. And the uninjured eye of the steel-armored dragon that was currently flying past the speed of sound seemed like it was about to shed tears of blood under such extreme speed. The floor split open every time its foot touched the ground. Under its astonishing speed, it wouldn't even need 2 seconds to cover the 800 meters left between its current position and the city. The wave of monster attacks drove Luo Feng into despair. That steel-armored dragon isn't even 10 miles away, so it's going to arrive soon with its super speed. This thought instantly flashed across Luo Feng's mind. Soon, that high-level horde leader, the steel-armored dragon, is going to arrive. When that happens, he'll truly have no chance of escape. With the steel-armored dragon's speed, he wouldn't be able to dodge any of its hits. I gotta stake everything. I gotta keep trying as long as there's even a sliver of hope. If I don't give it my complete and absolute all, there's no doubt that I'll die. Within a second, Luo Feng made his decision. With his teeth clenched, Luo Feng had his ghost blade in hand and his shield on his back as he made an erratic movement in the air, causing him to directly ram into a commander-level horned boar in midair. Luo Feng cruelly stomped onto the spine of the horned boar, sending it flying back towards the ground, and even killing a regular soldier-level monster in the process. Luo Feng used this force to ferociously fly back up. Charge, charge, charge. Howl, 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 howl. The commander-level monsters flew towards Luo Feng with bloodshot eyes, but Luo Feng's spiritual force has already spread out and has covered a scope of 15 meters. 5 meters to the upper left came a medium-level commander-level horned boar, while 3 meters to the upper right came a low-level commander-level bloodthirsty tank. The two monsters came flying down from above. Luo Feng mind, who was on the verge of death, was able to work at an unprecedented speed and instantly make his decision. Pu Luo Feng used the horned boar to give himself a boost, thus increasing his own speed. Pung. 3 monsters rammed into each other in midair. In just 1 second, Luo Feng turned into a mirage and continuously charged upwards as he passed 21 commander-level monsters. Whether he used them to gain a boost, killed them, or even suffered injuries from them, no matter what, he used every way possible to increase his speed. He has to use any and every method in his arsenal to reach the sky. Poo poo poochie. Luo Feng finally escaped from the leaping monsters in the air. Once he got out, Luo Feng consecutively spit out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood. His 5th series battle uniform was damaged and fresh blood was leaking out of his chest. I survived. Luo Feng, whose face was already pale, was extremely excited. He became even more excited as he looked at the surrounding smoke. If he even made one tiny mistake, he would have died, and yet, he couldn't believe that his frenzied struggle enabled him to escape. Looks like a human's limits can be forced out. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. In that short moment, I actually managed to take into account the positions of all 81 commander-level monsters in the area and approached 21 of them to escape. Is this the technique that's above the Ruwei class, the perfect level that's able to take the surroundings into account? Luo Feng knew that the classifications for technique were basic level, intermediate level, perfect level, conception level. The intermediate level uses the smallest amounts of movements to dodge and attack and therefore using the movements as efficiently as possible. The perfect level takes the environment into control. It uses anything, like life, rocks, structures, etc. in the surroundings, to accurately dodge. This is the perfect level technique. The old war godly Kan is at this level. And Shadow Blade Wang Tong has reached a level even higher, the conception level. There's still a huge difference between me and that huge war god brute first. He's just a fighter, so he doesn't have any spiritual force to help him investigate the surroundings. As for me, I'm constantly spreading my spiritual force throughout the surroundings to see what's going on next. It was only on the border of life and death was my mind able to calculate that quickly. A truly perfect level wouldn't need even the mind's calculation. Just a short second of extreme calculation was enough to give Luo Feng a slight headache. In a short moment, Luo Feng rushed up to a height of 60 meters in the air, the several hundred commander-level monsters and the uncountable amount of regular soldier-level monsters either angrily roared or leaped with all their might. Some dozens of monsters already in the air even jumped on each other to give themselves a boost. Get out of here. With a thought, a black light flew over Pucci. The high-level commander-level monsters that couldn't dodge in midair had their heads pierced through by Luo Feng's throwing knife and fell down to the ground. Haha, time to go. With a thought, the buckles on Luo Feng's back loosened, and the shield flew below Luo Feng's feet. Whoosh! Luo Feng directly and speedily flew away. Roar and ear-piercing howl instantly carried over. The sound waves rippled the layers of Luo Feng's ears. My ears hurt like crazy. Luo Feng couldn't help but to cover his ears as he looked back. What was seen was a gigantic body with deep green scales covering its entire body. It was like a light drawing across the sky as it directly flew over the owner of that cold one eye that gave off an enraged killing aura. Was indeed the steel-armored dragon, high-level horde leader. Steel-armored dragon. This is 80 meters up in the air. Isn't that jumping distance a bit too messed up? Luo Feng was shocked as he immediately and swiftly turned in the air and moved along a beautifully curved arc as he tried to evade the steel-armored dragon. TL note: I didn't know that Ru Wei was actually talking about an actual level, since they never mentioned the classifications until now. If I wasn't sure, then I can't just say intermediate, since that would imply there are low and high levels. So from now on, Ru Wei class will be changed into intermediate level. Even though the steel-armored dragon is a high-level horde leader, it can't fly. It can only sprint and jump, and of course, it can't change direction in midair, so getting rid of it should be easy. Luo Feng was certain that he could escape with his hexagonal shield below his feet. He directly flew across a curved arc in the air and headed straight towards the clouds. The only eye that the steel-armored dragon had left stared at Luo Feng menacingly. Roar! Under its enraged howl, the steel-armored dragon ferociously swung its tail. The 10-meter-long dragon tail instantly turned into a green mirage as it swept towards Luo Feng. The distance that Luo Feng pulled apart was instantly covered again by this 10-meter-long dragon tail. The high-level horde leader level steel-armored dragon could sprint past the speed of sound, and the speed of its sweeping tail was 10 times faster than its sprinting speed. This dragon tail was several times faster than a bullet fired from the best sniper rifle. This is why high-level horde leaders are horrifying. Chi. Probably because the dragon tail was too fast, high-pressured airstreams were produced. It won't hit me, it's still 50 to 60 centimeters off. Luo Feng instantly determined. The tip of the dragon tail was off, by Luo Feng's chest, by half a meter. It couldn't hit him, however. The extremely high-pressured airstream smashed against Luo Feng's chest like a gigantic sledgehammer. Thanks to that, Luo Feng felt like he couldn't breathe for a bit. Luo Feng's body was thrown away, and he had to start stabilizing the shield. Just what one would expect from a high-level horde leader. The high-pressured airstream brought by the dragon's tail almost knocked me out. Luo Feng could feel a mouthful of fresh blood coming up his throat and couldn't hold it any longer. With a pu sound, a mouthful of fresh blood shot out. Luo Feng looked at the steel-armored dragon that was still in midair and only saw its gigantic body falling towards the ground. You're not even a flying type monster. Unless you reach the Emperor level, you'll never be able to fly. Luo Feng smiled, completely relaxed himself, and then set his foot on his shield and flew upwards. The feeling of flying is really fantastic. Roar! The steel-armored dragon stepped on the sidewalk in the city and leaped to the roof of a residential building that was a couple stories high. Once again, it ferociously jumped, and at that instant, the roof of the residential building instantly crumbled. As that happened, large amounts of concrete directly tumbled down from the building. And the steel-armored dragon used this jump to a height of around 100 meters high, roaring as it charged towards Luo Feng. Steel-armored dragon, no matter well you can jump, it's futile. When Luo Feng saw that steel-armored dragon jump to the roof of the residential building, he started ascending. By continuously ascending, he easily reached a height of 300 meters above the ground. The steel-armored dragon could only powerlessly fall back to the ground. The steel-armored dragon whipped its tail against the air, using the resistive force to make it fall back to the ground more quickly. It's useless. Luo Feng continued to pull higher and even started to head away from the city. Rumble and ear-piercing sound carried from below. Luo Feng, who was up in the sky, lowered his head and saw that steel-armored dragon running around in the city. Sometimes it would jump over residential apartments, sometimes it would run on the sidewalk, and sometimes it would step on the buildings. As it sprinted, it tried to stick to Luo Feng like glue as it chased him. I can't believe it's not giving up. Luo Feng's face slightly changed. As a high-level horde leader, the steel-armored dragon's sight is extremely messed up. Even if I fly up to a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters above the ground, it'll still be able to see me as long as nothing is blocking its vision. Putting high-level horde leaders aside, even Luo Feng can see a human 2 to 3 miles away. So, of course, it wouldn't be weird for this steel-armored dragon to see someone 5 to 6 miles away. I'm not flying past the speed of sound, but it's sprinting past the speed of sound, so it'll be hard to lose it. I guess the only way left is to fly above the clouds. Luo Feng started pulling higher again. Whoosh! Feet on his hexagonal shield, he directly started flying upwards again, hoping to pass the clouds. After he's above the clouds, the steel-armored dragon won't be able to see him again naturally. It won't be able to chase him any longer. Ga, as ear-piercing calls from birds rang, a black, gigantic, densely packed flock of flying-type monsters was seen coming from the west. And this gigantic flock was headed towards Luo Feng. I'm such an idiot. Luo Feng insulted himself. The sky was the territory of the flying monsters. Only astonishingly powerful aircraft are able to fly in. the sky. As for human fighters, if they dared to fly in the air, they'd naturally get hoarded by the flying-type monsters' attacks. Before the Grand Nirvana period, the birds had superb vision, so it's not even necessary to explain how great their vision is now. These flying-type monsters probably saw that he was flying in midair, so they instantly summoned the flock to surround him. I'm much more flexible compared to the monsters on the land near the family Mart supermarket. But compared to these flying-type monsters that'll be jumping towards my death. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all right when he noticed the black, dense flock of flying-type monsters. He instantly charged back down towards the city. Fighting against the flying-type monsters in the air means absolute death. And as long as he stays far away from the lone steel-armored dragon, he still has some hope. Roar. When the steel-armored dragon saw that the flying human actually started to come back down, it immediately headed towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, in the process of his descent, followed the path of a huge arc. Sha. Luo Feng, like lightning and with a boom, directly smashed into a window on the balcony on the 12th floor of a residential apartment. The glass on the balcony immediately blasted open and Luo Feng charged in. Rumble. Like a deep green flash of light, the steel-armored dragon ferociously charged and directly smashed into the balcony of the 8th floor of the residential apartment that Luo Feng charged into. Under the horrifying force of impact, the entire residential apartment shook violently. The concrete walls supporting the center of the building started to burst open, and the entire building started to slowly fall down. Human. The steel-armored dragon roared its monster speak and locked onto a moving shadow in front of it. The shadow that Luo Feng formed, once again, charged into another residential building. Roar. The steel-armored dragon was afraid that its hesitation would allow Luo Feng to escape, so, without any hesitation, it directly rammed into the spot that Luo Feng passed through. The entire residential building was sliced in half from the center, and then slowly started to fall down again. This is a medium-sized sector, so only taking 12-story residential apartments into account, there are at least 20 of them. However, in chasing Luo Feng, the steel-armored dragon has already led to the destruction of 8 of them by going through the windows of the residential apartment. Luo Feng wasn't affected much, for the steel-armored dragon's gigantic body, blasting away a residential apartment, had a large effect on it. But the steel dragon had no other choice, because the residential buildings were blocking its vision. Rumble. When it destroyed the 8th residential apartment, the steel-armored dragon suddenly stopped and stayed still on the ground. The 8th residential apartment slowly fell down and towards the steel-armored dragon. However, the steel-armored dragon didn't dodge. With a boom, the entire residential apartment smashed into the steel-armored dragon, but with the hardness of its scales, the residential apartment was like tofu and didn't harm the steel-armored dragon at all. Human, the steel-armored dragon angrily roared as it looked around. Yes. It lost Luo Feng. In a dark electrical room in an underground parking lot below the small sector, Luo Feng was leaning against the wall. Breathe, breathe. Luo Feng breathed slowly. He could feel a throbbing pain coming from his chest, and fresh blood soaked out of the chest area in his battle uniform. I received quite a serious wound this time. I already received a heavy wound when escaping from the encasement comprised of large amounts of commander level monsters from earlier, and now, the pressurized airstream generated by the steel-armored dragon's tail hit my chest, making the wound even worse. Luo Feng lightly rubbed his chest and a throbbing pain carried from it, causing Luo Feng's face to go pale. Even though he was heavily wounded, Luo Feng was in quite a good mood. That steel-armored dragon probably can't find me if I hide in this electrical room in this underground parking lot. Luo Feng let out a smile when he charged towards this sector. His escape plan was already formed. In a sector like this, there must be an underground parking lot. He went through the residential apartments over and over to block the steel-armored dragon's vision, no matter how sturdy the steel-armored dragon is. Ramming into the residential apartment buildings over and over again had to have some sort of effect on it. Then, Luo Feng managed to grasp his chance. The entrance to an underground parking lot was not too far away from the 8th residential apartment. Naturally, he took his advantage and directly charged towards it. After the 8th residential apartment fell, the rubble covered the entrance to the underground parking lot. It looks like it would be quite difficult for the steel-armored dragon to guess where Luo Feng is after all. Roar. On the surface, the steel-armored dragon's enraged roar carried over. This roar was much louder than its previous roars. Rumble. What quickly followed was the vibration of the earth at this time. All sorts of different roars also started ringing. Note that this steel-armored dragon is the leader of all the monsters in a 20 to 30-mile radius. With a command, the monster horde comprised of over 100,000 monsters immediately spread out and headed towards every direction under the command of low, medium, and high-level commanders. The monsters scanned the area in search of the human. In the dark, cold underground parking lot, the electrical room. The roars of the monsters aren't stopping, and the ground keeps shaking. That steel-armored dragon probably mobilized the entire monster horde in search of me. Luo Feng's face changed. It would be hard for the steel-armored dragon to find him alone, but with several tens of thousands of monsters searching in every possible location, he'll probably be discovered if he stays put here. Since this sector is definitely where the steel-armored dragon will focus on. Looks like I won't have the chance to tend to my wounds. Luo Feng stood up and was quite relaxed, since the previous scenario was much more dangerous than his current one. After all, he has already escaped. And now, would he still not be able to get away? There are tons and tons of tunnels making up the 003 city's subway system. If I remember correctly, there should be a tunnel not too far away from here. I'll enter the underground tunnel and follow it, then I'll be able to easily get out of 003 city. The tunnels are small, so even if there are monsters, they'll be smaller and weaker ones at the very least. Monsters like the steel-armored dragon won't be able to squeeze in. It's time to go back home, back to the headquarter city. Once I get back, I'll sell this dragon egg, that battle uniform set, and the blade. I don't know how much it'll sell for and whether or not I can get 30 billion. Even though Luo Feng's chest was throbbing with pain, his heart was only filled with infinite hope. Even though he has been working himself like crazy this time, if he's able to allow his little brother to grow out a new pair of legs, then it'll all be worth it. Two shadows were currently standing on top of the messy roof of the family mart. Those shadows were precisely Shadow Blade, Wang Tong, and Bear Strength. Li Kan. Brother Wang, I can't believe we were taken advantage of this time. Li Kan's voice was extremely deep, since that steel-armored dragon just laid an egg, eh? Highly skilled fighter must have stolen the egg while we were fighting against the steel-armored dragon. This was why that steel-armored dragon went into a frenzy. Indeed, the city is also empty. There's nothing here. Wang Tong nodded. When they came over, they've already checked the surroundings. As for that commander-level monster squad, they can easily kill a low-level war god and can at least injure an intermediate-level war god. However, against an advanced-level war god like Wang Tong, the commander-level monster squad will instantly crumble after destroying the monster squad. Wang Tong and Li Kan searched the area. But seriously, this person really has no shame, said Li Kan lowly. Wang Tong laughed. Indeed, he has no shame, but to be able to safely escape from the assault of a commander-level monster squad and successfully steal the dragon egg. This skill, he's at least an intermediate-level war god, but an intermediate-level war god has so many different ways of making money, so why steal this dragon egg? Dragon eggs are worth a lot of money, but it depends on what you're comparing it to. For example, the difference between a dragon egg and a SS grade battle uniform set is gigantic. If this dragon egg hatches, then it'll be a young, steel-armored dragon. Even after it grows, most steel-armored dragons are only low-level horde leaders. Only by going through battles over and over again can it grow and improve. It's not always the case for the child to surpass the parent. For example, it's extremely difficult for the children of the strongest fighter on Earth, Hong, to catch up to the strength Hong possesses. A fully grown, normal steel-armored dragon, in other words, a low-level horde leader steel-armored dragon, is worth around 3 billion. And since unhatched dragon eggs are extremely rare, they're worth more than a fully grown steel-armored dragon. However, they're worth around 5-3 billion Chinese dollars. Even though 5-3 billion is quite a bit, an intermediate level war god can use his own strength to hunt monster horde leaders. There's no need for him to take advantage of other people. Which is also why Wang Tong and Li Kan aren't angry. They're only exclaiming the fact that this person has no shame. An intermediate-level war god taking advantage of us. Li Kan shook his head. Well, no matter, since that steel-armored dragon is heavily injured and has pushed itself to its limits by sprinting that quickly, it must have worsened its injuries, laughed Wang Tong. Our goal is to kill this high-level horde leader level steel-armored dragon, so we better not let it escape. Let's go. Li Kan also nodded. A low-level horde leader is worth around 500 million to 39 billion since there are many different species of low-level horde leaders. The price would also vary by quite a bit, and a steel-armored dragon is worth 39 billion. A medium-level horde leader is worth around 15 billion to 9 billion. A high-level horde leader is worth around 53 billion to 20 billion. Most of the horde leader monsters fall into this range. Of course, there'll always be exceptions. Naturally, there's no need to explain any further about those extremely rare monsters. This high-level horde leader is worth around 18 billion. Sadly, only an extremely small portion of the advanced-level war gods have the ability to hunt a high-level horde leader level steel-armored dragon. Of course, this isn't including the existences that surpass the war god level. On the plains near the border of 003 City, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt Squad were currently staying in a room on the 8th floor of a 8-story building. Wang Tong and Li Kan told them to leave the city and go to the highway, since that's the safest course of action. Despite that, the members of the Thunderbolt were curious on how the battle between the 2 war gods and the High-level horde leader-level steel-armored dragon would go, so they decided to hide on the side of the city. From here, they can escape any time they deem it too dangerous to stay. Rumble, within a radius of tens of miles of the city, the roars of tens of thousands of monsters rang across the skies. That steel-armored dragon went mad and summoned its entire monster horde, which is now going out of control. The old veteran named Lu couldn't help but to laugh. Mr. Wang sure is powerful, to be able to beat up the steel-armored dragon to such an extent. Yup, just what you would expect from the Shadowblade Tiger Fang captain. Panya nodded in agreement. Even though they are on the outermost edge of the border and aren't too sure of what exactly has happened in the city, they naturally can guess based upon the sounds they can hear. A monster horde out of control. I wonder what that looks like. The eyes of the mixed youth, Li Wei, flashed. Young master, even though this monster horde is tens of miles away, we should still leave now just in case. We can't hear anything else anyway, laughed the old veteran named Lu. The white brute on the side, Ka Long, also looked towards the young master. The young master Li Wei nodded. All right, let's depart and head towards the headquarters city. Following that, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad left the building and directly went to the nearest highway. They then proceeded to leave 003 city. In the small sector, Luo Feng was walking inside the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot was quite vast. Most importantly, all the basements of the buildings in this sector were connected to this underground parking lot. This way, the owners of the apartments can just go down their basements and enter the underground parking lots directly to find their cars. This layout also took the owners into consideration. Haha, interesting. I can't believe all of the buildings here are connected. Luo Feng was carrying his bag as a throwing knife drew across a door. He then entered one of the basements of the connected buildings. This basement was divided into a billiard room, a music room, a bar area, etc. They sure know how to enjoy themselves, laughed Luo Feng as he followed the staircase and headed towards the first floor of the building. He carefully hid behind the northern window in the living room and observed what was going on outside. A shaking deep green dragon tail could be seen around 100 meters away. The dragon tail's green scales looked especially horrifying under the winter sun's light. As for the other parts of the steel-armored dragon's body, they were blocked by a building. This steel-armored dragon is quite intelligent. It probably thinks I'm hiding somewhere in this sector, so it's looking for me, carefully laughed Luo Feng as he went up to the 3rd floor of the building. He lowered his body so that the steel-armored dragon couldn't see him through the windows of the building. Well, after dozens of years, the windows of these buildings were already filthy dirty. 3rd floor of the building, one of the bedrooms. Luo Feng looked carefully through one of the bedroom windows and searched for the entrance to the subway that he caught a glimpse of when flying from before. HMHM, it's over there. Luo Feng quickly discovered it. One of the entrances to the subway was right outside the small sector. Taking the underground parking lot size and the terrain of the sector into account, Luo Feng calculated the closest way to get there. I'll do it like this. Luo Feng carefully went downstairs to the basement and then went into the underground parking lot. According to what he remembered, he swiftly ran to a corner of the underground parking lot. From here, I'll directly dig forwards. I should be able to arrive inside the subway station within 30 meters even. Though the distance is quite far, this is still the closest path. How am I supposed to dig? Luo Feng looked around and saw the various dirty cars in the underground parking lot. I know, Luo Feng slightly smiled. With a thought, a throwing knife suddenly flew out. It made no sound as it cut off the steel covering the front engines of 2 cars with his spiritual force. Controlling them, the 2 pieces of steel immediately curled up and became cone-shaped. Luo Feng himself lay inside the cone-shaped pieces of steel. Go! Under control of his spiritual force, the throwing knives cut open a huge hole out of the tough concrete wall of the underground parking lot. The cone-shaped steel then directly flew in and started going through the soil. Shishi, the subway station, was long filled with dust, and one of the walls, with a pung sound, had a half-meter hole burst open from it. Concrete pieces fell all over the place. The tip of the cone-shaped steel came out first, and the shadow hiding inside the cone rolled out onto the ground. Even though this way of digging is slower than the monsters with digging abilities, it's still quite fast for a human fighter. Luo Feng's body was quite clean. Inside the subway, it was clear that it has been abandoned for far too long. Luo Feng observed the subway map and wiped off the dust on the glass covering the subway map. He closely observed. If I follow this tunnel, then I'll arrive at Kunshan City. What city is Kunshan City? People of the modern age have long forgotten the names of most cities before the Grand Nirvana period. Even Luo Feng only remembered the famous cities, like Shanghai, Nanjing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, etc. Kunshan, who knows from where that popped out of? But one thing's for certain, Kunshan City isn't part of Shanghai. Yep, this line. Luo Feng came to a subway tunnel that subway trains used to pass through and immediately jumped into it. He then speedily headed towards the direction of Kunshan City. There were actually still some monsters in this subway tunnel. As Luo Feng progressed, he encountered quite a few monsters, most of which were weaker soldier-level monsters. However, he also encountered 3 low-level commanders and even 1 medium-level commander. All of them were quite small, though. And of course, the throwing knives that were under the control of his spiritual force cleaned them up quickly. Some portions of this subway tunnel were also above the ground. This line is the same subway line that connected Shanghai to Kunshan a long time ago. I've advanced around 100 miles, so I'm definitely out of 003 City. Luo Feng checked the GPS on his tactical communications watch and, indeed, he was around 50 miles away from Shanghai City. I should get on the highway and head back to the headquarters city. Who knows what kinds of monsters will appear in the subway tunnel, and I also don't want to go to some Kunshan City. Who knows what kind of place that is? Luo Feng was smiling brightly and was in a great mood. How can he not be happy? He has already escaped from Shanghai City. Luo Feng smiled as he carried his big backpack that held the dragon egg and the battle uniform set and, with his GPS guidance, headed towards the highway's direction. On the highway, all sorts of abandoned automobiles could be seen. The sky was already dark and the moon couldn't be seen in the sky. The stars were looking fine, and the weak starlight they emanated barely allowed one to make out the outline of the highway. On a certain section of the highway, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were sitting on top of a toppled bus. Even though the young master's training plan wasn't entirely completed, the young master's skill still raised by quite a bit, said the old veteran named Lu as he smiled. Nothing special, but it's still quite a bit from what my dad wants, said the mixed youth, Li Wei, as he shook his head. Young master, for your age, you're quite powerful already, said the old Veteran named Lu Ka Long and Panya nodded in agreement. Li Wei shook his head. It's not enough, not even close to enough. There are plenty of intermediate-level warlords that are around 20 years old in Jiang Nan City. My parents are both powerful war god fighters, so how can their son be so weak? Oh, also Panya, you previously said that fire hammer squads. Luo Feng was only 18 years old last year, right, and he's already a low-level warlord. Me, the son of two great war gods, can't even compete with some random kid. Yes, responded the old veteran named Lu. Young master, you're the strongest, added the white brute Ka Long. Li Wei slightly smiled. The Tiger Feng captain, Panya, exclaimed, indeed, it is as the young master says. Compared to the young master, Luo Feng isn't even worth a dog's ass. However, this Luo Feng is like a thorn in my side now. The Fire Hammer Squad and Tiger Feng Squad have always been on bad terms, and now that I'm the only person left in the Tiger Feng Squad, the Fire Hammer Squad will surely try to deal with me. Maybe the others won't pose too much of a problem, but this Luo Feng improves way too quickly. He just recently became a fighter, and he's already a low-level warlord. I'm sure that he'll soon surpass me too. When that happens, there's no doubt that I'll die. Panya let out a long sigh. Indeed, Panya was full of regret. When he previously met Luo Feng in the resupplying base, Zhang Zhe who advised him to kill off Luo Feng. However, Panya was afraid of making the rest of the Fire Hammer Squad enraged, so he didn't take action. But who knew that ever since then, Luo Feng's skill rapidly climbed up and even managed to earn the nickname of Crazy, killing off around 10,000 monsters in 2 months. Most of them being high-level soldier-level monsters. This crazy incident has long spread throughout the circle of fighters in Jiangnan City. Sadly, Panya never encountered Luo Feng until he came to 003 City. Aren't you going to join a new fighter squad when you get back, said the mixed youth Li Wei. Yeah, but the Fire Hammer Squad will never forget this grudge. They might pick a time to secretly shoot a bullet at me, said Panya with a bitter face. He didn't forget that the Tiger Feng Squad did the exact same thing to the Fire Hammer Squad, and with his current strength, he'll certainly die if he was ambushed by a sniper rifle. All of a sudden, Panya looked towards the mixed youth Li Wei and asked, young master, if you ever have the chance to go through your information network in the underground alliance, could you notify me where Luo Feng is in the wilderness? Sure, no problem, said Li Wei heartily. The old veteran named Lu and the white brute exchanged glances. They have long knew that Panya purposefully put on a worried look to try and get that young master to use some of his power. However, since the two of them are just bodyguards, they weren't going to bother with such a thing, and these days, Panya was pretty good at kissing ass, which put the old veteran named Lu and the white brute in a good mood. Adding to that, Panya's squad did indeed suffer great losses, so it's okay to help him out a bit. It's not early anymore, so we should rest now. We still have a long way to go tomorrow, spoke the old veteran named Lu. Immediately, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad started to rest. Unlike in the summer, most fighter squads rest in the night during the winter and hit the road during the day. It's hot in the summer, so they rest in the morning to avoid the sun and run in the night when it's cool. Deep in the night, the members of the Thunderbolt squad either had their legs crossed or were laying on the ground as all of them rested except for the young master. The other 3 were only resting with their eyes closed. They didn't dare to fall asleep. Who knows when a monster will appear in the Wilderness. Getting eaten by a monster while you're still in your dreams, that'll surely be something to regret. Panya, the old veteran named Lou, and the white brute virtually opened their eyes at the exact same time as they heard a sound. The sound of footsteps. Suddenly, a shadow passed the bus and then suddenly turned his head. The passing fighter established eye contact with Panya, the old veteran named Lou, and the white brute. I can't believe I encountered them. Luo Feng wanted to curse the heavens. He was originally in a great mood and wanted to return home, but who knew that the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were hiding behind a bus and resting because the bus was blocking his vision. Luo Feng didn't know that there were 4 people ahead of him. By the time he walked past the bus and discovered them, it was already too late. Luo Feng, Panya roared, his eyes flashing with anger. Geez, he thought he would have to search long and hard for him, but who knew that this Luo Feng actually appeared in front of him alone. Oh, so this guy is that Luo Feng. I've seen you before. The mixed youth, the young Master Li Wei, just woke up and was already standing up. He coldly looked at Luo Feng. Li Wei wasn't dumb. He long knew that the Tiger Feng Captain Pan, you wanted to kill Luo Feng. Now that Luo Feng has come to them himself, nothing more needs to be said. Pity could be found in Li Wei's eyes as he looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you barged into the gates of hell yourself, the Tiger Feng captain. Panya glanced at the old veteran named Lu. The old veteran named Lu slightly nodded. Previously, Panya asked Senior Lu to help him eliminate the Fire Hammer squad. However, they weren't able to find the Fire Hammer squad that time. Tiger Feng Captain Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. Barged into the gates of hell. Even a stupid person could figure out that Pan Ya had the intent to kill. However, without the other 3 on the side, it'll be hard to say who'll kill who. The 3 people on the side were a problem. Both the veteran named Lu and the white brute were advanced level warlords, and even though that young master was weak, his background was horrifying. Several war gods are standing right behind him. Luo Feng turned towards the old veteran named Lu, the white brute, and the mixed youth and said, this guy here, the Tiger Feng Captain Panya, has a grudge with my Fire Hammer squad. I'm sure the 3 of you can see what he's about to do. The law says that fighters aren't allowed to kill each other. Of course, since we're in the wilderness now, the law is powerless. I don't ask for the 3 of you to stop them, but to just stand by and not interfere. Let me and this Panya have a battle to the death. Luo Feng looked towards the mixed youth. This young master here must be young Master Li Wei. Even though I have not exchanged many words with young Master Li Wei, I have heard of young Master Li Wei's huge name before. It was from my Fire Hammer squad comrades that I heard you were young Master Li Wei. If I knew that, then I would have gave the twin-headed black-striped snake to you. Luo Feng humbled himself and praised this young Master Li Wei. Yup, young Master Li Wei slightly smiled, as he was clearly enjoying the praise of this genius fighter. As long as this Li Wei and the other 2 don't interfere, this'll be easy. Even if I kill Panya in a direct confrontation with Li Wei and the other 2 status, they probably wouldn't bother to deal the matter. Luo Feng expectantly hoped. Panya immediately glanced at the old veteran named Lu. They had an agreement to get rid of the Fire Hammer squad. Who are you speaking in such a roundabout matter like this? Scolded the old veteran named Lu. Senior Luo Feng humbled himself. Who's your senior? The old veteran named Lu glared. Panya's 2 comrades were probably killed by you, since you killed Panya's comrades, even death won't wash away your guilt. Li Wei smiled on the side as he prepared to watch how his subordinates will go about killing Luo Feng. Luo Feng is a genius. Killing a genius is also a very interesting thing. What should I do? What should I do? Luo Feng's face was bitter. I can definitely kill Panya alone, but it'll be hard if the other three come into play, especially that young Master Li Wei. If they act, should I fight back? If I don't fight back, I'll die. If I do fight back, then even if I can kill all of them, I'll be in gigantic trouble after killing Li Wei. But if I don't kill him and Li Wei takes his revenge, it'll be even worse. Many different kinds of thoughts flashed across Luo Feng's mind instantly. The old veteran named Lu, the white brute, and Panya split up as they approached Luo Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng threw 3 throwing knives straight towards Panya, turned around, and then ran. Dang dang ring. Panya's triangular saber swiftly blocked 2 of the throwing knives. He then dodged the third one. Who? The old veteran named Lu, the white brute, and Panya instantly accelerated as they prepared to kill Luo Feng. But right when they did that, the 2 throwing knives that fell on the ground, after being deflected by Panya, instantly shot towards the heads of the veteran named Lu and the white brute. The veteran named Lu and the white brute were turned away from the 2 throwing knives, adding to that, Luo Feng's spiritual force accelerated the throwing knives to insanely high speeds. The throwing knives were a bit faster than a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. Before the sound of the sonic boom reached them, the throwing knives that were several times faster than speed have already arrived. Pew pew. 2 eerie black lights instantly went through the heads of the veteran named Lu and the white brute from behind with 2 pung sounds. Their heads directly bursted open. These 2 unsuspecting advanced level warlords were directly and instantly killed. What? Exclaimed Panya. The throwing knife that pierced the head of the veteran named Lu flew along a curved arc and instantly shot towards Panya, a direct attack. Sadly, Panya was only an intermediate-level warlord. He desperately waved the triangular saber he had in hand and barely grazed the edge of the eerie black light. However, the eerie black light slightly changed paths. Poochie. Panya's head was directly sliced off. All of this happened too quickly. The mixed youth, Li Wei, who was happily observing, couldn't help but to widen his eyes and immediately go for his tactical communications watch as he saw the heads of the old veteran named Lu and the white brute burst open. Poochie. The third throwing knife, dodged by Panya, directly drew across Li Wei's neck. A huge head, a head worth an astronomical price, flew up just like that. Fresh blood sprayed from the wound like a fountain. In an instant, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad, killed. The rabbit got hasty and tried to bite someone. You really think I wouldn't have killed you? Fuck you, you just have war god parents. Even if they actually find out that I'm the killer, I could always expose my identity as a spirit reader, give up my freedom, and join the core of the dojo of limits. Furthermore, who knows whether or not your old dad can actually find me. Luo Feng put away his throwing knives and at the same time turned into a shadow and ran off the highway into the grass-filled fields. Like an arrow, Luo Feng shot through the grassy fields, his speed reaching an astonishing level, using his spiritual force to lighten the burden and also using it to push on the shield on his back. Luo Feng is moving much faster than he would if he was empty-handed. Who Sprint as fast as you can, don't stop sprinting. I need to leave the scene as fast as possible with Li Wei's background. Once he dies, his family will probably have some special type of advanced technology to notify them when that happens. They might use a satellite to investigate the scene. If they find me, then I'll be in trouble. Luo Feng doesn't know much about satellites, and he doesn't know how they work either. But when the war god Lu Gang died, the satellite recorded the rat tide explosion. Quite a few people observed the recording through special means. After they find out about Li Wei's death and find the spot where he died, they'll use a satellite to investigate. All of these steps will certainly take time. What I need to do now is get as far away as possible, as fast as possible, and running in the grassy fields should make it harder for the satellite to discover me. Luo Feng ran with his eyes red. Without his spiritual force, it'll be impossible for Luo Feng to sprint faster than 100 ms. But now, his speed was around 150 ms. 150 ms, which is near 900 meters every 6 seconds, that'll be 9 kilometers every minute, 45 kilometers in 5 minutes. This speed is extremely horrifying. Usually, only intermediate warlords can achieve such a speed. However, Luo Feng didn't dare to take any chances. He'll never forget the time where 2 great war gods came to save the Thunderbolt Squad when they were surrounded by a monster horde. This shows how big Li Wei's background was. Thankfully, I'm a member of the Dojo of Limits. Well, it's too late to regret it now. My parents and brother are all living in the fighter sector of the Dojo of Limits anyway. Luo Feng has never worried about the safety of his family, since if the fighters of the world join the Thunder Dojo or the Dojo of Limits, the safety of their families is guaranteed. After moving to the respective dojo's fighter sectors, there was once a case of the Blood Blade. Blood Blade was an advanced level war god who had a grudge against Feng Yu, one of the fighters in the Dojo of Limits. However, Feng Yu has long passed away in the wilderness, so the powerful Blood Blade took his anger out on all of Feng Yu's family relatives, parents, children, nephews, nieces, and grandchildren. All of them were killed. Immediately, the public was enraged. Note that fighters frequently pass away in the wilderness. The family these fighters leave behind are always protected by all the fighters in their dojo, because nobody knows who will die and who will live, so naturally, everybody works together to protect each other's families. So whoever dared to lay a hand on a member of the dojo's family becomes the enemy of the entire dojo. Once the news of Feng Yu's family's death spread around, all the fighters in the Dojo of Limits around the world enraged. A fighter's family is something you should never touch. If you kill them, you become enemies with all the fighters in that dojo. After that, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, personally appeared to investigate the matter. After finding out that the murderer was Blood Blade, he used all of the information networks in not only all the governments of the world, but also the HR Alliance to search for the advanced level war god fighter who fled to the wilderness. After that, an investigator whose authority was only below Hong, the chief instructor of the world headquarters of the Dojo of Limits, was sent out. This person was also an existence that surpassed the war god level. This investigator brought a staggering 36 war gods with him to hunt down Blood Blade. In the end, Blood Blade killed himself. He was probably afraid of being caught and tortured. After that incident, the creators of the 2 largest dojos, the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo Hong and Thunder God even hosted and broadcasted around the world the memorial meeting for Feng Yu's family. These two absolute strongest fighters also expressed their anger in this memorial meeting. Whoever dares to touch a fighter's family is declaring war against all the fighters in the dojo of limits and the Thunder Dojo. And in this memorial meeting, representatives have been sent out from each headquarter cities in the 5 countries of the world and even from the HR alliance to respond to these two strongest fighters. From then on, nobody dared to harm a fighter's family. Every country has made it the law to prohibit fighters from killing each other, but as everyone knows, nobody can control what goes on in the wilderness. Also, fighters frequently fight on the border of life and death. So once they have a grudge, it'll be normal for them to kill each other. So the killings between fighters, every organization can only pretend to ignore it, unless someone has enough evidence like a video. Only then will the dojo or government take action. Or else, they wouldn't deal with it. However, if a grudge between two fighters start to affect their families, then they are dragging in all the powers of the entire world into the conflict. Let's enter 023 City. Luo Feng charged from the highway to the close-set city. 023 City. He was finally able to let out a sigh of relief when he arrived. This 023 City is what was called Suzhou City from before the Grand Nirvana period. This city is big, so there are probably a lot of fighters here. I don't want to attract a lot of attention while I'm here, thought Luo Feng to himself. Night. On the highway, blood was splattered onto the bus on the side. The corpses of the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were also on the ground. 10 seconds after the mixed youth, Li Wei, died. Beep. An area near the chest on the battle uniform of Li Wei's headless corpse immediately sent out a signal. Jiangnan headquarters city, main city area in a small sector called Jiangnan Mountain Water that was ranked 2 out of the 6 most extravagant sectors in China and ranked 1 in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector. In the most extravagant area of the entire main city area were some preserved mountains and rivers. When Jiangnan headquarters city was first built, many of the mountains and hills had to be leveled in order to make room for the dense population. The mountains and hills were removed and replaced with many tall residential buildings. Only in this sector, which took up several miles, did these beautiful mountains exist. There were even man-made waterfalls and lakes, making this the place where countless high-ranking government officials and rich people wished to live. You can't get into this place with just money. You can't get into this place with just power. In all of China, there are 6 headquarters cities. In these 6 headquarters cities, beautiful sectors like these aren't common. And this sector ranks first in Jiangnan headquarters city and ranks 2 in all of China. In Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, a villa on the peak of Marvelous Mountain. The misty starlight encapsulated the entire peak of the mountain. Hua hua. The sound of a waterfall carried from far away on the balcony of the villa. On the peak of the mountain was a person wearing a loose, deep blue uniform and sitting with his legs crossed. His cold face looked like a sculpted rock, and even though his eyes were closed, one could feel his cold aura emanating from him. His entire body gave off a heart-chilling feeling. He was one of the strongest fighters on the entire earth, an advanced war god. Li Yao, whose nickname was Vulture. Beep beep. An ear-piercing sound suddenly came from a seemingly regular looking watch on his wrist. Li Yao suddenly ferociously opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning. Wei Li Yao's sculpture, like cold face, suddenly let out a face of surprisement and rage. Contact Wei's 2 bodyguards. Li Yao commanded his watch. His watch was one of the most advanced products of the HR Alliance, which is currently not sold on the market. The 2 bodyguards died too. A faintly glowing light could be seen in Li Yao's eyes. Whoosh! Li Yao instantly transformed into a shadow as he directly rushed into the 3rd floor of the villa. This 3rd floor had dozens of rooms, one of which was a large auditorium. The hazy shadow came together and stood in the auditorium. Turn on Enter Fighter Search Mode. With Li Yao's command, a gigantic apparatus on the side of the auditorium shot out a misty light, which focused in the center of the auditorium and became a 3D hologram. Mr. Li Yao. All that could be seen in the 3D hologram was a person, who was an old man, wearing a black suit. This black suit wearing old man was looking at Li Yao. Actually, right when the 3D hologram was formed, the apparatus projecting the hologram also recorded Li Yao, which was then projected into another target in the auditorium. Confirm the location of my son, Li Wei. All that could be seen on Li Yao's face was haste. Search for the positions of all the war gods in a 100-mile radius of his position. There are no war gods within a 100-mile radius of Li Wei's position, said the black suit wearing old man. How is that possible? Not even half a minute has passed, yet Li Wei's face changed dramatically. With the device in his son's battle uniform, it'll send a signal. 10 seconds. After it detects, the heart stops beating. From then until Li Yao began his search, not even 30 seconds has passed. Even if a war god runs past the speed of sound at a speed of 400 ms, that isn't even 30 miles yet. So how come nothing could be found? To Li Yao, only a war god level fighter could kill his son's 2 advanced level warlord bodyguards so quickly that they didn't even have the chance to report. How can this be? Li Yao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately commanded, search for all the advanced level warlord fighters within 100 miles. Searching for war gods is a privilege granted through membership of the Palace of War Gods. Searching for warlords needs an S-rank member of the Underground Alliance, said the black suit wearing old man. The HR Alliance has a way to find out the positions of all warrior and warlord level fighters. However, the way the HR Alliance uses to find them is a bit sneaky. The tactical communications watch they sell have a secret to them. Since the tactical communications watch is able to perform various functions, like transferring money to another person's bank account, it's connected to their respective fighter's fighter card and identification number. Through the tactical communications watch, they can naturally pinpoint anyone's location. However, they wouldn't dare to reveal this secret. Once they reveal it, millions of fighters will start to boycott their things, even though they're the only power that currently sells tactical communication watches. They didn't dare to enrage the public, so only an S-rank member of the Underground Alliance is allowed to use this function to search for fighters lower than the war god level. Only the highest of highest-ranking members in the Underground Alliance have the authority to do that. And advanced-level war god Li Yao did not have such authority. Boom! An explosion carried from far away. A shadow instantly charged into the auditorium, a white, blonde-haired lady. However, her delicate face was a bit twisted and her dress was a bit ruined. Under her extreme sprinting, she was previously attending a banquet and, like Li Yao, received news of her son's death. Yao, this elegant lady's eyes were red We can search now, right? Li Yao stared at the black suit wearing old man in the 3D hologram. However, the black suit wearing old man was looking at the elegant lady. This lady was the blood sister of the current director of the Paulinus family, one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance. At the same time, she was also the advanced level war god Vanina Paulinus, nicknamed Scorpion as of now. She's the director of HR Alliance's Huaxia sector. She ranks 3 in the members of the HR Alliance in China, so she is an S rank member. Translated in a rush, so I couldn't proofread. Search, commanded the blonde-haired lady. Yes. A huge holographic map appeared in front of the black suit wearing old man in the center of the map was a red dot, which represented Li Wei's location. 6 light dots appeared within a 100-mile radius of Li Wei's location. There are 6 advanced level warlord level fighters within a 100-mile radius. Investigate each of them and display each of their distances from Li Wei, coldly commanded Li Yao. Beep beep, the hologram slightly vibrated twice, and both holograms started to display a huge amount of information. 6 advanced level warlords, other than Wei's 2 bodyguards, the other 4 are in 003 city. Li Yao's face was extremely unhappy. He only has 4 suspects, since the other 2 are dead already. Out of these 4, the closest one is 20 miles away with an advanced level warlord speed. It's pretty much impossible for him to run 20 miles away within a minute. Yao, just who killed Wei? The blonde-haired lady's Chinese had a bit of an accent, but it was still quite fluent. Search for all the intermediate warlords, all the beginner warlords, said Li Yao as he clenched his teeth. How can they be an intermediate or beginner level warlord? The blonde-haired lady's face was also full of nervousness, with Ka Long and the others. Strength, how can they die to an intermediate or beginner level warlord without even having the chance to report? Shut up, Li Yao couldn't help but to scold. The blonde-haired lady held in her objections. Within a 100-mile radius, there are 21 intermediate-level warlords, answered the black suit wearing old man on the holographic map. 21 lights that were a bit dimmer than the others appeared. There are 21 beginner-level warlords within a 100-mile radius. Once again, dots representing the low-level warlord level fighters appeared on the map. Li Yao's words seemed to barely be able to squeeze past his teeth. Record all the information on these fighters, including their distance to Li Wei. Also search for all the warrior-level fighters and record their information too. After that, send it to me and Vanina. Yes, the black suit wearing old man bowed respectfully. Li Yao glanced at the huge amounts of flashing dots on the map. They were dense and almost uncountable, clearly, compared to warlord-leveled fighters. There were at least 10 times more warrior-level fighters. These hundreds of flashing dots were quite bright. And one of these hundreds of flashing dots was Luo Feng's. Even though Luo Feng has the skill of a beginner-level warlord, according to his battle record and information on his fighter card, he's still an advanced level warrior. Use their battle records to determine their rank and activate the satellite to record Li Wei's position, interrupted Vanina. Because of the weather, the recording won't be too good. As for the recording, our professionals will enhance it. We'll send it in half an hour, said the black suit wearing old man. Actually, satellite recording isn't as amazing as regular people think it is. There are many restrictions. One of the major ones is weather, which has an enormous effect on the recording quality. Mr. Li Yao, Director Vanina, there are 8 advanced level warlords, 21 intermediate level warlords, and hundreds of beginner level warlords and soldier level fighters. All the information has been sent, said the black suit wearing old man. Li Yao and Vanina lowered their heads. The photos and information of various fighters flashed across their watches. And one of them was Luo Feng, of course. As a warrior-level fighter, he didn't stand out at all. After just 3 minutes. On top of the starlight-covered mountain peak, 2 blue UFO-shaped fighter aircraft flew up and soared through the sky. Beep. Signal read, pass. Only after that were the 2 blue UFO-shaped fighter aircraft able to leave the city's defense system. If their signal wasn't read and they tried to fly out, the 2 fighter aircraft would have been instantly shot through by lasers and engulfed in flames. In the cockpit, Li Yao and Vanina both had their battle uniform sets on. Each of them had their own weapons, and their faces were extremely unamused. The pilot of the aircraft and the other 6 war god subordinates didn't dare to make a sound. They knew that something terrible has happened. The only son of the husband wife duo nicknamed Vulture and Scorpion has been killed. This couple isn't normal at all, whether in the circle of war gods or in underground alliances community. Both of them have an extraordinary amount of influence and power. Yao, could a monster horde leader have killed them, said Vanina as she frowned. How could a monster horde leader appear on the highway, and even if they did encounter one, how could they not have the chance to send a message? The muscles on Li Yao's faces started twitching as the cold light in his eyes flashed, as if he just lost everything to him. He's become cold and enraged. Like a lone wolf, I've already told Wang Tong at the city to go and check the scene. When he gets there, we'll have a general idea of what happened. Okay, Vanina slightly nodded. Deep into the winter night, the winter wind was chilling on the highway. The 4 corpses have long turned dark red. One tall and one skinny, short shadow was carefully investigating the scene under Li Yao's request. These 2 were precisely the 2 great war gods Wang Tong and Li Ken, who rushed from the city. Whoosh whoosh. 2 eerie blue lights flew from the faraway horizon and quickly arrived on the highway as they slowly descended. Hua, not waiting for the fighter aircraft to descend, one of the fighter aircraft's hatches was opened and 2 shadows came jumping down from the air. They were precisely Li Yao and Vanina. Vulture, Scorpion, Shadow Blade, and Bear Strength, these 4 have teamed up quite a few times. War gods helping each other is a very common occurrence. Vulture, I'm sorry, sighed Wang Tong. What's the conclusion? Li Yao attempted to be more polite, but it was clearly filled with rage. Wang Tong didn't bother arguing over Li Yao's tone and pointed to the 4 corpses. All I can say, it kind of seems like the work of a spirit reader. Spirit reader? Li Yao and Vanina both frowned. Of course, the possibility remains that the enemy purposefully made it look that way so he wouldn't be suspected, added Wang Tong. At this time, a few figure bodyguards jumped from one of the blue fighter aircraft, and 5 people wearing dark gray uniforms jumped from the other fighter aircraft, all of them carrying some sort of machine on their backs. There were 2 females, 1 Asian and 1 white man out of these 5. There was also a pale old man. Nobody else is allowed at the scene, commanded the old man. Begin. The other 4 suddenly opened the things they had on their back and pulled out all sorts of sensors and detectors as they started to investigate the scene as closely as possible. Time passed a second at a time. Li Yao and Vanina could only wait silently. Wang Tong and Li Ken exchanged glances, both of them not knowing what to say. The vulture and the scorpion are extremely famous throughout the entire world. Other than the existences that have surpassed the war god level, there's virtually nobody that can suppress this couple. And with their already cruel personalities, would they not avenge their only son's death? Mr. and Mrs. bowed the pale old man respectfully. We already have results. Please come see them. Li Yao and Vanina, and even Wang Tong and Li Ken walked over. A notebook was there with a simulation already on the screen. The pale old man said, "This old fighter and white fighter probably died in an instant. They died the exact same way. Something pierced their heads from behind. This middle-aged fighter and young Master Li Wei also died at around the same time. The white fighter died a little later than the old fighter." As he said that, the old pale man tapped the simulation screen. Suddenly, the simulation began. The only thing that could be seen were two lights that seemed to have pierced the heads of the old veteran named Liu and the white brute. After that, too, lights shot through Panya and young Master Li Wei, cutting off their heads. "Yeah," nodded Wang Tong. "I've also checked the old fighter and the white fighter probably haven't been able to respond when they died." As for Li Wei and the middle-aged man, their eyes were filled with horror. Clearly, they witnessed the scene. The pale old man continued, "We have investigated the surroundings and are 100% sure that no horde leaders have passed by. Using the footprints around the surroundings and the position of the victims' legs, this old fighter, white fighter, and middle-aged fighter were probably charging towards the same point, which was why they weren't able to respond to an attack from behind." The pale old man tapped the screen and a figure of a man appeared. Li Yao and Vanina were both squatting beside Li Yao's body. Li Wei's head and body were already connected, and his eyes were clearly still in shock. "I've checked. After 30 seconds of Wei's death, no war god was within 100 miles. 1 minute after Wei's death, there were 4 advanced-level warlords, the closest one being 25 miles away," said Li Yao deeply. "So the killer must have hit his strength." A person's strength is determined by their battle record. Even though some extremely powerful men have killed extremely powerful monsters, they gave all the credit to their allies. Without a battle record, their skill ranking would naturally be low. That's one possibility. The killer is a regular fighter with an average battle record whose actual strength is that of a wargod. Second possibility, the killer is a spirit reader who has hid his identity of a spirit reader. A spirit reader is 2 levels above his fitness level, so this person could be a beginner or intermediate level warlord. Of course, we aren't ignoring the possibility that this person is really good at hiding his skill and only appears as a warrior-level fighter, said Li Yao lowly. There's still a third possibility. The killer is one of my enemies, a powerful war god fighter. He isn't wearing a tactical communications watch, so I can't find him. War gods usually share their information frequently, so quite a few of them know about the secret behind the tactical communication watches. They're just too lazy to tell anyone else. When they're executing top-secret missions, they don't wear their tactical communication watches. Silence. Beside Li Wei's corpse, only Li Yao spoke. Vanina's eyes were both wet with tears, and Wang Tong and Li Ken kept their distance. "No matter who, I'll never forgive the person who killed my son. Spread the news of Wei's death around the world and let every single fighter know," seethed Vanina. I, Vanina Paulinus, will give all my earnings of this year, a bounty of 100 billion, to anyone who can find out who killed my son. With enough proof. I don't believe that this person doesn't have family or friends as long as he tells this to someone, as long as he even utters a single word in his dreams or while drunk, as long as he accidentally lets it slip out under any circumstance, then even his closest friend might not keep the secret. A bounty of 100 billion, I'll make him unable to ever sleep peacefully again. In case he accidentally mutters it, I'll make him unable to ever drink any alcohol again. I'll fill his life with horror and fear. Seethed Vanina. Wang Tong and Li Kan both took a deep breath on the side. 100 billion. This gigantic bounty can even mobilize the invincible war god existences. No. That even a legendary emperor-level monster isn't even worth 100 billion, so this is an astronomical bounty. With this much money, you can instantly enjoy all the fun in the world. All sorts of information networks and powers will search for the killer for the sake of this bounty. Translated this in a rush, so I couldn't proofread. Humans can be controlled by money, and a gigantic amount of it can make one go mad. 100 billion. Pretty cruel. Li Kan couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. Even I'm affected, sighed Wang Tong as he shook his head. Just what you'd expect from the director of the Huaxia sector, blood sister of one of the 9 families. Paulinus family's director. The rich are always going to be rich. Even around the entire world, not many advanced-level war gods have such wealth. Yes, hunting horde leader-level monsters and selling them is good money, but are horde leader monsters that stupid? They have intelligence equal to that of a human's. Once they sense danger and feel like they have no chance of winning, they'll choose to run away. Once a horde leader level monster decides to run away, it'll definitely command thousands of monsters to obstruct the war god's path. Even if they can't obstruct the war god, it'll definitely slow them down. So killing a horde leader level monster is extremely difficult. The stronger they are, the harder it becomes. So the usual situation is, an advanced level war god hunts a medium level horde leader, an intermediate level war god hunts a low level horde leader, and a beginner level war god hunts a high level commander. The chances of success are higher this way. For example, Wang Tong and Li Kan's attempt to hunt the steel-armored dragon ended in failure. And the amount of monsters isn't limitless. The stronger the monster, the fewer there are. For example, when Luo Feng and the others of the Firehammer squad were in that small sector and hunted large amounts of commander-level monsters, it became significantly harder to find them later because the amount of commander-level monsters in that area lowered. But this isn't the worst part. The worst part is you'll attract the attention of the commander-level monsters leader, the horde leader. The fighters are usually able to discover the danger after killing a lot, so they'll run away. However, this also proves the point that killing monsters to earn money is no easy task. Most importantly, war gods also have to spend tons of money, things like weapons and battle uniforms. Which one of these things doesn't cost a gigantic amount? A top-tier instruction manual also costs so much that it's frightening. Many war gods even have to borrow money from the bank. There's no helping it, war gods need to spend too much money. For example, if an advanced level war god fights against a high-level horde leader, then he'll have to buy a SS-grade battle uniform set to be safe. Since a Q-Series S-rank battle uniform can only defend against most S-rank horde leaders' attacks, but not all of them. SS grade battle uniform set, SS grade weapon, which one doesn't cost a fortune? A SS grade instruction manual and even ultimate instruction manuals like the 9-stage Thunderblade are just as expensive to fully equip yourself with. The perfect gear. How many medium-level horde leaders will you have to kill? This is something that most advanced-level war gods won't be able to achieve. And don't even mention the special treasures available in the Palace of War Gods. Those treasures are even more expensive. It is no lie that many war gods on the entire earth have to borrow money from the bank. Of course, an extremely small amount of war gods are an exception. For example, war gods with special abilities like war god level spirit readers, or war gods with extraordinary skills, or war gods with a huge background. It'll be easy for the sons and daughters of Hong to get money, simply because of the influence of Hong. The HR Alliance is the world's top financial group. They control over half of the world's economy and have control in virtually every field. Their wealth is also just as astonishing. The Nina Paulinus is the director of the HR Alliance in China and is the blood sister of the man who is both the head of the Paulinus family and a top executive of the HR Alliance. Does anyone even need to ask about her wealth? Her wealth mainly comes from her family and the HR Alliance, and not from hunting monsters. Even her husband, Li Yao, can't compare to her. Jiangnan headquarters city, Limit Hall. Zhu Gutao was wearing a black dojo uniform and sitting cross-legged in a training room. As time flowed, the morning light slowly started to shine into the room. Zhu Gutao opened his eyes. Open. As Zhu Gutao spoke, the projector projected some light, which formed a gigantic display onto the wall. Zhu Gutao has a habit every morning. He'll check the news on TV to figure out what's going on around the world. The reporter's voice echoed around the training room. What? Zhu Gutao froze as he stared at what the morning news was describing. On the display, 100 billion. Zhu Gutao blinked twice. 100 billion. Zhu Gutao fiercely stood up as his heart rate increased. This amount of money is too crazy. He, one of the big four of Jiangnan City's dojo of Limit's headquarters, couldn't even control his surprisement. Vulture and Scorpion, so it's that couple. Well, makes sense. What kind of normal war god can bring out 100 billion? Zhu Gutao was amazed, and this news broadcast was directed at the entire population in the country. In other words, not only fighters, but regular people will know about this too. The HR Alliance's influence is sure great, being able to bring out this news on China's television channel. 100 billion. Even Zhu Gutao is affected. It seems like that he, Zhu Gutao, frequently offers some geniuses and powerful fighters many benefits. However, he does most of that with his special privileges in the dojo, so he barely has to take out his own money. Enter the home of limits, War God Fighter discussion section, commanded Zhu Gutao. The display suddenly and quickly changed as it entered the War God Fighters discussion section. As an advanced-level warlord, he doesn't have the rights, but as his identity as a chief instructor, he's granted access to the section. The entire discussion section has indeed become lively. It looks like fighters from South America, North America, Europe, Africa, and other places all had their blood boiling. Laughed Zhu Gutao. However, this case happened in China, so this gigantic sum of money will probably end up in the hands of a Chinese. 100 billion is just like throwing a fat sheep into a pack of wolves. Indeed, the entire world has been stirred up by this gigantic sum. Even Existences surpassing the war god level have to sigh at this, since war gods are so moved by this. Don't even mention a regular citizen. Regular citizens are toiling just for their rent. Even 100 million is an astronomical number for them. Don't even mention 100 billion. Stirred. The entire world is stirred up. Virtually every information network couldn't help but to start investigating this case. Find this person. 023 City was a huge city that contained hundreds of millions of people. 023 City is high risk, high reward, so many fighters are attracted there. On the 8th floor of some 12-story residential building in the western section of an old city. Hoo-hoo. The crazed winds howled and the snowflakes danced. The chilly air charged into the house incessantly, and the floor of the room was absolutely freezing. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on a torn cushion as he lightly polished his throwing knives. The only thing in his mind was the astonishing news his tactical communications watch just received. The news of the astronomical bounty. I can't believe they're spending so much money on my bounty. Even I feel like reporting myself. Luo Feng lightly placed his throwing knife onto the ground, took out another knife, and started polishing it. 100 billion. However, the parents of Li Wei aren't fools. They'll only give the money to someone who can bring clear and absolute evidence. Luo Feng doesn't think that there's anyone on this earth who has evidence of him killing Li Wei back then. To prevent himself from being caught by the satellite, he rushed straight into the fields after killing Li Wei and the others. Unless my luck is really that horrible, so horrible that there just happened to be someone hiding next to the highway and happened to record my face and my actions. But Luo Feng thought that the chance of this is no higher than the chance of fishing up a needle in the sea. Actually, the only thing Luo Feng is afraid of is his Fire Hammer Squad comrades. This bounty described the identity and skill of the other 3 people who died with Li Wei, and the bounty even said that the murderer is most likely either someone with the power of a war god level fighter, or a spirit reader. Luo Feng's face sank. If the captain, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and brother Chen see this, they'll probably connect this to me. Without a doubt, the other 4 members of the Fire Hammer Squad easily connected this bounty with Luo Feng. First, Luo Feng stayed in 003 City to kill the Tiger Fang Squad, and one of the 4 people that died was the Tiger Fang captain, Panya. Next, the bounty itself said that the murderer is either someone with the power of a war god or a spirit reader, and everyone in the squad knows that he's a spirit reader. Extrapolating with the 2 points above is indeed very easy. As a matter of fact, this was exactly the case when this astronomical bounty was revealed. The other 4 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were stunned as they guessed it was Luo Feng. Just because they can guess, doesn't mean they have evidence. Luo Feng shook his head. The Fire Hammer Squad guessed it was Luo Feng. And a few war gods guessed that the murderer was a war god who had a grudge with the Vulture, Scorpion couple. Anyway, all of these are just groundless accusations. Not one person had sufficient evidence. When Li Wei encountered danger last time, Li Wei's parents instantly found the 2 closest war gods and asked them for help. Frowned Luo Feng. In other words, Li Wei's parents have enough power to instantly find the fighters in a location. If they can find war gods, then warlords and warriors would be even easier to find. From Luo Feng's point of view, locating war gods is much more difficult than locating warlords and warriors. They'll probably find out that I wasn't too far from the scene at the time. Frowned Luo Feng. This point is extremely disadvantageous actually, Luo Feng didn't know that. War gods can locate other war gods through a system in the Palace of War Gods. Most war gods definitely can't locate other warlords and warriors, however, Luo Feng's blind guess hit the mark, since Li Wei's parents did indeed locate the hundreds of people around the area. And he, Luo Feng, was one of them. I'm probably one of the suspects, but since I'm weak, the chances of being caught should be quite low, frowned Luo Feng. However, Captain, Brother Tai, Brother Qing, and Brother Chen, if one of them reveals the fact that I stayed in 003 City to kill the Tiger Fong squad and the fact that I'm a spirit reader, then, even though it's not pure evidence, Li Wei's parents will definitely make me into the #1 suspect. Suddenly, Luo Feng felt a vibration on his wrist. He lowered his head and looked at the display on his tactical communications. Watch. A phone call from Captain Gao Feng. Luo Feng slightly frowned. Why would the captain call me at a time like this? The winds were howling, and the snow was falling outside, but various thoughts were currently flashing through Luo Feng's mind. After taking a deep breath, he lightly said, "Redial." Beep beep beep. "Hello, Luo Feng," Captain Gao Feng's voice carried over. "Captain, something happening," said Luo Feng as he laughed. Gao Feng's voice immediately sank. "I'm sure you saw that astronomical bounty. That's a whole 100 billion, definitely enough to make countless fighters go crazy, especially since the notice said the murderer is a fighter with either war god level strength or a spirit reader. No matter what, you must not reveal your identity as a spirit reader, or else you'll bring upon yourself huge trouble, since our Firehammer squad and the Tiger Fong squad were already in conflict, and one of the 4 people that died was the Tiger Fong. Captain Panya, you'll easily come under suspect once people find out that you're a spirit reader. When that happens, you'll become the target of thousands of people. No matter how careful you are, the unexpected could always happen. I understand, but since I didn't do it, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. However, Captain, this murderer is pretty strong. He was able to make these 4 die before any of them were able to contact that couple. He sure is powerful. Luo Feng couldn't help but to compliment. He is indeed strong. Gao Feng also gave his compliments. Luo Feng continued, and since Panya died, this is also great news. Our Hammer squad won't have to deal with any troubles in the future. Indeed, this is quite beneficial to us. I'm just going to remind you again. Be careful, and even more careful. This case has too much riding on it. I'll remind Chingu and the others when I get back. Don't worry, if any of them dare to reveal anything, I won't spare them. Oh yeah, when are you returning to the headquarters city? The materials of the monsters we hunted are still stored there, and we're waiting for you to return to decide how to deal with them. Luo Feng smiled. I was going to stay in the wilderness for a bit longer, but since the Tiger Fong captain is dead, I don't have any more business. I'll return within 2 days. Okay, I'll see you then. Gao Feng's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. See you later. Luo Feng hung up, and his expression immediately became serious. From this phone call, it seemed like the captain was seriously passionate about reminding him. After hearing the captain's words, his heart was indeed warmed. However, one thing can be discovered after thinking this through. The other 4 members of the Firehammer squad could suspect him. However, none of the four have sufficient evidence. What can the four of them do for Luo Feng's trust? The best way for me to trust them is if none of them call me. If they don't call me, then they won't be able to find any evidence. Luo Feng frowned, but the captain called me, and seemed like he was comforting me if I wasn't careful, along with the pressure brought along by the 100 billion, I might get hot-headed and reveal everything to someone I care about. After Luo Feng thought about that, he couldn't help but to be afraid indeed. A youth who hasn't even reached the age of 20 just killed an important person and received an astronomical bounty. Most people would be extremely nervous. Deep relationships with their seniors would easily move them, and they might get hot-headed and let all the secrets out. Using all sorts of ways to ask me actually makes me more cautious instead. And this concern easily makes people drop their guard once I reveal the secret. It might get recorded if the captain was using a recording device. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. With the information that I was hunting down the Tiger Feng squad and my identity as a spirit reader, along with the fact that Li Wei's parents are sure that I was one of the fighters nearby, and finally, along with the recording. How can there be so many coincidences with this much evidence? The murderer's identity is practically 100 confirmed. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Indeed, if he admitted the fact with his own mouth, then he'll be in huge trouble. Thankfully, he's been under pressure ever since he was young. He worked to become a fighter. After long periods of stress, he's able to handle much more than a regular 20-year-old youth. Time flowed slowly, and yet the snow started falling faster and faster, causing everything within sight to be covered in pure white at the same time. The temperature has dropped to an astonishing level. Soon enough, the time reached midnight. In the dirty, little room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. I received a total 2 phone calls today, one from the captain and one from Wei Qing. The captain seemed to be extremely comforting, while Wei Qing seemed to be in complete shock. Earlier in the afternoon, the first thing Wei Qing said when he called was, "Damn, crazy. The captain just told us to be careful not to reveal your identity as a spirit reader. You didn't kill those 4, did you?" Wei Qing and Gao Feng's phone calls rose Luo Feng's suspicions. Of course, only suspicions. Maybe the captain was truly being considerate, and maybe Wei Qing only talked like that because he truly thought of him as a brother. Humans are the hardest to read, since they're so unpredictable. In the face of money, brothers turn on each other, couples divorce, parents and children cut ties. I've seen these types of things on the internet way too many times, and needless to say, this is a gigantic sum of 100 billion. Through his tactical communications watch, Luo Feng entered the internet and looked at some discussion boards. And he soon discovered how crazy the entire world was going over this bounty. The night was even colder than the day. Luo Feng was curled up in a corner, but his heart was a bit cold ever since he started suspecting Captain Gao Feng and Wei Qing. Luo Feng's entire attitude started changing. In the past, he was extremely cheerful and straightforward. Just like a regular fighter, he was able to fight in front of the face of death. With the other brothers in his squad, he was easily able to treat others as his good brothers. But now, are they thinking of me as a brother, or are they planning on turning me in for the huge sum of money? Maybe the lack of evidence is the only thing keeping them from doing that. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. What am I thinking? I'm randomly suspecting them. Luo Feng shook his head. He finally realized how his attitude couldn't help but to change under the gigantic bounty of 100 billion. He can't be sure that the others won't be affected by 100 billion. Since, after all, this is 100 billion, this is what caused him to change even. Though Luo Feng knows he shouldn't be so suspicious, he can't help himself. One of the Nina Paulinus goal was already reached. Luo Feng started spiraling down under all the pressure brought by the 100 billion bounty. Never mind, I'm not going to think about this anymore. Luo Feng immediately lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. He then lightly pressed the button and started reading through all the different types of messages on the tactical communications watch's screen. Suddenly, he flipped through the phone book and was calmed by one of the names that appeared within these names was the good friend that always played with him, Wei Wen. I wonder how one is doing. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile as he thought about the things he did with Wei Wen back in the days. There were quite a few of his high school friends within these names. There were also some friends in the dojo of limits. The names of his parents and his brother were here too. Dad, Mom, Brother. Luo Feng's gaze was soft. No matter what, you guys won. Be in trouble, I'll definitely overcome this problem. Suddenly Luo Feng's gaze landed upon a name, Su Xian. They exchanged phone numbers back when they chatted in the HR Alliance's market. However, he never called her after all this time. Dial Su Xian's number, said Luo Feng. For some reason, he started to get nervous after dialing the number. Maybe his identity as the murderer will be revealed one day. When that happens, the Su family definitely won't allow Su Xian to have any contact with him. Hello. Su Xian's voice, carried from the tactical communications watch, is this Luo Feng? Yep, it's me. Luo Feng's heart warmed. How rare, a big-time fighter like you thought of calling me mockingly. Laughed Su Xian. What, return to the headquarter city? I'm in the wilderness, and it's night time and I'm bored, so after Luo Feng said this, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. Bored during the night. How come this sounds like he's trying to get a hooker finding women when he's bored during the night? Cough. Su Xian coughed a bit. I never knew even you were so playful. Playful, a house college for you right now, as someone who never went to college. I'm quite curious. Luo Feng immediately changed the topic and the two continued to chat like this. Maybe because it's the first time they chatted over phone, or maybe because they're both bored in the quiet night, so they chatted for a long time. Only until he hung up did Luo Feng realize this phone call lasted for 15 hours. I never knew that chatting over the phone could last for 15 hours. Luo Feng's heart was filled with happiness. Indeed, chatting with your crush for 15 hours over the phone can make one really happy. All the fear previously brought by the 100 billion bounty and all the negative emotions were completely swept away. The previously nervous, panicking person changed back to the little boy in love. This change in attitude washed Luo Feng's spirit. Luo Feng steadily started to calm down. This was a peacefulness he never felt before, a peacefulness brought by a gigantic change in attitude. Well, indeed, how many normal people go through such huge changes in attitude? His heart was peaceful and still like water. This feeling feels so great. Luo Feng really enjoyed this feeling that he never had before, and at this time he had the urge to practice his blade technique. He pulled out the shadow blade from the sheath on his back. In this deep, cold night, while countless people were stunned over the astronomical bounty, Luo Feng was swinging his blade and practicing his 9 Stage Thunder Blade in the room of an abandoned building in the wilderness. 003 City with unforeseen peacefulness each swing of the blade gave him. Comfort he never felt before. One swing, two swings. Luo Feng's spiritual force naturally spread out, and the slight movements, the swings imposed onto the surrounding area, were clearly checked by the spiritual force. The cold light, like snow, slowly floated around the room. Could release one a day, but I'm unexpectedly busy, or maybe I could release. After going through a gigantic change in emotion, his current state of mind was crystal clear, for now at least. Without a second thought, his entire body and mind was focused on his blade. After practicing for a bit, Luo Feng frowned and thought to himself as he tested some swings. After that, he would then again return to practicing. Pause and think for a bit, and then practice again. The overall feeling of this was like Luo Feng's experience of solving math problems while he was still enrolled in school. To solve a really difficult math problem, you would have to try several different ways. With the information you know, you would continuously fix up your attempts until you solve it. The big math problems on the high school tests are super difficult sometimes. You can't solve them by just putting in 1 or 2 hours. And now, Luo Feng studied his blade technique like he was solving a math problem. However, unlike usual, Luo Feng's current state of mind caused his brain to work much faster than before and allowed him to clearly control even the most obscure parts of his body. One night of hard work, the morning of the second day was still filled with hard work. In the afternoon of the second day, Luo Feng was deep in thought as he was holding his ghost blade and sitting on the balcony. He continued to sit there for 3 hours. Luo Feng continued to study his blade technique and, as a result, forgot to eat, forgot all about the astronomical bounty, and forgot about all of his suspicions. Late into the night of the second day, Luo Feng continued to swing his blade. In the dark living room on the 8th floor of this residential building, the blade's cold light completely chilled one's heart. Who knows how many times he has swung his blade by now, but this time, just a slight movement of the ghost blade caused a silver flash to brighten up the entire living room. There was a slight, odd vibration hidden in that light. Like a flash of lightning, the surrounding air caused a shockwave, similar to a sonic boom with a poo-poo sound. Luo Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. It worked. I actually completed it. I finally finished the third stage of the 9 stage Thunder Blade. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a shout of excitement and happiness. The third stage of the Thunder Blade completed not too long after the announcement of the astronomical bounty. Each stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade gets harder and harder, and I just successfully completed the second stage not too long ago. Who would have thought that I could finish the third stage so soon? Luo Feng let out a smile. Indeed, I'll have to thank Li Wei's parents if Li Wei's mother, the Nina Paulinus, knew that this happened. She'll probably spit out blood from anger. The 9-stage Thunder Blade gets progressively harder. The only person able to complete all 9 stages on this earth is Thunder God alone. This ultimate technique is extremely messed up. The third stage is your strength multiplied by 28. Luo Feng's current fitness level places him at the advanced warrior level. Multiply that by 28, and his attack power rivals an intermediate level warlord's 28. Keep in mind that one level only differs by around a multiple of 2. My one blade, along with 4 exertions of force, rivals an intermediate Warlord if my spiritual force assists my ghost blade and adds a fifth or sixth force exertion, my blade might rival an advanced level warlord. Luo Feng clearly understood the power of his spiritual force. If you combine the spiritual force with your attacks, its power will stand out even more. Surprise, an unexpected surprise brought about by the astronomical bounty. The astronomical bounty indeed put Luo Feng under huge stress. Some people could even collapse under this pressure, but some people would work even harder under this stress and improve at an astounding rate. And Luo Feng received improvement. I have to thank Li Wei's parents. Luo Feng's face was full of happiness. That astronomical bounty indeed spawned fear in the bottom of my heart and made me feel like anyone could betray me. Thankfully, I became happy after chatting with Su Xian. This gigantic change made me extraordinarily calm. His heart was still like water, in other words, not even the tiniest bit of distractions existed. This extreme level of calmness is very difficult to maintain over long periods of time. Usually, an ordinary person could occasionally enter this state when his life is in danger or during an emergency. During that time, their skill will explode past their usual limits. For example, Luo Feng, who was absolutely calm and had no hesitations at all, managed to escape from being surrounded by hundreds of commander-level monsters at the Family Mart supermarket in just a short 12 seconds. However, that state can usually be maintained for just 1 or 2 minutes. However, with this gigantic change in attitude, he managed to stay in that state for over 20 hours. In these 20 hours of blade training, he managed to complete the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. At the end, it was because of his intense joy that caused him escape the state he was in. The astronomical bounty sure did affect me. According to the history books, most of the falls of any ancient emperor were caused by their suspicions of their ministers. Their suspicions made them ill and therefore led to their death. Luo Feng's mental state also went up by another level. The astronomical bounty also has very little effect on him now. The captain and the others have no evidence. Without any evidence, naturally, they won't be able to receive the bounty. If they can't receive the bounty, then why would they report anything? Luo Feng's ears slightly moved, and then he rushed towards the balcony and looked below this residential apartment were dozens of monsters gathering towards the building. Luo Feng froze, and then laughed. Looks like my hell from completing the 3rd stage attracted quite a bit of monsters. Right now, it's time for me to return to the headquarters city. After Luo Feng picked up his bag, blade, and shield, he directly jumped off the balcony of the 8th floor with a lightning-like leap and fell onto the roof of a 3-story apartment building nearby. After that, he disappeared with a shake of his body. The train station. The train station is always the most crowded place, crowded to the point where it's absurd. The endless chattering spread around the area. A long train slowly entered the train station and, as the ear-piercing brakes of the train came from the tracks, the doors of the train opened. The large amount of passengers, like sardines stuffed in a can, came out. The headquarters city, now this is home. Luo Feng walked out of the train's doors and smiled as he looked around. I'm back. After riding on the private car of the Dojo of Limits, Luo Feng returned to the Mingyu sector after the sun has set. This small sector is still the same as always, quiet as usual. Through the window, Luo Feng saw the large amounts of residents chatting and relaxing in the small sector. Beep. The car stopped in front of the limit hall. Luo Feng opened the door of the car and walked out. A large group of people could be seen standing in front of the entrance of the limit hall. There were quite a bit of fighters with their families, and even some of the people from the Fire Hammer Squad. Of course, his brother and parents were here too. Feng Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan couldn't help but to yell. Bro Luo Hua's face was full of happiness. Papa Feng. Captain Crazy. Quite a few fighters also yelled passionately. Captain, you guys are here too? Luo Feng laughed and said with a tone of surprisement. Captain Gao Feng, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing also laughed as Gao Feng said, "Didn't you tell us you'll be returning these 2 days? We need to deal with the monster materials we have anyway. Furthermore, we haven't seen old Zhang for a while, so us brothers can meet up and have a chat." Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. Captain, I'll chat with you guys later tonight. I'm gonna go back first. Alright. Gao Feng smiled as he nodded and watched Luo Feng leave. He thought to himself in his heart, looking at Luo Feng's face and attitude, it seems like he's quite happy and relaxed and is under absolutely no pressure at all. The culprit might actually not be him. Even Gao Feng himself didn't know what his own thoughts were now. He couldn't help but to want to investigate and find out whether or not Luo Feng was the culprit, since the attraction of 100 billion was just too great. He didn't want Luo Feng to be the culprit so his heart could be at ease. How many people on this earth can be not only absolutely worry-free, but also happy under the pressure of the astronomical bounty? At least it'll be difficult for a young man who hasn't even reached the age of 20 to do such a thing. Gao Feng shook his head. Whatever, I'm not going to think about this anymore. Gao Feng had to admit, even he was a bit thrown off by the large sum of money. Let's go, us brothers will have a drink, shouted Gao Feng. Go. Haha, let's go together. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad, including handicapped Zhang Ku, walked into the limit hall. Only Luo Feng was in his home, the second floor of Luo Feng's home. After he returned home, Luo Feng placed the bag containing the valuable blade, battle uniform, and dragon egg into his own personal safe in his room. Actually, even if he placed it on the floor, nobody would steal it. This is the fighter sector of the dojo of limits. Nobody would dare to come here to steal things. Without a doubt, Li Wei's parents have the right to find the fighters in an area with the number of fighters gathered at the edge of 003 City. They probably searched over thousands of fighters. Since I'm just one of them, the chances of me being suspected are low. Li Wei's parents are already suspecting spirit readers, so they might look into the profiles and bank accounts of fighters they suspect. Because of that, from now on, I can't deposit large amounts of money into the bank account that's under my real name. I should put the money into an account that doesn't require a name. As of now, many banks on Earth support nameless accounts. These accounts don't care about the person's identity. You just have to set some passwords, and then you're set. 1. Large amounts of money can't go into my real bank account. 2. Until the right time, my identity as a spirit reader can't be revealed. 3. I can't tell anybody the fact that I killed Li Wei. 4. I also can't tell anybody about the dragon egg and the war god battle gear, including my family. Luo Feng was clear that even the tiniest action could ruin everything, so, before he has enough strength to go against the vulture, scorpion couple in the open, he definitely can't reveal anything. For a warlord-level fighter, having hundreds of millions to even around $1 billion isn't too over the top. But if their bank account has over tens of billions, how could Vulture, Li Yao, and Scorpion, Vanina Paulinus, not get suspicious? Keep in mind that the HR Alliance controls over half of the world's economy. Many large banks are under the flag of the HR Alliance. With their authority, they can easily find out Luo Feng's wealth through their global banking network. Only a nameless account is the safest. If even the bank itself doesn't know who owns the account, then don't even talk about investigating. For me right now, the most important thing is strength, so I better go and buy some more advanced 9-stage Thunder Blade stages. Luo Feng slightly nodded at this time. His cell phone started ringing. Hello, Luo Feng, are you ready yet? I'm ready, I'm coming now, said Luo Feng as he laughed. We're at the bar at the Limit Hall, come here. After hanging up, Luo Feng headed towards the Limit Hall inside the small sector. In the bar on the first floor of the Limit Hall were around 10 fighters chatting with each other, and the people around one of the tables were precisely the members of the Fire Hammer Squad. Soon enough, Luo Feng started walking towards them. Hey, Luo Feng. Crazy, you're here. All the people in the bar gave their greetings after Luo Feng smiled as he replied to them. He sat at the Fire Hammer Squad's table. The men at the table were indeed Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Chen Gu, Luo Feng, and the handicapped Zhang Ke. The 6 of them sat down together as they drank and chatted all the way until around 9 p.m. They then accompanied Zhang Ke as he left. Only Luo Feng and the other 4 remained at the table. Luo Feng, what do you think we should do with the materials we received this time? Smiled Gao Feng as he asked. I think we should just sell it all for money. Wei Tai couldn't help but to yell. Luo Feng shook his head. Captain, for my portion of the materials, I'm preparing to sell them to the Dojo of Limits to receive some contribution points. Right now, I only have a sad few hundred points. I don't even have a 1-star contribution rank. These few hundred points were received when he sold a small portion of the materials he got from crazily hunting around 10,000 soldier-level monsters back then. Indeed, Luo Feng still doesn't even have a 1-star contribution rank yet. Nodded Gao Feng. The others couldn't help but to laugh as they nodded. Yeah, he should get some more contribution points. There are quite a few benefits brought about by having a high amount of contribution points. Laughed Chen Gu as he said, for example, you have to buy your own instruction manuals. Only by having enough contribution points can you purchase the instruction manuals at a good price, and only with the Saint rank can you enter the special training rooms of the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng nodded. Even some large powers can't afford to buy those highly expensive and technologically advanced training rooms. Only gigantic powers like the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo can afford to build such special training rooms in each headquarter city. However, your contribution rank has to reach a certain level before you can access them, and you only receive a set amount of time to train in them every year. We'll do it like this. Gao Feng took out a piece of paper, which had all of the materials the Fire Hammer Squad hunted printed on it. This list contains what we earned this time. Each material has its own market price, so the price of all of these materials added together comes to around 2 billion. Gao Feng toned his voice down a bit. It's a bit late now, so there aren't many people remaining in the bar. Well, it isn't a big deal even if someone else overhears. For this time's hunt, Luo Feng and I were the main force, while Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing were support, so Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing each get 10, which is 220 million each. Luo Feng and I each get 35, which is 770 million each. Gao Feng looked at everyone. Nobody has any objections, right? The members of the Fire Hammer squad all laughed. Objections. They usually earn 100 million over the course of a year or two. How long has this been? Chenggu and the others have already earned 220 million, of course. That's connected to the fact that they used genetic medicine to increase their skill. If their skill didn't increase, then they wouldn't have been able to assist Luo Feng and Gao Feng at all in 003 city. Luo Feng, pick some materials that are worth around 770 million. You decide how you want to deal with them. Gao Feng passed the paper over and immediately yelled towards the bar, bring a pen over here. Luo Feng looked at the paper in front of him and carefully inspected the list. After the pen came, Luo Feng swiftly checked the materials he wanted, because fighters frequently communicate with each other over the internet and the purchasers of the materials are always competing with each other. The prices have long been clear. Usually, there isn't much of a difference. Luo Feng, you're selling the materials to the Dojo of Limits for contribution points to buy an instruction manual, asked Gao Feng. I'm preparing to purchase the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, said Luo Feng helplessly. I just want to buy the 4th stage, but unfortunately, they don't sell them one by one when you purchase an instruction manual. You have to buy it starting from the first level. Actually, Luo Feng wanted to purchase the 5th stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade 2. However, you would need 2 billion, half price of 1 billion, to purchase the first 5 stages, and the half price requirement is a 3-star contribution rank, which is equivalent to 1 million contribution points if you convert money into contribution points. Then each contribution point is equivalent to 100,000 Chinese dollars. This means that you need 10 billion even if it's cheaper to sell materials to the Dojo of Limits in return for contribution points. Luo Feng doesn't have that much. So, for now, he can only purchase the first 4 stages. The first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade costs 500 million. Half price 250 million. The half price requirement is a 2-star contribution rank, which is just 100,000 contribution points. Buying instruction scrolls are indeed a gigantic money sink. Wei Qing couldn't help but to nod his head on the side. The HR Alliance sells instruction manuals at a much cheaper price compared to the Dojo of Limits. Full price, however, it's also much more expensive than the Dojo of Limits. Half price. I know, the full price of the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade at the Dojo of Limits is 500 million, half price 250 million, and at the HR Alliance, even though there isn't any contribution rank requirement, it still costs 400 million. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. The half price offered by the Dojo of Limits is clearly the most attractive option. Sadly, the requirement for that half price is also very high. I already calculated that selling the monster materials to the Dojo of Limits is more cost-efficient. The second day, the Fire Hammer squad directly went to Jiangnan headquarters. City's HR Alliance market first. Captain Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chenggu went to take out the materials stored in the large safes. After that, Luo Feng received the materials that he selected earlier. Layer after layer in the bag was opened only until it was stretched to a height of 1-2 meters. Was it able to fit all of the materials? Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Qinggu sold all their materials to the HR Alliance. After bargaining a bit, they earned a slight bit more than they thought they would have. Gao Feng earned 780 million, while Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Qinggu earned a little bit more than 220 million. Go, head towards the Limit Hall. The Limit Hall was the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan, headquarter city, but Luo Feng rarely visited this place. Gao Feng. Big fire cannon. Crazy. After entering the first floor of the Limit Hall, quite a few fighters recognized Luo Feng's group and passionately gave their greetings. Luo Feng and the others also smiled as they chatted. Most of them recognized each other while they were resting in the resupplying base, and, as of now, Luo Feng is quite famous. Under the lead of a woman wearing a blue suit, Luo Feng and the others got on an elevator and arrived at the 23rd floor. Ding! The doors of the elevator opened. "Please follow me." The woman wearing the blue suit smiled as she brought Luo Feng and the others into an office. There was a middle-aged woman sitting in this office. "The Firehammer Squad, welcome, welcome." The middle-aged woman smiled as she said, "My name is Luo Yunqin. I'm familiar with Manager Luo." Smiled Luo Feng as he said, "Manager Luo, we brought you some materials this time, have a look." After saying that, he placed his gigantic bag on the floor and released the ropes instantly. The huge amounts of materials poured into a metal machine on the side. Luo Yunqin's eyes flashed, and she immediately pulled out her safe. After opening it, she pulled out a tool. Beep 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 beep. From the scanning of the machine, each material's quality, name, and price directly displayed onto the screen without the need to check anything by hand. The total price quickly showed itself on the screen. A total of 510,255,000 contribution points, said Luo Yunqin as she smiled. Luo Feng slightly nodded. "If you sold this batch of materials to the HR Alliance, you would probably earn around 770 million, and at the Limit Hall, you only earn around 2-3 of the price. 510 million. Even though you lose 260 million, you earn 255,000 contribution points in its place. If you rely on pure donations to earn contribution points, you need 255 billion. In other words, every 10 million you lose by selling the materials to the Limit Hall earns you 10,000 contribution points. This is 10 times more efficient than donating. Clearly, the Dojo of Limits hopes for everyone to earn contribution points by selling them their materials. There's a bit of punishment in donating, since you need $100,000 just for one contribution point. Are you sure you want to sell them? Luo Yunqin smiled as she looked at Luo Feng. I'm sure. Luo Feng nodded. Unlike the HR Alliance, there is no bargaining at the Limit Hall, but naturally, the Limit Hall's prices are usually very fair and transparent. Add the 2 low-level commander monster materials into my battle record, said Luo Feng. Alright, going by your battle record, your fighter rank is now beginner level. Warlord nodded. Luo Yunqin. A fighter's rank is determined by their battle record. For example, if you want to reach the beginner level warlord rank, you have to have slain 2 low-level commanders. However, battle records are usually not too reliable, because nobody knows whether or not you actually killed the monster yourself. You can easily purchase the material and pretend it's your own. As a result, the so-called fighter rank isn't really that useful in the circle of fighters. Everyone knows who's strong and who's weak. For example, if some kid from a rich family purchases 2 Horde leader corpses and says he killed them, his rank would become beginner-level war god. And once he does this, he'll easily attract many fighters wanting a spar. If he has the strength, then nothing will happen. If he doesn't have the strength, then he'll be super embarrassed when he gets walked all over by a group of warlords, so most people aren't willing to try and advance their ranks until they have enough strength to back it up. When I killed around 10,000 soldier-level monsters in 2 months, most of them being high-level soldiers, most of the fighters were sure that I was a beginner-level warlord. If so, then I might as well directly raise my fighter rank to beginner-level warlord. Late into the night of the same day, Luo Feng's audiovisual room. The display on the wall entered the Home of Limits page, the clearest thing. On this page was this list. Name Luo Feng. Sex male. Address Jiangnan City, China. Fighter identification number 42612305608010002. Level Warlord Beginner. Contribution 255,612 points, 2 stars. Balance 118,980,0000 Chinese dollars. Internet Market, Instruction Manual, 9-Stage Thunderblade Luo Feng. Swiftly tapped on the wireless keyboard and entered the page to purchase the 9-Stage Thunderblade Instruction Manual. After browsing for a bit, he saw the first line at the top: 9-Stage Thunderblade, all 9 stages. 100 billion full price, 50 billion half price requirement, 4-star. Contribution rank. This is a gigantic amount, even more expensive than the Elixir of Life, and it needs a 4-star contribution rank. Luo Feng shook his head and lightly tapped the purchase button for the first 4 stages. Please confirm whether or not you want to purchase the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade. You need to pay 250 million Chinese dollars. Confirm. Luo Feng tapped. Please verify your fingerprint and confirm again. Luo Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner on the wireless keyboard and shook his head as he sighed. Too bad. The first 5 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade needs a 3-star contribution rank for half price. Having no choice, he could only purchase the first 4 stages. Usually, the 9-stage Thunderblade gets harder and harder as you progress. Because of some special circumstances, he was luckily able to finish the first 3 stages. This 4th stage will probably take an extremely long time. Unless something special happens again. Beep. Fingerprint confirmed. Purchase successful. Deduction successful. The instruction manual for the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade will arrive at Mr. Luo Feng's home within 24 hours. The screen continuously displayed the messages. Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Now that I purchased the instruction manual, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna safely sell the dragon egg, the battle uniform, and the blade. TL note: for those who are curious and forgot, the current market price for an elixir of life is 30 billion. Of course, there's only demand and no supply. The HR Alliance, the Dojo of Limits, and the Thunder Dojo. Even though my identity will be revealed when selling materials to them, I can still tell them to put the money into my nameless account. However, their higher-ups could easily reveal the fact that I earned a ton of money. Frowned Luo Feng. Looks like I can only sell them through the black market. Where there's light, there's darkness. The competition over buying materials has always been quite fierce. The HR alliance is the alliance between many families and financial groups even. Though this alliance is, for the most part, stable, there's still quite a lot of competition going on inside some financial groups, and families hold more positions in the HR alliance and therefore enjoy more benefits. Because of competition, all sorts of services exist. You're a fighter that wants to hide his identity and sell some materials. Alright, if other managers won't do it, I'll do it. You're a fighter that wants to store money in another country's nameless account. Alright, everything will be done for you. As long as you have valuables, tons of material purchasing managers will fight over them. So many messages. Luo Feng entered the warlord fighter discussion area and just simply typed in the 3 words selling monster materials. Tons and tons of posts then appeared. Reading the huge amounts of replies also shows safety and credibility. I want to sell the dragon egg, battle uniform, and blade. Yeah, I better not sell it in Jiangnan headquarter city, I better sell it somewhere else. Luo Feng read the posts one by one. This one seems good. Quite a few famous warlord fighters are replying to this post. Even a war god has replied to this post. The Home of Limits discussion area is divided into 3 ranks: warrior level, warlord level, and war god level. Warrior level fighters can only view and post in the warrior discussion area. Warlord level fighters can view and post in both warrior and warlord discussion areas. War god level fighters can view and post in all 3 discussion areas. Everyone's account corresponds to their personal ID, so they can't fake it. Quite a few people sell their things to him, so his credibility is pretty good. From Kyoto headquarters city, Luo Feng slightly smiled as he nodded. Wang Ho, this name sounds pretty, boss. Yup, it'll be him. Morning of the second day, Luo Feng left home to walk around several places in Yangzhou City and purchased a cell phone and SIM card. Most cell phones need your real name, but some stores sell SIM cards without the need to check your ID card. In this world, as long as you have money, people are willing to take risks. As he bought the cell phone and SIM card, Luo Feng also bought glasses, a fake mustache, and some other simple accessories. Hello. Luo Feng stood in his home's training room and dialed that Wang Ho's phone number using the new cell phone. Hello, how are you? I'm Wang Ho. How can I help you today? Wang Ho's voice was gentle. He left some special contact information in the Home of Limits fighter discussion area just for these types of scenarios. Most of the people who call him are pretty powerful fighters, since normal fighters don't have any treasures to sell. Luo Feng smiled. I want to sell you some things that will blow you away. Oh, what kind of treasure? Wang Ho's voice, carried from the phone, had a hint of surprise in it. Worth over 10 billion, said Luo Feng. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ho was originally happily chatting with a white-skinned beauty with a great body, but when he heard this, he immediately stood up. Ignoring the beauty, he directly went to a corner near the window and said quietly, I can handle this as long as you can bring it out. I can take it. I'm sure you have heard of my credibility. This credibility was built up from trade after trade, so you have no need to worry about the price. Over 10 billion. This is definitely a huge trade. Usually, only war gods offer such a huge trade. Alright, when you pay, I hope you can send the money to Europe. Swiss International Nameless Bank. Is that alright? Luo Feng continued to speak. Absolutely no problem. Many fighters who cooperate with me like to store their money there, laughed Wang Ho. Swiss international banks have always been popular even before the Grand Nirvana period. Building up the name of a bank or a financial group is extremely difficult. But destroying it is simple. These Swiss international banks have been building up their name over such a long period of time, therefore bringing them lots of business. May I ask when you plan on coming? Asked Wang Ho. I'll go to the main sector of Kyoto headquarter city these 2 days. I'll contact you at that time, said Luo Feng. Alright, I still don't know your name. My last name is Wei, answered Luo Feng. Oh, Mr. Wei, then I'll wait for your grand arrival. Wang Ho's voice had a bit of passion in it. Luo Feng smiled as he hung up. He has never attempted these kinds of things before, but it seems like it's really easy, just one phone call and everything's organized. First, I should open an account in a Swiss international bank. Luo Feng used his new phone in his hand to swiftly enter the web page of a Swiss international bank and quickly applied for a nameless account. The password was simple, yet safe, with its triple-part 12-character code comprised of Chinese characters, alphabetical letters, and numbers. Done. Now I just have to wait to sell my stuff. That night, under the light of the first floor's living room, Luo Feng sat around a table with his family and ate dinner. Dad, Mom, I'm going out tomorrow to deal with some business, laughed Luo Feng. I'll probably be able to return the day after tomorrow. Oh, where are you going? Luo Hongguo looked at his son with a look of astonishment. Luo Feng laughed. To meet a fighter friend. Hongguo, don't bother asking, maybe Feng is going to meet his girlfriend. Snickered mother. Gong Xian Lan on the side. Luo Feng was dumbfounded because of this. Gong Xian Lan continued, however, son, truth be told, you're quite old now. After next year, you'll be 20. You should start getting into a relationship. A relationship needs at least 1 or 2 years before marriage. By then, it won't be early. Brother Luo Hua also laughed on his wheelchair. Yeah, bro, even I'm faster than you. You better step up your game. You little kid. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. Oh yeah, how are you doing with your girlfriend Nan? What else? Of course the same as usual, I guess. Luo Hua was extremely happy. The morning of the next day, after eating breakfast with his family, Luo Feng carried his gigantic backpack as he left his home. He didn't ride on the dojo of Limit's private car, but took a cab to the train station. Beside the train station was a kung fu fast food restaurant. Fast food restaurants like Kung Fu, KFC, McDonald's, etc. always have an astonishing amount of people entering and leaving them. Luo Feng entered this Kung Fu fast food restaurant, randomly ate some stuff, and then entered one of the rooms in the restroom. After locking the door, Luo Feng swiftly drew some basic makeup. He wore the glasses, pasted on the mustache, slightly darkened his skin color, wore a hat, and made his shoes taller. Suddenly, Luo Feng seemed like a completely different person. In this kind of fast food restaurant, hundreds of people are inside at any time, with people passing and going every single moment. Who would notice Luo Feng? After Luo Feng finished his basic makeup, he left the fast food restaurant and rode the fastest train leaving Yangzhou City. As of now, it's quite costly to protect the trains, so regular people rarely leave the headquarters city. Fighters don't have to pay anything as long as they show their fighter ID card. They don't even need to purchase a train ticket to board the train. They can also get off whenever they want. This is one of the privileges of a fighter. The same day, around 6 p.m. Dear guests, the train is about to enter the station. Guests who are getting off at Kyoto headquarters city, please get off the train from the front door. With all your belongings, with the broadcast inside the train, Luo Feng carried his bag as he got off the train. Kyoto headquarters city. Luo Feng looked around, the largest, most populous city in China, that's also its political center. However, compared to Jiangnan headquarters city, it's not much bigger. It's just that the humidity here is way lower, so it's a bit colder. Luo Feng smiled as he left the train station and called a cab. He headed straight towards an entertainment area, Palace, that's quite famous in Kyoto city. It's also considerably high class. In front of the main gate to the area stood uncountable beauties wearing all sorts of clothes, which made it seem like one was entering the country of women. Mr. Man wearing a suit slightly smiled. Give me a personal, quiet room. I don't want anyone to bother me. Luo Feng flashed his fighter ID, which made the receiving manager much more polite. Understood, please follow me. Palace, room G3. Mister, all the wine is inside here, said the manager respectfully. May I ask if you need anything else? No need, and without my permission, I don't want anyone to come in here, ordered Luo Feng. Understood, there's a service list and phone over there. If you have any sort of request, feel free to order us, said the manager as he smiled and left. Luo Feng easily locked the door and, at the same time, scanned the entire room. With his spiritual force, there was no sort of recording device in the room. The room also had a beautiful design with an extremely delicate flooring made out of monster fur on the ground. Luo Feng looked at the screen on the wall, which displayed a list of services. Damn, they sure can enjoy themselves. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed and dialed that Wang Ho's number. Hello, Mr. Wei, Wang Ho passionately yelled. Wang Ho, I'm in Palace's Chinese lobby, G3 room in the main sector of Kyoto headquarters city, responded Luo Feng. Alright, understood, I'll be there within an hour. A hint of excitement could be heard in Wang Ho's voice. After Luo Feng hung up, he laid on the sofa and made himself some tea with a tea bag taken from the cabinet. Luo Feng felt his phone in his pocket vibrating. Who's calling me? The phone in his pocket is Luo Feng's old phone, and not his new one. Luo Feng picked up his phone and looked. A call from home. Hello. Luo Feng picked up his phone. Feng, your brother had an accident. Mother, Gong Xian Lan was sobbing as her voice carried over. Luo Feng was startled as he ferociously stood up. Smash, the dropped teacup shattered as the tea inside spilled out. Kung Fu http www.kungfu.com. Luo, don't panic. Mother, Gong Xian Lan sobbed as she spoke. Your brother almost drowned, but he's been saved and is fine now. Drowned? Mom, what's going on? Luo Feng just couldn't understand how could something happen to his brother in the headquarters city. Isn't the nanny always with him? Feng, this is what happened this afternoon. The nanny brought your brother to the nearby park to play. You know that your brother frequently goes to the park. This time, he met his girlfriend's parents in the park. That Nan's parents invited your brother for a chat on the side. Luo Feng frowned. They never told his girlfriend's parents about Luo Hua and his girlfriend's situation. And this time, his girlfriend's parents are clearly talking to his brother Luo Hua for a reason. At that time, your brother asked the nanny to bring him there and talked to Nan's parents for a whole hour after that, Nan's parents left. Luo Feng's mom's voice was a bit hoarse in the phone, probably due to crying too much. Afterwards, your brother said he wanted to stroll around the park alone and told the nanny to wait for him at the gate to the park. The nanny believed that there wasn't any danger in the park, since it was all scenery, and didn't think any further. She then proceeded to wait for your brother at the gate to the park. However, who would have thought that your brother would actually push his wheelchair into the beautiful lake, which froze a long time ago? There was only one hole, which was created by some playing children, and your brother went right into the lake through that hole. Luo Feng's face turned pale as he listened, even though he knew that his brother was eventually saved, but falling into a frozen lake as a handicapped person showed that he didn't want anything more to do with this world. Virtually suicide. Thankfully, one of the fighters in our sector, a young man named Qiu Yi, directly jumped into the lake, broke through the ice, and swam below to search for your brother. He finally found your brother and saved him at that time. Your brother wasn't breathing anymore, but thankfully, Qiu Yi knew some CPR and saved him afterwards. The doctors in our sector said that if they were just a little bit late, he would have passed away for sure. I wonder what kind of cruel words Nan's parents said that pushed my son to the brink of death. Don't they have a child too? His mother couldn't hold it in at all and started sobbing again. Luo Feng just clenched his fists. Ever since his brother became handicapped, he was usually alone at home. He attended classes through the internet at home too. Being alone for long periods of time caused him to be quite introverted. The only people he opened his mind to were his family. Mentally, his brother was extremely weak. That Nan's parents probably only cared about their daughter and said all sorts of harsh words to make my brother leave their daughter. Of course they wouldn't care how my brother would feel. People are all the same. In Luo Feng's heart, his parents and brother are the most important. And in Nan's parents' hearts, their daughter is, of course, the most important. Mom, how's he now? Luo Feng continued to ask. The doctor in the sector said that there isn't any problem now. However, your brother is emotionally unstable, so your dad and I are taking turns to take care of him, in case he does something foolish again. Mother, Gong Xian Lan shook her head as she said, Feng, you should come back earlier. Hua opens more of himself to you, and isn't willing to tell us many things. Luo Feng and Luo Hua are close in age, so Luo Hua was naturally willing to open up more to Luo Feng. Okay, I'll be able to return home tomorrow morning, nodded Luo Feng. After he sells the dragon egg, battle uniform, and blade, he'll ride the train through the night and rush back. After hanging up, Luo Feng sat on the couch. He was quite depressed. His brother actually had a decent life all these years after moving into Mingyu sector and becoming familiar with that Nan. His brother became even happier. But who would have known that this first love made his brother extremely happy, and also drove him to death? This experience, compared to a regular person, has an even larger impact on my brother. That Nan's parents are probably against their relationship just because my brother is handicapped. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Soon, if I'm lucky this time, I might be able to earn that 30 billion needed for that elixir of life. 30 billion of course, that dragon egg isn't worth that much. The main things are still the battle uniform and the blade. I hope they're SS grade. If they are, then I'll be rich. Luo Feng himself didn't have a way to grade them, for he would need some Professional detectors to do so. Sadly, Luo Feng didn't have these detectors. And he didn't want the HR Alliance or the people from the Dojo of Limits to examine these things. Time passed slowly. Bang bang bang, the sounds of the door knocks carried over. Luo Feng walked over and opened the door. "I'm here," smiled Wang Ho. "Please enter." Luo Feng let him in and then directly closed the door. The two of them sat on the couch. "I heard that Mr. Wei has some valuable things." Wang Ho's smile was bright, and his eyes looked like they just found some prey. Luo Feng slightly smiled as he directly opened the huge backpack he brought. With him, the green dragon egg took up the most space in the bag, and Luo Feng carried it over and put it on the couch as he smiled towards Wang Ho. "Wang Ho, this is a dragon egg. I'm sure you can guess what kind of dragon egg it is." Dragon egg. A dragon egg worth over 10 billion. Could it be the East China Sea's green dragon's dragon egg? Wang Ho was flabbergasted. Luo Feng froze. The East China Sea's green dragon, that's an emperor-level monster, way stronger than a horde leader. After all these years, only one green dragon's egg showed itself on this world. According to the Home of Limits, it sold for an astronomical price. What's with this guy's guess? After doing business for so long, I thought he would be able to recognize it straight away. Luo Feng shook his head and said nothing. What Luo Feng didn't know was that dragon eggs are extremely rare. Wang Ho himself has only personally seen 2 of them. Of course he wouldn't know what kind of dragon egg this was. "No, the green dragon's egg is larger than this," said Wang Ho. "I never said it was the green dragon's egg." "Hurry and examine it," Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. He said that his things were worth over 10 billion, not just one dragon egg. "This is the first dragon egg I have received." Wang Ho's eyes flashed. A dragon egg. Wang Ho swiftly opened his bag, which contained 3 locked safes. He took out one, and took out a pair of detectors from it afterwards. As if they were spiders, one of the detector's antennae touched against the surface of the dragon egg. Suddenly, the display of the detector swiftly showed a large amount of numbers. Wang Ho smiled as he looked at the numbers. "Mr. Wei, you sure are powerful. You even got a dragon egg in today's world. None of the monsters worthy of the title of dragon are easy to deal with. The test is complete." Luo Feng looked towards the display. Almost. Wang Ho smiled and was totally relaxed. Oh, Wang Ho's eyes flashed and then looked at the screen. He then smiled towards Luo Feng. "According to the database, this is a steel-armored dragon's egg. A steel-armored dragon is above average out of all the monsters with the title of dragon. I'll be straightforward and go by the market price for this dragon egg, 5 billion Chinese dollars. Of course, before coming, Luo Feng already got all the prices straight. 5 billion is indeed quite a generous price. Even if you go to the HR Alliance, you probably won't be able to get such a price. Alright, straightforward enough. Luo Feng smiled. "This price is fine. There are tons of people willing to speak up for how I do things." Wang Ho smiled. "Business always pays attention to the details. If I scam you, you'll probably trash talk me on the discussion boards. If my credibility lowers, then I won't be able to do any business. So once anyone does business with me, they'll know that Wang Ho is fair." Luo Feng slightly smiled in reply. "Mr. Wei," Wang Ho couldn't help but to say, "you probably still have more things." "I do." Luo Feng nodded as he took out a blade still in its sheath from his bag. Oh, Wang Ho's eyes flashed as he looked at the blade and looked at Luo Feng. With a face of astonishment, "This is a really nice blade, even this sheath is extremely expensive, may I have a look?" "Please do." Luo Feng started to get a bit expectant. "I wonder what grade this blade is, at least S grade for sure." Gee. After unsheathing the blade, Wang Ho examined it carefully and couldn't help but to nod. "Great blade, this is a really great blade. I'm 100 sure that a war god used this blade. If I'm seeing this correctly, this should be a SS grade blade. This blade is indeed worth quite a lot." Luo Feng was extremely happy. Inside, this blade was actually SS grade. "We'll need to see how damaged this blade is before we determine on the price," smiled Wang Ho. "Of course, a blade starts off with no damage, but slowly gets damaged as it battles against monsters. The blade itself suffers damages unseen to the eye, and, as time goes on, the damages pile up. It'll continue like this until one day, the blade itself breaks." Luo Feng nodded. "The description for an A-rank weapon is that it can virtually fight against all A-rank monsters without suffering any damage. Knowing this, weapons can still break. The less damaged it is, the more it's worth. Naturally, the more damaged it is, the less it's worth." "Let me check." Wang Ho immediately opened another safe and took out another pair of detectors to examine the blade. A dreamy light shot out from the detector and enveloped this blade. The detector's display immediately showed large amounts of information in the form of numbers. Soon enough, the detector calculated the results. 0 damaged. Wang Ho was extremely surprised. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile. The fact that the blade is 0 damaged means that it'll definitely sell for a good price. This weapon was probably used to battle against a monster lower than the SS grade, smiled Wang Ho as he said. "If an SS grade weapon is used to battle against an SS grade Emperor level monster, minuscule damages will start to pile up on the blade. As long as the damages continue to pile up over time, it might break. However, if an SS grade blade is used to battle against Horde leader and commander level monsters, then it'll take absolutely no damage at all." "Wang Ho, what price can you offer for this blade?" continued Luo Feng. "If you try to purchase a blade like this, it'll cost 30 billion, half price. 15 billion if you purchase it in the Palace of War Gods. The lowest price will be 10 billion, smiled Wang Ho. "I'm sure that you know all of this already." Luo Feng said nothing. Know this. He didn't know much about the legendary Palace of War Gods. He didn't think that the best deal for a weapon in the Palace of War Gods would be even cheaper than the Dojo of Limits half price. 100 billion foot is the cheapest price possible in the Palace of War Gods, and the cost to create this blade is around 9 billion. If I purchase this blade, then I'll have to pay tons of fees before I can sell it again, so the highest price I can give you is 8 billion. Any higher, and I won't gain any profit at all, explained Wang Ho. Luo Feng understood that if you ask for 9 billion when the cost to make it is 9 billion, you might as well ask the market to make one again. Why would they bother buying your used good? Even though this blade is 0 damaged, there's no guarantee. After all, the weapons sold by the HR Alliance, the Dojo of Limits, etc. all have their word to back up the quality. "Alright, 8 billion then," smiled Luo Feng as he nodded. Straightforward. Wang Ho also smiled. "Mr. Wei, how about we have a friendly chat for a bit later? I'll pay. This Will Palace is one of the 9 greatest palaces, so if you want to find some girls, feel free to mention your requests: age, height, 3 sizes, education, looks, virgin or not, etc. Wang Ho explained skillfully, this is a huge trade, the best service in this. Will Palace is probably a couple million per night. However, with this trade, a couple million isn't even worth mentioning. Wang Ho, don't rush, I still have more things, Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. More. Wang Ho froze. He thought that they were done with the dragon egg and blade, since the price has indeed exceeded 10 billion, who would have thought that there were even more treasures to be revealed, and clearly, this Mr. Wei in front of his eyes brings out his things from worst to best. If the dragon egg was 5 billion and the SS grade blade was 8 billion, then what about the final treasure? Hurry, hurry, and show me. Wang Ho was getting a bit excited. Luo Feng slightly smiled and brought out the final treasure from his bag, an entire battle uniform set, including the boots, arm guards, vest, etc. Man, what a person! Wang Ho couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. Could this battle uniform set also be SS grade, depending on what kind of equipment it is? Even if they're both SS grade, the difference could be enormous. For example, when comparing a throwing knife, which doesn't need that many materials to make, and a blade, the price difference is huge. And the harder it is to make, the more expensive it is. An extremely flexible battle uniform is way more expensive than blades and swords. Take a look. Luo Feng placed the battle uniform set on the table. Okay. Wang Ho immediately used the detectors that previously examined the blade. The dreamy light once again enveloped the battle uniform and examined every part. The detector's display also swiftly showed a huge amount of numbers. Wang Ho looked at the display and smiled at Luo Feng. Mr. Wei, I can tell that this battle uniform is at least S grade. Whether or not it's SS grade, we'll have to see. Luo Feng smiled and said nothing. Wang Ho's expression suddenly focused as he stared at the display. His smile was completely gone. What happened? Luo Feng frowned. Look at this. Wang Ho turned the display towards Luo Feng, and Luo Feng took a close look. 2 items have already been evaluated: S-grade battle boots, S-grade combat trousers. The rest were still being evaluated. Luo Feng's face slightly changed. S-grade. This uniform set was S-grade, even though SS grade and S-grade are only a part by 1 grade. The price difference between the two is like the difference between the sky and the earth. How could this be? Luo Feng didn't think that Wang Ho would deceive him, since Luo Feng has seen these delicate detectors before when selling his materials to the HR Alliance and the Dojo of Limits, and according to what he knows, these detectors always compare their data to the main database before making their conclusion. In other words, the results are always recorded by the main database, so no one would dare to falsify the results. Wang Ho took in a breath. All right, it's all done, Mr. Wei. I'll give you some bad news first. Your uniform set isn't a SS grade set. At the same time, I'll tell you some good news. Your battle uniform set isn't a S grade uniform set either, because it's a uniform set made out of both S grade and SS grade components. Smiled Wang Ho. The vest of this uniform set is SS grade. Luo Feng secretly let out a breath. The results were clear on the display. All the components of the uniform were S grade except for the vest, which was SS grade, and the most important part of the uniform set was the vest, since it's the main part of the whole uniform. The powerful fighter that used this uniform set probably didn't have enough money, so he only bought an SS grade vest. Smiled Wang Ho. This is a very common course of action in the Palace of War Gods. Luo Feng could figure out that the other parts of the uniform set were still S-grade. "What price will you offer?" inquired Luo Feng. "A complete SS-grade uniform set is worth 120 billion in the Dojo of Limits. Half price 60 billion in the Palace of War Gods, the lowest price is 40 billion. This SS-grade vest is the core of the entire uniform set, so the price of it is half of the price of the entire uniform set. Zero damaged. If you purchase this in the Palace of War Gods, the lowest price is 20 billion. However, the material of this vest is clearly not worth 20 billion, so my offer will be lower. The highest price I can give you is 15 billion for this SS-grade vest," smiled Wang Ho. "Of course, with my authority, I'm unable to move such a large amount of money so quickly. If you're willing to sell it to me, you'll probably have to wait 15 minutes for me to get the money together." Luo Feng's heart pounded. "Dragon egg for 5 billion, SS-grade blade for 8 billion, and this SS-grade vest for 15 billion totaled up 28 billion, extremely close to 30 billion. "What price can you offer for the other components of the vest?" asked Luo Feng. "Keep in mind that everyone's body size is different, so, naturally, the battle uniforms come in different sizes too." Luo Feng has tried on this uniform set before, and it was clearly too large for him. This was why he didn't plan on keeping it. This Wang Ho slightly frowned, and then said, "Mr. Wei, I'll be honest with you first. All the other parts of the uniform set are damaged. Because of this, we can't directly sell them. Next, the market for battle vests is extremely good, but for battle boots and combat trousers will do. This in the Dojo of Limits, a complete S-grade battle uniform set is 12 billion. Half price 6 billion. The lowest price for it in the Palace of War Gods is 4 billion, and your S-grade uniform set is missing the core component, the combat vest. In the first place, the price wouldn't exceed 15 billion, and your parts aren't zero damaged, so I can only give you the price of 800 million. Wang Ho shook his head as he laughed, "And this is because of the previous trades we just did. I dare say that no one else would be willing to buy these parts for 800 million. It was because of Wang Ho's credibility that Luo Feng went all the way to Kyoto headquarters city. Wang Ho's price offers are fair, so there's no need to bargain any further." 800 million. Luo Feng hesitated, and then nodded. "All right, 800 million. These parts were useless to him anyway." "Mr. Wei, do you have anything else?" asked Wang Ho. "Nope." Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. "Calculate the total and then transfer the money to this account." As he said that, Luo Feng took out a paper which had the nameless account he applied for at the Swiss International Bank and the corresponding identification password. Wang Ho smiled as he nodded. "Dragon egg for 5 billion, SS-grade blade for 8 billion, SS-grade battle vest for 15 billion, damaged parts of an S-grade battle uniform set for 800 million, in total 28 billion. Mr. Wei, please wait a moment. I'll prepare the data of the uniform set and send it over to get permission to transfer the money." Wang Ho swiftly typed some numbers on the detector's keyboard as he said that the dreamy light from the detector enveloped the battle vest and sent the specific data values to his headquarters. Around 10 minutes later. Beep beep. Wang Ho took out his cell phone and let out a smile. "Mr. Wei, the money should be in the account now," said Wang Ho as he looked at Luo Feng. "We contacted headquarters to make an internal transfer at the Swiss International Bank. which was why we were able to instantly transfer so much money. Luo Feng's cell phone also rang. After taking out his cell phone to take a look, a message was displayed. Valuable diamond level guest, your account ending in 189,891, as of 23:36 on the 8th, has received a transfer of 2880,000,000 Chinese dollars remaining. Chinese dollars in account $28,800,000,000 Swiss International Bank. Glad to do business with you, Luo Feng smiled as he extended his hand. A big customer like Mr. Wei needs to help me more in the future. Wang Ho passionately shook hands with Luo Feng. Is Mr. Wei planning to? Wang Ho gave a look. Sorry, I have things to do. Luo Feng carried his backpack. Then I'll be going first. Oh, go ahead, I still need to organize these things anyway. Wang Ho smiled. Luo Feng got on the train and left Kyoto headquarters city only until the morning of the second day. At around 7 a.m. did he arrive at Jiangnan City's Yangzhou train station. Luo Feng went inside the bathroom at the Kung Fu Fast food restaurant next to the train station and took his accessories off. After washing his face, he returned to his original appearance. Time to go back home. Luo Feng got on the cab and arrived at Mingyu Sector's gate. Mingyu Sector was a fighter sector, which was very strict on who could enter. Naturally, the cab had to stop in front of the gate. I'm back. Luo Feng let out a sigh. That dragon egg, blade, and uniform set were like a hot potato. 28.8 billion. That, added with the money he already has, nears the total to 30 billion. Furthermore, he'll have more opportunities to make money in the future. Luo Feng, the bald, old guardsman of Mingyu Sector, yelled. Luo Feng turned his head. The bald, old man laughed. There's a young lady named Shen Nan last night. She came to the gate of the sector and called over and over again, hoping to meet your brother. Without success. Later on in the night, she came to the sector again and asked for my help to transfer a letter to his family member. She hopes you can hand the letter to your brother. Luo Hua. Oh, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat as he accepted the letter. After stepping into Mingyu Sector, Luo Feng directly opened the letter. Even though his brother's girlfriend, Shen Nan, wrote it for his brother, Luo Feng was worried about its content. His brother just tried to kill himself yesterday and is extremely emotionally unstable. If there are some stimulating things in the letter, it could make his brother go out of control. Luo Feng wasn't willing to risk it. I want to see as to what exactly is written in here. Luo Feng's face was filled with anger, but, as he read the letter, his expression started to loosen up. Sigh. Luo Feng shook his head. At least my brother has an eye for people. Luo Feng realized from this letter that Nan's parents talked with Luo Hua behind her back. Nan didn't even know that her parents knew that she was dating Luo Hua. She only realized when she heard that Luo Hua tried to kill himself in the pond. After hearing this, Nan almost fainted. Her parents wouldn't allow Nan to meet Luo Hua no matter how much she cried and argued. After that, she begged with everything she had and convinced her parents by telling them that this is the last time she'll meet Luo Hua. However, no matter how many times she called Luo Hua at the gate of Mingyu Sector, she never received any reply. Since she couldn't even meet Luo Hua, she had no choice but to write a letter and ask his family to hand it over to him. Secretly continue their relationship, hide it from their parents, marry after they graduate. Luo Feng read the letter and sighed. Looks like that Nan girl is quite stubborn about this, as she's clearly not convinced by her parents. Mingyu Sector Villa 199, which is Luo Feng's home, the atmosphere was clearly quite heavy. Father Luo Hongua sat on the couch in the living room. And he seems to have aged a lot just over one night. Dad, a voice carried from outside. Feng Luo Hongua stood up at this time. Luo Feng already entered the house. And Luo Hongua said to him quietly, "Your mom is currently in the room with your brother. Your brother's emotional state has stabilized a bit, but, no matter what we say to him, he won't reply at all." I understand. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and headed towards his brother's room. Squeak. After opening the door, Mother Gong Xianlan, who was sitting beside the bed, saw Luo Feng and stood up. "Feng, Mom, you can go outside and get some rest first," said Luo Feng. Gong Xianlan glanced at her little son, Luo Hua, who was sitting on his wheelchair on the balcony without making a sound, and then shook her head before leaving the room. "This time, my brother is quite..." Luo Feng found that his brother's face was much paler than before. He made no sound as he just blankly stared out the window. Who knows what was going on in his head at that moment? "Luo Hua!" yelled Luo Feng. Brother Luo Hua sat on the wheelchair without making the slightest movement, as if he didn't hear his brother Luo Feng's voice. "Luo Hua, I promise you that you can marry Nan." Luo Feng followed up with a second phrase. Luo Hua's body slightly moved on the wheelchair and then finally turned towards Luo Feng, let out a bitter smile, and then shook his head as he whispered, "Brother, there's no point in you saying anything now. Nan and I have no future, and I have completely given up. I'll never marry a girl in my life, never. I'm not worthy." "What kind of dumb words are you spouting?" Luo Feng slightly frowned as he scolded. "Dumb words?" Luo Hua immediately became agitated. "Am I wrong? Can a handicap like me with useless legs marry Nan? Yeah, Nan is willing to be my wife, but what about after that? In the future, everyone will point their fingers at Nan and say her husband's handicapped. How will Nan's family and friends look at her? I'm a handicapped person, just a handicap. Nan and her parents won't have any face to meet their relatives and friends after she marries me, and people will always talk behind their back. Even if I become successful, people will only think that Nan is with a handicap because of what I have and not who I am." Luo Hua shook his head. "I don't want such a good girl like Nan to fall to the point where people will always point fingers at her and look down on her. I don't want to drag her down. I will ruin the life of whoever marries me, so I might as well not marry anyone. There's no point in a handicap like me thinking about girlfriends and weddings." Luo Hua let out a smile, which carried a bit of insanity in it. "Pa!" A loud slap landed on Luo Hua's face, which almost made Luo Hua fall out of his wheelchair. Blood flowed out of the side of Luo Hua's mouth. "Bro!" Luo Hua froze. All these years, until now, Luo Feng has never hit him before. Coward. Luo Feng's expression was horrible. There are plenty of handicapped people that can shake the world. There's even one right in our Jiangnan city, the war god Yu Yang, whose arms have been useless from birth, but with just his 2 legs, he earned the nickname Gigantic Axe for himself, for his legs were comparable to gigantic axes. There are tons of similar cases in the circle of fighters, so don't even mention regular people. After Luo Feng said that, his brother's face changed again. Of course Luo Hua knew about these cases. Ever since he was little, he has been reading way too many cases like this. He Can probably spit out over 100 of them in one breath, your girlfriend wrote. This letter for you, take a look. Luo Feng handed the letter over. Luo Hua accepted it with suspicion and, as he read it, the expression on his face started to change yet again. Mary. Nan is a good girl, a very good one, and when I'm with her, I feel like I'm in a dream. However, I don't want people to point fingers at her in the future. I really don't want that to happen. After saying that, Luo Hua couldn't hold back his tears anymore as they dripped onto the letter. Luo Hua raised his head and looked towards Luo Feng. Bro, as long as I can secretly watch Nan enjoy her life, that'll be enough, more than enough. If you truly care about her, then you'll stay with her, scolded Luo Feng. But Luo Hua couldn't help but to reach towards his legs, but the location where his thighs should be have long been. Come with me. Luo Feng pushed the wheelchair and directly went out the room. Feng father Luo Honghua and mother Gong Xian Lan, who were outside the house, were shocked. I'm going to talk to Luo Hua for a bit, with just a slight push from Luo Feng's hands. His brother's wheelchair was horizontally aligned as it rushed towards the second floor's audiovisual room. Inside the audiovisual room, Bro Luo Hua looked at Luo Feng. Look at the display. At the same time, Luo Feng gave his command, turn on. Beep beep. The projector swiftly projected some light onto the wall. Luo Feng sat on the couch as he tapped on the wireless keyboard, entered the home of limits, warlord discussion board, and searched the board for the 3 words elixir of life. Very few people actually talk about the elixir of life. This item is just way too rare, so most warlord fighters can never find any. Naturally, there'll be very little news on it. However, there were still a few dozen related posts. Luo Feng directly opened one of the posts. Of course, Luo Feng has already read all of these since he has been searching all over for information about the elixir of life. This is Luo Hua froze. Look at this post and finish reading it, said Luo Feng coldly. Luo Hua turned his head and started reading the short post that was described. The elixir of life. Even though it was short, it still explained about the most important ingredients along with the elixir's effect. Naturally, it also mentioned the price that it sold for a while ago. This elixir of life is extremely rare. There's no supply, only demand. Every time it appears in an auction. The main ingredient is the essence of the Horde leader, surpassing SS rank Emperor-level monster, Earth Dragon-S soul. The elixir can let you grow out new arms and legs. As long as you're still alive, you can grow them out, no matter how bad of a condition you're in. Luo Hua was completely stunned by what this post was describing and, at the same time, his eyes were shining. Whether at the ingredients or the effect. No supply and only demand. The most recent elixir of life sold for an astronomical price of 30 billion Chinese dollars. Luo Hua, who was extremely excited, felt like a huge bucket of cold water poured onto him. 30 billion. Luo Hua was familiar with investment and stocks. Since he's familiar with this field, he clearly understands what a gigantic some 30 billion Chinese dollars is. See that you can just grow out your legs again with an elixir of life. At that time, you can stand up and confidently stand in front of Nan and her parents. As Luo Feng said that, Luo Hua shook his head. Bro, 30 billion man. Yeah, the assets of the extremely rich men of China, near 100 billion. However, that's just the price of their stocks. First, their stocks are restricted, so They don't have the authority to sell off all of it next, even if they could. The enormous amount would smash the market, since the value of them nears 100 billion. They'll be lucky to sell it off for 40 to 50 billion. Luo Hua shook his head. 30 billion in cash. Very, very few people in all of China can pull that out. Luo Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket and started to log into the Swiss International Bank's nameless account. In just a mere moment, he entered the account. "Bro, what are you doing?" Luo Hua looked at Luo Feng with confusion on his face. "Look at this." Luo Feng passed the phone over. Luo Hua was full of confusion. Why is his brother passing his phone over at a time like this? He lowered his head and looked at the phone's display, which was clearly showing the amount of money stored. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Luo Hua blankly stared at the number. 2880, 000, 0000 foot. 28.8 billion. Luo Hua raised his head towards Luo Feng, his face full of shock. His brother just became a fighter recently, so how did he make this gigantic sum of money? This amount of money is frightening. What he didn't know was that Luo Feng took so many risks that he almost lost his life, and that's with his special spirit reader powers too. "Luo Hua," said Luo Feng. Luo Hua blankly stared at his brother, not knowing what to say. "All I want to say to you is your brother definitely has the ability to purchase an elixir of life." Luo Feng looked seriously at his brother. "And you will definitely stand up again." Luo Hua's entire body was shaking. He wasn't dumb, obviously. His brother took a gigantic risk to earn that 28.8 billion. Since nothing is free on this world, the larger the risk, the larger the reward, and all of this was for him. "Bro." Luo Hua hugged Luo Feng and couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Luo Feng lightly patted his brother's back. A long moment later, "Luo Hua, you're smart, even smarter than me." Luo Feng said seriously. "You probably know that such a gigantic amount of money can bring about many troubles, so you definitely can't utter even a single word about this to someone else, including mom, dad, and your girlfriend. Once you say something, your brother could lose his life." Luo Hua was shocked. "Bro, I won't say it even if it means death. I won't let you." "No worries," smiled Luo Feng. Luo Feng only said that to make his brother understand the importance of this matter. Actually, even if the two war gods Vulture and Scorpion find out, they won't be able to trace it back to him, even if his brother foolishly lets the cat out of the bag. How many people would actually believe him? "Luo Hua, I told you that you'll competently stand in front of Lady Nan and her parents, and I always back up my words," Luo Feng said softly. "Okay." Luo Hua heavily nodded. He knew that he'll probably never be able to forget the astronomical number that was showed to him on his brother's phone in the audiovisual room. And he'll never forget the promise his brother gave. That was finally the end of Volume 4. I thought all the volumes were going to also updated all the volume names in the index along with the name of the next volume. Not sure why only volumes 1-4 are organized into one book. But I guess that the first book was the introduction. "Let's go downstairs and eat with mom and dad," smiled Luo Feng. Okay. Luo Hua felt like he was a completely different person before. He thought that his future was full of despair. He thought living his life would be no better than death itself, but after seeing the miraculous effects of the elixir of life and the ginormous number on Luo Feng's phone, Luo Hua was full of energy. Pushing the wheelchair, Luo Feng brought Luo Hua downstairs. Father Luo Hongua and Mother Gong Xian Lan were sitting on the sofa without making a sound from yesterday until today. In just one day's time, the couple has suffered too large of an impact. Their little son tried to commit suicide and now he's extremely emotionally unstable. What should we do? What on earth should we do? The two of them had no solution. Breakfast has long been finished in the kitchen, but nobody had the heart to eat anything. Suddenly Dad, Mom Luo Feng, pushed the wheelchair and brought his brother downstairs and he smiled as he yelled, "Where's breakfast? Let's eat breakfast together." Breakfast. Luo Hongua and Gong Xian Lan both stood up. Luo Hua also smiled. "Dad, Mom, I'm hungry already." Luo Hongua and Gong Xian Lan stared at their son, Luo Hua, as if they were looking at a monster. Soon after, they ferociously woke up and Luo Hongua immediately said, "You're hungry? Good, good, hurry, hurry, and bring us breakfast." Qin Gong Xian Lan yelled as she charged towards the kitchen. Father Luo Hongua also ran towards the kitchen. In a moment, the entire household was filled with energy. The heavy atmosphere from before was nowhere to be seen. Luo Feng laughed as he watched the scene unfold. "Well, now we're past this problem with time. My brother's legs will be able to grow out and he'll be able to stand up again. Our family will be even happier when that happens. Why did he bother taking the risk to steal the dragon egg? Isn't it to hurry up and make enough money for his brother's elixir of life? Maybe the heavens were helping him, since he got the battle gear of a war god. When stealing the dragon egg, thanks to that, he almost instantly received the gigantic 30 billion. Jiangnan City, main city sector. In the living room on the first floor of a villa on the peak of the marvelous mountain in the Jiangnan Mountain Water sector, the fighter called Scorpion. In the circle of fighters, the Nina Paulinus was currently sitting on the couch with a cold face. And beside her was Vulture Li Wei, who sat there without an expression, as if he was a blade. "What results do we have?" said Li Wei coldly. In the living room, the middle-aged butler, wearing a black suit, said, "Respectfully, sir, madam, after investigating the targets for a few days, we picked out 12 people. However, even though we carefully investigated each of the 12, we still don't have enough evidence to confirm who the culprit is." In other words, you still can't even pick out a target. Li Yao's raging explosive anger could be seen in his eyes. Who? The black suit-wearing butler felt like he was being stared at by a gigantic monster and couldn't help but to hold his breath as he respectfully said, "In these group of people, their motives range from being pressured by the HR Alliance and wanting revenge by killing the young master, to having grudges against the young master's bodyguard, Ka Long. Some of them even have grudges against the young master's bodyguard, Panya, from the Tiger Fong squad. We can pick out 8 of them that have such motives. However, these motives are very small, extremely small. If their brains are still working properly, they wouldn't kill the young master. Trash. If they have a grudge against Wei's bodyguard, they'll kill Wei and that. What? Tiger Fong squad? What kind of shitty squad can enrage such a powerful enemy?" yelled Li Yao as he scolded. "Remember, the person who killed Wei is someone who can instantly kill 2 advanced level warlords and 2 intermediate level warlords. He killed them so quickly that none of the 4 were able to send out a message." "Yes," the butler responded respectfully. "Keep in mind that this culprit is extremely powerful and is just hiding his battle record to be able to instantly kill 2 advanced level warlords with this power. He should be at least 20 years old, Li Yao commanded the targets. We investigated, other than the ones that have already died, are quite young. And weak, some of them even just passed the fighter combat exam. You think those little shrimps have enough power to instantly kill 2 advanced level warlords? You are right, sir, respectfully replied the butler. Li Yao coldly commanded, carefully investigate their past and see which one of them could be hiding their skill. Once you think one of them has that possibility, check them. Understood, the butler didn't dare to say any extra words. Okay, once even a sliver of a hint of them being a war god level fighter or a spirit reader appears, stick onto them even more, said Li Yao coldly. Of course, we have to investigate the high priority targets, but don't let the low priority ones go either. Record their info, from bank accounts to wilderness battle records, to what their family and friends are doing. Record all of that. Yes, respectfully replied the butler. You've been following me all these years, so I want you to do this with absolutely everything you can and have. Understood. Li Yao's voice sank and had a hint of killing intent in it. The butler's forehead couldn't help but to start letting out balls of sweat. Understood. Of course he knew how powerful this man in front of him was. Even the advanced level war god, Scorpion Vanina Paulinus from the Paulinus family, didn't dare to go against Li Yao. Go! Li Yao waved his hand. The butler swiftly left. After the butler left, the only people left in the living room were the couple, Li Yao and Vanina Paulinus. Yao, if the culprit prepared to kill our son, he probably didn't bring his tactical communications watch, said Vanina with her accented Chinese. This shows that maybe none of the targets are the culprit. I know this possibility exists, said Li Yao coldly. However, we have to grasp every chance we can. If there weren't too many people, I would rather kill 1,000 of them than let one go. A cold light flashed in Li Yao's eyes. This case has around 500 targets involved, with the dojo of limits, the Thunder Dojo, the government's army, etc. behind them. These people are all near the headquarters city, and enter the headquarters city sometimes, which was why Li Yao didn't kill them all. If there were only a few dozen people, he wouldn't be afraid to take action. Yao, who do you think would do it? Frowned Vanina as she asked. There are less than 10 advanced level war gods that have a grudge against me. Li Yao, on the entire earth we also made quite a few enemies by letting you have the seat of the HR Alliance's Huaxia sector director back then. Thankfully, I successfully came out of the ancient archaeological ruins back then, so those stupid freaks didn't dare to take action, said Li Yao coldly. The culprit who killed way better not let me find out who he is. In the eyes of the two powerful fighters, Vanina and Li Yao, they ones with highest possibility of being the culprit was one of their war god enemies from the past. However, they won't stop investigating the 506 suspects either. Yangzhou City, Mingyu Sector. Luo Feng was quite relaxed. When he's free, he'd chat with the fighters at the Limit Hall, but he usually spends most of his time immersed in the 9th stage Thunderblade. Hello, Captain. In the reaction speed testing room of the Limit Hall, Luo Feng walked to the side to pick up his phone. Oh, you guys are going to the wilderness again? After New Year's on March 1st, sure, I'm fine with that. I wanted to stay at home for a bit anyway, and safely spend my 2 months here, along with polishing up on my blade techniques. Alright, okay, we'll go after New Year's. You already know about my brother's situation. This kind of stuff sure spreads quickly. I can't do anything with these kinds of things, but there's no problem, my brother's already fine. Yeah, I'm training my technique right now. Okay, we'll talk later. Luo Feng hung up and left the phone in the corner. After that, he walked back towards the reaction speed testing machine. We say it's a testing machine, but Luo Feng has completely treated it as a training machine. Intermediate level warlord test, time 10 minutes. Luo Feng adjusted the testing time on the reaction speed tester. This was already the greatest amount of time possible. Getting shot by a huge amount of rubber bullets is actually good for training one's dodging abilities, so Luo Feng likes to come here and train. With a body drenched in sweat, Luo Feng put his phone and some other random things into his pockets. For most of the time of the month I was in the wilderness, I've been absorbing genetic energy to strengthen my body. Now, I'm not too far from the standards of a low-level warlord. I have to keep working hard and see how much stronger I can get in these 2 months. Time passed day by day. On New Year's Eve, Luo Feng and his family happily went to a Chinese New Year banquet. Luo Feng and his family also went to meet some friends. As for relatives, Luo Feng didn't really have any relatives, since his father and mother were both orphans after the Grand Nirvana period. The Grand Nirvana period destroyed many families, causing many to become orphans. February 26th, dawn. Luo Feng, in a white dojo uniform, smiled as he headed towards the limit hall. Crazy, going to the hall so early in the morning. A brute with a big mustache smiled. I'll be going to the wilderness soon, so I have to hang on to my last few minutes and train, smiled Luo Feng as he said. The brute with the big mustache glared. Damn it, Crazy, stop saying things that'll make people mad. Hanging on to your last few minutes. I was there when you were taking your prospective fighter exam and, in a blink of an eye, you've already surpassed me. Luo Feng laughed. The waves in the back always push the ones in the front in the Yangtze River, so of course each generation has to be stronger than the next. Go go go, stop making me mad, laughed the brute with the big mustache as he scolded. Luo Feng entered the limit hall and came to the 6th floor. There are rarely any people in the limit hall at dawn, so, as usual, it was empty here. Luo Feng wouldn't have come here if it wasn't to test the fruits of his recent training. Last time he tested, his strength neared 13,000 kilograms and he received the grade superior on the low-level warlord reaction speed test. Luo Feng slightly warmed up. It's February 26th now. I wonder how much my fitness level has went up after these 3 months.